of power burn inside of me, beating past 1,000,000 degrees. They say I should follow to be free, but I don't aim to follow, I'm the lead. I am not the one you want to start this with, cause when I do that would be nothing that can part in this. I set the flames to get rid of like an arsonist, and I have to work up until I might have no part in it. Hey, you can get down and lay down, leave them calling you evil, leave with nothing to say now. Say you wanted to smoke, so I promise I'm not gonna play around. It ain't gonna be fun when I swing, this ain't no playground, no, this ain't no playground. This is fun. Oh, you said you wanted to win, what is the right fight? Pray for when the darkness comes, turn on your nightlight. Oh, you should have brought you a gun, cause we don't like knives. Since the power went to my head, haven't been quite right. Lanes are burning, things are churning, knees are bending, ankles burning. I'm the teacher, you should learn it. I'm the judge, and here's your verdict. This is hell, and you deserve it. I'm feeling charged up, I'm feeling charged up. Keeping my guard up, you cannot stop us. I'm feeling charged up, I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up, I'm feeling charged up. Man, I cannot pretend the road is not tough. They trying to slow me down, they ain't with speed bumps. Constant on my mind, the ones I do love, they counting on me now. Too late, they give up. Lace my shoes up, I'm tired though, you should know. My race can't be rushed, my rivals, they will fold. When they see me coming, I bet that they gon' start running. I'm a stone to a giant, I ain't afraid of nothing. Grit in my left hand, vengeance in my right. Go straight on both, I ain't wasting no time. Fight for what's mine, you know it's only right. Better have it bad by the end of the night. You feel me? I'm feeling charged up. I'm a battery on full percentage. I got the green light. Keeping my guard up. I will not stumble no straight when they threaten my life. You cannot stop us. A force to be reckoned with. I don't recommend you try. I'm feeling charged up. Energized. I know my passion and purpose gon' take me higher. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. Keeping my guard up. You cannot stop us. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it.
They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
MW2 is going to be a ridiculous year. It's just been insane.
What other dirty tricks have you got up your sleeves?
They ain't ready for you.
Will it be sugar, spice, and everything nice, or slug, snails, and puppy dog tails? Let's find out. Oh, KiSMET blows it wide open. KiSMET wins it! Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Pandemonium! The thunder from down under.
Knock it out the park, yeah, show it.
Just like that, Scrappy puts him to bed.
Come with it. I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa! Unbelievable!
They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
I cannot believe what I am witnessing.
And that will be the game. It is over.
What's up, you gorgeous gamers, and welcome back into the headquarters where we break down all of your favorite Call of Duty League matches. Chris Bucket alongside aLLeY, Cat, and Nameless, and we have just 1 week to go before we head to Boston. aLLeY, what's the big storyline for you coming into this week?
All the teams that could have tiebreakers today. There is still a lot of middle of the packs, and we're going to find out by the end of the weekend.
Nameless, we had a crazy Sunday here in Columbus, Ohio. It was snowing like crazy. A truck took out our power, but the matches, they went on. So let's catch everybody up who wasn't tuning into a watch party with exactly what went down, starting with LAG versus Røkkr. Røkkr coming off a hot 3-0 over FaZe. LAG continuing to impress and pulled off another upset in this one.
Yeah, we saw LAG absolutely pop off, right? We're looking at this team, we're like, how good can they truly be? There was a lot of questions, myself included, when they get rid of all these players and they bring in the Academy squad who plays the exact same as the main LAG roster at the Major. They come in and they are unbelievable at hardpoint, sitting at 5-1, some great statistics across the board, and Arsenes has awoken with these new players around him. We talked to him in the interview, he says he feels freer on the map to make plays, to be the guy going out there and getting those big kills that they need, and he did it here with this highlight player seeing here on HyDra. They won by 90+ points in both the hard points in this series and get a big victory over a Røkkr team that was looking great in their prior series. And some of his stats right here, I mean, it speaks for itself. The guy is a man on a mission with a grudge match later today.
aLLeY, what is the biggest number that you're looking at on that screen? Because there's a lot of them.
I'm looking at the 1.62 overall. I mean, that is absurd.
Earning kill streaks left and right, and you saw him paying dividends in that hard point. Let's talk about another match that went down, though. To close out Sunday, we had a very long series between Atlanta FaZe and the New York Subliners. And why? Well, it went to a Game 5. Let's take a look at how these maps and modes broke down, because it started off with a 100-point victory in hardpoint for New York. Then it was the Game 2, 3, 5 comeback for Atlanta FaZe. They closed it out. But those hard points definitely in favor of New York. Looking purely at this Atlanta team, though, what did they show you in this series, aLLeY?
It has to be the search and destroy dominance. That's something that we were missing from them all of last year, and what they really needed to get out of that second place stuck in. Now we come here into the new season of Modern Warfare 2. Their search and destroy has looked phenomenal across the board, but they're still struggling in hardpoint. They're still struggling on those fundamentals. Atlanta FaZe, they could be a 2-3-5 team, but I fear that will only keep them in the middle of the pack. So I'm interested to see what they've worked on heading into today.
This was number 1 versus number 3 overall in our standings, and a must-win scenario if you're an Atlanta FaZe fan. After losing to the Røkkr, you had no more room for error. Now you're pulling off a quote-unquote upset, Ant.
Yeah, I mean, it's massive, because if you look at that, match against the Røkkr, they lose that, they're expected to win. They come in, they're expected to lose this series versus New York, so you sort of right the wrongs that happen, and you do it in a 2-3-5 fashion. I mean, search and destroy, they're number 3 in the league overall in that game mode. So Atlanta FaZe, there's things that are looking good for them. Hardpoint's still been a struggle, but let's turn it around and talk about New York a little bit this series, because there's a lot to be happy about. There were issues, right? That game was delayed, things of that nature. New York still looked extremely formidable in this series, and we got to show some love to Priestahh, man. 29-17 map 1, 31-11 map 4. We're talking about a 1-2 combo in hardpoint between him and Skyz. They're the best in the league, dude. These guys are unbelievable, dominating them in hardpoint and still only losing by 3 combined rounds across 2 search and destroys. Not too concerned about New York's future.
Do you think Priestahh plays better when he goes up against the Atlanta FaZe squad that dropped him 2 years ago?
I think he does, but I think he's just nasty in general. I think this game really fits his play style and his teammates surrounding him. They play at such a fast pace. Him and Skyz, such a good combo.
There is the final score. It was a 3-2 victory for Atlanta FaZe despite those hardpoint losses. And the Subliners, well, now they're looking to finish 3-2, maybe 4-1 overall here in our Major II qualifiers. A lot of games still to get to. Let's talk a little bit about that major that is coming up here, because everyone is fighting for a top 8 position. Why? It's not like Raleigh. We don't have 16 teams starting off in groups. Instead, 8 teams starting in our upper bracket, 4 teams starting in the lower bracket. And there is a big chunk of movement we could see from 3 all the way to 9 as everyone is vying for their final spots here, aLLeY.
Yeah, and that's what makes this final weekend so important in every single stage, is that there's so many tiebreakers that could come through here, through anybody, especially on that right side of your screen. A lot of teams could upset today.
Big numbers for a lot of teams on the right side. On the left, a lot of shaking up could still happen, but we got to talk about one of the big matches that's coming up today. If you were tuning into these teams last week, well, you saw wins on the final day. Today, it's a rivalry match, though. LA Guerrillas taking on Atlanta FaZe, and we first got a glimpse of this with the challenger team taking on FaZe way back in Raleigh in those groups.
Yeah, so 3 of the players on the LAG roster, this is going to be a little bit of a rematch for them, because at Raleigh, they went up against Atlanta FaZe. Granted, they were then on the Academy at that time, and it was the hard points where they succeeded. They did push it to a Game 5, and unfortunately, Atlanta FaZe's search and destroy just had the edge. But now in this series, it's going to be those 3 players on a redemption, as well as aLLeY, the man on a mission, Aristides, who got dropped from this squad, Ant.
Yeah, I think they're going to give them a lot of problems, especially when you look at hardpoint. Like LAG, we talked about it once again, 5-1 in hardpoint. They're going up against Atlanta FaZe, who are one of the worst hardpoint teams we have in the second qualifying stage, which is just crazy that I'm saying that. Atlanta has not been able to hold hills. They're last in the league there, and they're going up against LAG, who are the best at breaking. You can see some of their records here across their series, like both sitting at 2-1. Hardpoint, 6-0, excuse me. LAG been dominant and still formidable in search and destroy. So for FaZe, they got a lot on their plate.
LAG's 0-3 in control, so I'm thinking this might go to a Game 5 with some more search and destroy excitement like we saw against the Subliners. But this isn't the only match on the day. It is our headliner, though, at 6 p.m. Right before that, we get Vegas Legion taking on the New York Subliners. This is going to be number 9 versus number 4 in our Major II standings. Also, we start the day with a must-win scenario for both the Florida Mutineers and the London Royal Ravens. Number 8 versus number 11. one of them could finish in our top 8, and we are going to find out after this first break because that is going to be the opening match of the day. So don't go anywhere. Lock in. Headquarters continues as we break down the new look Florida Mutineers and the second look of Paul and Scrapz back together on London.
It shows that like any given day we can beat any team. You know, OpTic is the reigning champs. You know, we just took them out. So you know we can have it in us to beat any team in the game. We just gotta have the right mindset, have the right focus, and we can really win anything.
Wise word.
That was last time we saw Dave Patty, I should say, not Dave Patty on the main stage with the interview, and that was coming off a win over OpTic. Hasn't been a while, though, since we've seen this man in a Mutineers starting lineup, and that all changes today. We got to talk about the moves Florida is making. Clearly not happy with their current standings, trying to make some desperate plays. How would you describe this move, aLLeY?
It's out of left field. I feel like a lot of people caught off guard with this move, especially with the numbers that Brack was putting up throughout all of Stage 2 qualifiers and Stage 1. If anything, it felt like him in the Havoc show. So to see him kind of now put on the side, you can see it here. I mean, especially that 1.30 in S&D. I'm worried about how much this is going to hurt Florida and their 2-3-5 fashion that they've been winning these series.
Yeah, I mean, you look across these stats, right? Like, where's Brack making the mistakes? Like, we're looking at his KDs and stuff, but there's also, like, he's 73% opening duel win percentage. Like, in Search and Destroy, he's great, which is the game mode they've been phenomenal at 11-5. You're talking about a team that is terrible at hardpoint. It's not a one-person fix that's going to come in here. Like, Dave Patty's not going to come in and miraculously the hardpoint just gets fixed, right? Florida is a perennial like underdog threat. They've always been that team, and they will continue to be that team. But I don't agree with getting rid of Brack. I guess situationally they thought he was messing up some things for them in the hard points. But you know, I hope this team can have success. I just disagree with Brack getting dropped once again. He's been disrespected so many times through COD's history, and the man came in. He sees this opportunity, and there were some moments where he really did win them games. I think back to when we saw them versus LA Thieves early on in Stage 1. I'm like, okay, Brack's the real deal. He's single-handedly won in this hard point. So, I mean, that's like, what, 1 of 4 hard points that they have wins on this season. So we'll see. I hope this move works out for them. I certainly disagree with it, but the more the merrier. We'll see. They need more changes.
Florida coaches, you may have a conversation with Nameless later, but can we talk a little bit about the player who is stepping in? Dave Patty is coming in, kind of a similar situation when Dashy got benched. You looked at all the numbers. Huke came in and totally changed the team's environment. Does that same thing happen with Florida? Do you see a different pace for this squad, or is this simply an AR for an AR?
Can I please chime in here once?
Hit me,
like, Dave Patty is not, like, he's not going to come in and just change the entire trajectory of this team. Like, he's not that type of player. He's not a world-shattering. He used a sniper and search destroy. He can pick up kills. He's solid, right? I mean, last year I remember him making some plays with the AR in his hand. Like, he can drop numbers, but very similar to Brack, right? I don't think he's that cerebral next-level guy who's going to, you know, make these with the playmaking ability to just take over and win you games. So just a lateral move.
It is an interesting time to pull him out. You're going up against a London squad who has been struggling, but London, Well, they've been turning up recently. Let's talk a little bit about the squad on the other side of this matchup because they're coming off a big win over the Las Vegas Legion, and they didn't allow Vegas to take them to a Game 5. London got this one done in 4, and I was really impressed with a guy we were questioning just 2 matches ago in Scrapz.
And now the big question is, can he keep it up? You know, this is a player who has been a little bit out of the scene and then gets plugged into this roster and doesn't necessarily do bad, but London Royal Ravens have had their own struggles before he got put in, and now they're putting another player in with Paul X. So I'm hoping to see some consistency with this squad. There's a lot of aggression now. I feel like their pace has been completely changed, and when it comes to London, I think in this series they have to win the control and end in 4. They're 1-3 in Game 5s, and this is a Florida team who is disgusting at search and destroy. I mean, they're 3-1 in Game 5s, 5-1 in round 11s, so you got to take advantage of those hard points and those respawns because they don't want this series to get out of control.
And I got the maps. We have the modes ready to go. Let's take a look at it here. Our GMC Hummer EV preview, HyDra Hardpoint, Fortress Search. Then we're going to the hotel for both Control and our second Hardpoint before closing things out on Embassy. Who do you give the edge to along this way?
I mean, it's hard because it's 2 new rosters, right? We don't exactly know what they're going to be that great at. I feel like the LSELO Control, like we've seen good moments from Florida on that map. Havoc makes plays when he gets to the Control. In this series, though, I mean, it's kind of served up on a silver platter for Florida with the roster change. Like, London has been really, really bad. And Scrapz just had an outstanding performance to get them that victory. So, I mean, Florida still do have a good chance of winning.
Ali, I looked at your notebook. This is chocked full of maps and modes notes. So what do you have in highlighter here for me?
I was actually so excited when I saw those maps and modes, especially the hard points, because London hasn't played Embassy and Florida hasn't played Fortress, so we weren't going to see those 2. And I projected it being Hotel and HyDra. And the fact that HyDra was map 1 is really good for London because Scrapz right now has a 1.71 leading in KD in that map. And Nastie has a 1.22, who is a player that's been struggling in respawn overall. So they're both getting their strongest map to start out this series.
Scrapz only has 2 matches, so those numbers might be a little inflated for now. But if he can keep up with a 1.7, that's the momentum you need if you're a Royal Ravens fan. Let's get to our predictions. I ride or die with Florida. I'm picking them again today. Ali, Cat, Nameless, where are we leaning?
Go ahead, Ali.
I'm going with London Royal Ravens.
London Royal Ravens. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think London have been the most underwhelming team, so I'm actually going to pick Florida in this one. Ooh. Doesn't mean I agree with the change. I just think that London have been terrible.
Mutineers, it's time to make Ant really angry. Pull off this reverse sweep, because I have a feeling the Royal Ravens are ready to go. Let's send it over to our casters. We got Lando and Study, the dad squad, to kick things off.
Yes, indeed, we do. We do indeed, Mr. Pocket. Jay, it's great to be back with you, buddy, after
yeah, I missed you, man.
But we got ourselves a great little match to kick off our final week of the qualifiers here for Major II. We got London faced off against Florida. The return of Dave Patty. There he is, the bottom right of the screen. Never looked better, Jay.
Yeah, he's not really there, but he's there, you know. I'm excited for this matchup because Florida, the Death touched on it perfectly. They have struggled so bad in respawns, especially hardpoint. Yeah. 4-18 overall record, 2-10 in opening hardpoints. They had just been struggling, so they decided to make a roster change. I think Nameless touched on it perfectly in the Death. It's like, when you're struggling that bad in one mode specifically, and especially hardpoint, it has to most likely be more than just one change, especially with the change that they decided to come with. In my opinion, Brack to Dave Patty are probably going to be the same exact player, but we would just have to wait and see. Hopefully this guy's the hardpoint guru they were looking for to finally get some wins.
We'll see. And, you know, you touched on it kind of coming into the series. You and I have a little bit of back and forth once we see the vetoes, and it was like, actually, like, HyDra actually could be a map that they do see decent amount of success on. We're talking about rotations. You know, oftentimes we're talking about the ARs holding down lanes and the backsides of the spawn. Like, this could turn into a pretty good map for Florida, all things considered now.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing you got to take into accountability. Like, for Florida, overall in hardpoint, they were dead last in rotations, and then when they were trying to get towards the back of the end, they never got it. So they were the worst team in rotations, and also the 11th team in break in every single hardpoint map. So with a player like Dave Patty, he's probably going to be able to get you some spawns here and there.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do. As we said, a lot on his shoulders coming into this matchup for Florida, his first time in an official CDL match since Major III. So it's been a bit of time. However, we'll see if he can try to give the boys a very much needed early game 1 victory. And so far for the Mutineers, it has been pretty sunny skies here on Zarqwa. A nice little 20-0 advantage. No bit really of contest coming in from the other side of Ravens.
Yeah, right there. If you're Florida, you're doing a great job. You start off on the better side for this P1. You're getting all this time, and you're maintaining those spawns over towards P2. No kills in favor of the Ravens. So now their task becomes a little bit more difficult, trying to push through ruins. You have one player in Nastie working his way through low water, but aBeZy's gonna have his hands full. What can he try to hold down from this angle?
See what he can do. Eventually does get found out. I want to say that was Nastie. I think my feed's a little blurry, Jay, but I think it was him.
A little bit.
A lot of focus on a few different players here for the Ravens. Nastie and Scrapz absolutely is touched on by the desk are two players that you got to look out for. But this hard point, it's incredibly important. The reason why is because the Ravens just got their very first few points on the board. Jay, there's no time like the present.
Yeah, no time like the present to get yourself right back into this game. 30 seconds remaining on P2 hard point. So now if you're Florida, you probably get this one more good push from the front end. You want to make sure you're maintaining these spawns going in towards P3. Early shots coming in from Asim, not able to pick up the kill. Major Maniac is the player watching the cross. Right now, Florida, they just want to trap him in towards the back. Now with players backing up, they're not going to allow any fluky things to happen. They're blocking those back gas station spawns, those back green spawns, and they should be fully set up for the next hill.
Yeah, it seems like Florida done really what you needed to do. Unfortunately, you have to allow for a decent amount of those points to go the opposite direction. But now they focus their attention now over at P3. As we said, Scrapz, really the man of the hour, had an incredible performance there versus the Las Vegas Legion. I think it's fair to say a lot of fans hoping to see vintage Scrapz perform again today. He's off the 1.7 KD in the last series.
That was unreal, man. He was like double positive every single hard point, and in the control, he goes like positive 10. That's the Scrapz we were waiting for. He showed it in that series versus Vegas. Starting off with a little bit of an even start in this hard point, but the fly over the top, Paulx not able to pick up the kill. And so far, this has been a great hold from Florida. They know that the spawn, they're controlling a majority of it, but that's going to be a clean 4 dead. For the final 25 seconds should go in favor of the Ravens. And now with Florida, that one's going to bite them because they're all spawning in towards the back.
Yeah, it's basically a double positive, really. If you're the Ravens, you've got the break, and now you've got them in the chokehold. You got two players backing up. Paulx looking to dive through with the knife. He eventually falls. Then falls onto Nastie's shoulders. So with that, the Ravens laugh their way over toward the pathway. And while they don't have the lead in this game, they definitely have established themselves a pretty good position to find their way back on through. Asim and Scrapz both sitting on that 3 spree. A good little opportunity here for them, but see if they can extend those sprees, as it could be Havoc who looks to go for a bit of a dive. Asim, he's ready for it. He's ready. He's been patient, and patience pays off. Few members from Florida, though, have snuck through toward the back. Player 5 in Vehicle. One man that's here.
Yeah, but now both teams are going to be able to spawn out, but London, they're winning a majority of these gunfights to maintain the back end. And this has been a great hold from Florida. From London, almost a full 60 to take this lead right on back. Earth the rotation now. It's going to force Florida to try to back on up. That's been some great hardpoint play from the Ravens, controlling the spawns to now take this lead. Now all of the Mutineers have to back on up, make sure they hold down their irons and make this job a little bit easier. But someone has to get over also towards the P3 side. You don't want to allow anyone to slip on through.
See if they can manage to do so. One player toward the bottom side, it's going to be Nastie. Major Maniac trying to hold things down. Right now at 8-5, a great performance to kick things off for him. As we said, bit of a lead change going the way of Ravens. That's one player cut down. Now the pressure begins to come on toward Havoc. He's found 2 so far throughout this early team.
3 dead.
And there you go. The other one gets wiped away too. And with that, there is one player spawns the back though. That's going to be Paulx. Could cause a bit of an issue. However, he gets dealt with. And Jay, by the very first half of this hardpoint, it has been clean work so far for the Mutineers.
Yeah, Florida, they have the awareness. They know exactly where everyone's coming from. Even though aBeZy is currently sitting at 5 and 10, double negative. This is the best start to a hardpoint this squad has had so far all season. Great shots from Dave to at least find the second. Final 20 seconds on this P5 hardpoint. And look at the play that's already at Dome. Unfortunately, Havoc loses that gunfight, and that's a massive one because now it allows London to get that free cross, try to flip the spawns, and continue to force Florida to spawn out towards the back of P3.
When it comes down to HyDra, both teams, when it comes down to the reset,
Swimming.
The HP's looking for the bottom right side, and Major goes for a dip, tries to go for the little crossover. It's Vehicle who's eventually there for the takedown. Great work and coordination once again from Florida. And I don't know, Jay, maybe that was one of the questions that people were thinking when it came down to this roster change, right? You get rid of Brack. Maybe it's a coordination thing, right? We know the stats indicate that Brack is having a very successful season. Maybe it's something in game. Maybe it's something when it comes down to just rotational play, smart plays around the map. At least early on in this hard point, Florida looks to be doing pretty well right now with aBeZy.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. I remember from the beginning of the season when we talked about this game, stats didn't really matter that much because if you play correctly, if you get the better side of the spawns, you're getting the easier kills. You're just making the game a lot easier, and that's what Florida have been able to do, controlling the better side of the map. But now with Dave Patty being the only player towards the back of P2, there's 3 players from London ready to pounce on him. He at least finds the first. He spots the second. It's a big gunfight. If he can win it, he cannot. So London are going to be able to win that rotation and get fully set up for P2 once again to try to get back into this one.
There's a decent effort there from Dave Patty. He's got 3 players surrounding him. And now with that, the Ravens, they cut him down. There was one player who did spawn toward the back. It was Nastie, who was a little bit late to join alongside of his teammates. So he gets cut down. Again, it is not a negative by any means for the Royal Ravens. They've got all 4 players here. And a big moment in this game. An opportunity for Florida to try and break. A chance for the Ravens to get themselves back in this game. They've been on the back foot so far. Throughout Zarquap. Nastie tries to go for the snap. He eventually does get found out. Asim once more is going to be there. Back and forth we go, Jay. It feels like both these teams locking things down when they have to. 30 points away from another lead change potential. With those final 20, it's going to go toward the Ravens, and now we head over toward P3 again. PaulX trying to make the plays as he gets found out. And now it's Florida once more with the spawns, buddy.
And now it's Nastie who pops that dead silence and gets the timing onto Vico. Not able to find out the shots and take him down. So now they know that pressure is coming out towards the fact. They're holding the back push. They also push out aggressively towards the middle map as well. So they're ready for every single gunfight when needed. As Florida are maintaining this lead for now. Split spawn still coming in. Now you have 2 players from the front, 2 players from the back. Where these 2 players from Florida are now going to spawn all the way at P2. So this is the time where you pounce if you are London. But they're not winning any gunfights. That's going to be 3 dead. The ARs from Florida, they hold strong.
But Nastie's still here. Nastie's still here. They get the close spawn, and there you have it. Another crucial break comes in from the Ravens. They've got all 4 players nearby. But at the same token, Florida's still here. How about the snap from Nastie? Able to sniff out Vico, but on the other side, it's Havoc who comes away with 3 of his own. Havoc out of nowhere erupts for a triple as Nastie eventually does get dealt with. Sweat off the brow for the Mutineers. Havoc has saved this HP, and Jay, our observers are already on top of it. Major Maniac could be the thorn in the side. When we talk about this next hard point, he's hanging out toward the back.
Yeah, he's going to be the game changer. He's going to be the guy who can close the game out right here for Florida. Just playing it patient, wait for his teammates to get a little bit closer before he decides to engage. Finds that first kill, takes him off of the point. Now you have to focus on Major and towards the back. Trades going back and forth. Havoc at least finds one. And now those spawns for London are all the way at P5. The break is going to be here for Florida, and they can still win off this hard point.
Havoc's here. Major still alive in the back. Patty gets erased, but Havoc wins his gunfight. Great fight to take. However, Major Maniac is now off the map. A current 2 versus 4 when you take a look at that close hardpoint screen. London, they absolutely need to get this time. However, a team kill does come through. PaulX does get wiped away off the map. 15 seconds still to fight for in Florida. Wisely elect to back on up, allow for these seconds to go the way of London and prepare for new. A decent attempt toward the stretch, but London, they sniff out Major, and from there, they still continue to have a chance in this game.
Oh, and there's one player that did eventually spawn out, so now there's only 1 player here for Florida off the rotations. All falls into the hands of Vico. Already off the rotation, the Ravens are going to be in. What started off as a great rotation for Florida gets instantly broken by all the kills coming in favor of London. Now only being down by 30 points. You have to just hold down your irons. You already have a player in Ace. I'm holding down the back. Gas station. He's playing such a rat spot. You're not going to be able to check it. Takes down Major Maniac. Now they know the pressure's all coming in from the front. They're getting right back into this one. This is going to be a photo finish, Lando.
Looks to be that way. 218 to 203. London still with a ton of time to try and fight for. They've got man count advantage in the team. A great gunfight victory, able to shut down Dave Patty. They've got 3 players stacked inside of the HP.
They flipped as well.
Are going to be aware of the spawns for Florida. So a great opportunity potentially right now for the Royal Ravens as Florida elected to try to break through in toward the top. They have managed to keep themselves alive in this game and now hold a slim lead. Back to P1 we go. We've got a few players going swimming, Jay.
Oh, and that's going to be 3 dead. So now it's all falls into the hands of PaulX, the only player on Dome side. He's going to get stunned. At least finds the first kill. With all of his teammates trying to set up for a pinch, he has to try to make a play. Unfortunately, cannot find the second. So Florida, they're getting every single kill. They're controlling the spawns. But look at the spawn from Nastie. He's actually going to spawn behind him at P2 hardpoint. Gets a freebie onto Major. Now the pinch is going to be on P1.
It's just going to be there. Scrapz trying to find it. Oh, he gets cut down by Vico.
Havoc.
3. That's going to be 3 down. Nastie's still trying to make a play in toward the back. London are still here. Nastie gets cut away. Only 8 more seconds. Player number 3. It seems the man who can make the play. Havoc. He's got to turn around. He's got to turn around. He eventually gets dropped the scene, keeping the game alive, but only for a moment. London, they've got the spawns toward next. They just need to stay alive.
This is where it's going to start to get scary because London are going to be fully set up. They have trapped Florida towards the back of P3. Now you have to hit that rotation. Someone has to hit a water route. You're swimming right behind aBeZy. Do you have a pistol in your back pocket? I don't think you do, but at least the call out does come in. Ravens at 240, 10 seconds away from calling game.
Back and forth we go. London, they cut away too. You just need one break. You just need one break. Havoc, he falls. aBeZy, the only one alive, and he gets dropped as well. What a closeout to the opening hard point here on HyDra. Florida, all they needed was one break, and they could not find it. The Ravens, who were in the backseat of this game all map long, managed to clutch it out. We got to see that one again, Jay.
It all falls into the hands of right here where it's Simp because they needed 2 seconds. There was 12 seconds left on this P1, and he contested it and was able to pick up both kills. Now all of Florida are spawning out towards back green. Now you have to try to push on through, which makes it a lot more difficult. You know, this trophy system's out. They do get the first kill onto aBeZy, but he's going to spawn right in towards the back. Trophy system shutting down the push. Now you have Paulex playing a nice little angle towards the back end. They get kill after kill. There was only one player left in the vicinity for Florida, and it was aBeZy. One key gets taken down. The Ravens find the hold on towards P2. They just did exactly what they needed to. It was 2 seconds from Florida closing out on P1. aBeZy makes those plays. They flip the spawns and take control of P2. He stays alive at P1 long enough to force the next hard point, and then they get the hold. Great plays from the Royal Ravens, taking that map number 1 and not allowing Florida to get an opening hard point because we know how dominant they have been in search and destroy. What a hard point to start us off, Lando. Wow.
Yeah, and that really has to deflate things for sure. I mean, if you're the Mutineers, man, like, you know, you're coming in and trying to prove a point, right? You make this roster change. A lot of people very controversial about the move, saying, hey, you know, you probably shouldn't have removed Brack from the lineup. Florida, they try to come out and make a statement in the opening hard point, right? That has been their issue. They have the victory in their hands, and then they let it slip. Another opening hard point loss, Jay, and now 9 games in a row. That is a tough pill to swallow for Florida. It's got to be short-term memory coming into this S&D.
100%, because obviously you usually find yourself down 0-1 in the majority of these series because you can't win an opening hard point. You came really close in your very first one with aBeZy. If a couple of those gunfights go a little different, they're potentially able to close it out on that P1. All they have to do is find a trade on aBeZy, and that map number 1 is theirs, but they couldn't find it. But now they're going into a search and destroy on Fortress more specifically, where this is a brand new roster, but they still have the 3-core squad in their search and destroy. They were able to dominate Fortress search and destroy both times that they had played it 6-1, 6-1. With the only thing that really scares me now, though, is with Brack not on the roster. He was the highest SNDKD for this team with a 1.3.
Yeah.
aBeZy, he's a phenomenal search and destroy player, but the chemistry was there with this old school, with the old Florida roster. Now I'm looking at the other players to really step on up. Havoc, he's sitting at like a 1.2, but Major, Maniac, and Vico are the guys. We saw Vico last week drop like 16 kills in one search and destroy, so just make your job a little bit more easier for aBeZy in his return.
Yeah, without a doubt, right? You want to see aBeZy come through, you know, jump into a great little S&D performance. He's going to be a little disappointed after the opening HP loss, but definitely, right, when it comes down to Fortress S&D, this has been a mode, as you called it, for Florida, a map and mode that they've really enjoyed a lot so far. They only played it twice, but they have been phenomenal. I want to say in both of those games, I think they hold like a 12-1 round count when it comes down to this very map and mode. So it's been one that's treated them pretty kindly so far. But one note that I was looking at, Jay, our stats team sent us something really interesting, and it was about Brack. Brack's performance on Fortress S&D, granted they've only played it twice, but he's got a 5.67 KD on Fortress S&D. So we're talking about success. It very well could be Brack, who's been the reason why they sit with a perfect record in this very map and mode coming up.
Probably 5.6. That guy's basically Thanos on the map. A guy that you cannot shut down easily, but he's no longer here. So now what can this new Florida squad do up against a highly momentum-based in London squad, who just took a grueler of a map number 1? Now going into a search and destroy where ever since this team has been formed, they have yet to win a search and destroy. So that's the thing that's really going to be able to put this team over the top. How fast can they gain chemistry to become great at this mode?
That's a great point, my friend. We fly in now for Fortress S&D. Round number 1 is going to be Florida. Starting things off on the attacks. Early shots exchanged from Havoc as he'll look to dive away, send that info over to his teammates, and maybe hand it over to Dave Patty, who looked like for a moment may have been in a situation to walk away with the first. However, aBeZy answers for 1, and Major on the instant trade. A quick advantage given toward the way of Florida. Back and forth we go, and now it's Scrapz who's last alive.
Scrapz now in a 1v2. There was a lot of pressure from Florida through P1 side, and then they also got aggressive in through A. So now Scrapz backs all the way on up. Still does not earn that dead silence. But now in the 2v1 versus Major Maniac and Dave Patty. Read this play a little bit wrong, so by the time he gets over towards A, it's only going to be about 30 seconds left. But you have to take down both players. You have to at least find at least one to gain some information on how they're playing the setup.
Scrapz to be the hero. Major and Dave still to fight for, waiting for the overextension. Not going to be there. Scrapz right on the bomb. Tosses out the nade. It's a trophy that saves the life of Major Maniac today. Very well, it could have been a stick. Goes for the gunfight. Not going to take it. An early and aggressive round that eventually does slow down. Florida utilized those numbers, get the bomb down. And it was never going to be an easy day at the office here for Scrapz.
Yeah, Florida knew right there. In that very first attacking rounds, we don't have any trophies to work with. Let's not try to work towards that A-bomb quickly. Let's be aggressive through street side, even though they ended up getting first blooded. The trade was immediately there, and then they allowed Havoc to push right on through that A site and put the numbers in their advantage. Florida, with the aggression, take round number 1. Now can they answer on defense?
So far, man, they have been flawless on Fortress Search Destroy when it comes to defense. I think the only team that is yet to lose a defensive round on this very map and mode. We'll see if they can keep that streak intact or if the caster curse will come into effect, which happens a little more often than I'd like to admit, Jay. But we'll see if it happens or not. London, ready and aggressive, eager to get in the fight. And, well, they start things off nicely, getting Havoc out of the play. First blood for London.
They're using their team nades right now beautifully. They know that Havoc likes to play aggressive towards double windows. You double team nade him, you're able to take him down, and you back the player off who's watching across to now work a free A bomb plan. You allow Asen to strike, able to find the 2 through open arch. Now it's all left up to Major Maniac in the 1v4. He's gonna get spotted. He's just trying to run around with that silence, but eventually he's gonna get picked apart, and that was a flawless round right there from the Ravens. We were talking about the chemistry in Search and Destroy, and right there, that was a flawless round. You time up both of those nades, you hit them on the stuns, outside of double window, you get the first blood. Then you get the player to back down from watching that cross towards A to work that bomb plan, and allow your SMG to get aggressive up on the arches. Great game plan, way to execute the round, 1-1.
I'd like to formally initiate an apology to the Florida Mutineers for calling out, Jay, that they had yet to lose a defense.
Cast a curse, man.
Fortress S&D. You
did it. You did it.
In the opening round. That's on me. That's on me, Jay.
All good.
My bad. My bad, Florida. That's all good. You guys got it in round number 3, though. Like, this is definitely yours. Oh, God. I thought for a moment I did it again. Nastie misses the snipe, tosses out the util, but it's a quick play for Florida. Early gunfights going down between him and Vehicle. Tries to take the head off. He eventually drops. Mutineers in a great spot.
That's a big first kill by Vehicle. I thought Paul X, once he saw him auto-mantle on towards the top, had the advantage in that gunfight, but decides not to challenge. Havoc finds the second. Major with the third, and last player up, 4 down. Very clean round right there coming in from Florida. You get that bomb down super quick. And then Vehicle wins that huge one-on-one to Paul X to put yourself in the trade battle. And eventually none of you guys drop. Great round right there for Florida, now up 2-1.
A little reply there for the Florida Mutineers, as we said. S&D, it's been their mode. You do have a few questions when it comes down to the roster decision. Bringing in a player like Dave Patty for Brack. Is the Search Destroy prowess going to take a little bit of a hit? And as we said, Jay, you've got 3 unbelievably talented players still for Florida. And Dave Patty was no slouch in Search Destroy last season either. Still expect this team to be great in this mode, and so far they've shown that through 3 rounds. Up 2-1. Back to the offense we go for the Ravens. And to no surprise, it is an all-out focus toward that A site. All 8 players basically holding an angle, waiting for the other to expose a shoulder, maybe a leg, maybe a calf.
Yeah, London just know And with Florida final out success, it's purely off the aggression to shut down their playmakers. They're just waiting for Havoc, but they don't even have to take him down because Major Maniac with the team kill. Unfortunately, is able to line it up onto Havoc. Scrapz finds a kill onto Vico. 4v2. You do have one player, Major Maniac, who does invest that dead silence. He's working up the flank.
Oh, Major. Uh-oh. For 2, eventually drops, but gives that info over to Dave Patty. He'll pop the dead silence. Can we see some heroics from the new addition? It's been some time since he's been back in the CDL, since Major 3 last season. He's got the timing onto one.
And as well.
Here comes the gun engagement. Oh, he turns around at the worst time possible. A near 1v2 for Dave Patty. Not going to happen today. Nastie drops him. But as we said, Jay, it comes down to seconds. Comes down to seconds right there.
Yeah, Nastie just found the timing. He also had that SMG in hand. Gives him that better advantage in those close gunfights. Slides up the kill onto Dave Patty. Does not allow a Florida 2v4 to happen. As London gets some assistance right there from Major Maniac. Major Maniac, he had to make up for it, though, after that team kill by finding 2. Almost clutches up the round, but 2-2.
2-2 is where we sit. As we said, London off the early hardpoint victory. Trying to dig Florida a little bit deeper in this series. As we said, coming into this control, really a map that you've got to look out for. Very well could be the deciding factor of this series. London would love to be up 2-0 coming into that one. Florida a little bit longer to get this plant down, but it's another plant over at A and another retake position here from London. We'll see how they elect to do it. As I think a few team shots might have come in there for a moment. Paul X, eager as ever, jumps in toward bottom green. Gets some damage done. However, Dave Patty to fall as Dave Patty takes away 2, and now it is all on to Scrapz again in a position to clutch.
Scrapz out in the 1v2. Time is starting to tick. He knows that vehicle's going to be sitting towards back steps, but where is Dave Patty pinching from? Finds that first kill. Now it's all on Dave to just stay alive. Just going to fake hop the bomb. Pops up in that kill cam. But Dave Patty's in the best position possible to take him off of it. And Dave Patty makes the play happen. That was an ace right there for Mr. Patty. Gets the player on flank and then shuts down 2 players trying to attack from middle closed arch. What a round right there for Mr. Patty. To take it right there for Florida. Now up 3-2.
And that's got to feel great, right? I mean, you can obviously see it by based off of his camera, Jay. It looks absolutely thrilled. He just walked away.
He's smiling, man. Cheek to cheek.
A nice little smirk there from Mr. Paddington. Many nicknames that you can give to Mr. Dave Patty. Jay, what was yours that you said coming into this series? It was like, was it Krabby Patty? Was that what it was?
Oh, yeah, Krabby. Krabby Patty sometimes, you know, but he goes by a lot of different patties, you know, beef patty, turkey patty, yeah, whatever it is. Mr. Dave Patty is the best one. But back on the attack for London, as they get super aggressive up towards the street side. And for Florida, they take full control of A. So you already have one player who backs all the way up towards B, and Dave Patty finds the beams to at least find that first blood.
Krabby Patty, love to see that.
Oh, baby.
Getting off to a great start, finds the first blood, eventually drops. But here comes the Dolphin dive seam. Picture perfect work. Cuts the head off of Vico, and now that lane over toward the B site gets that much easier. However, you've got Havoc still lingering toward the top rope, and London clear things out nicely. It's a seam toward top maps, wipes him away. And take a picture, folks. It's a plant over at the B site. Not often do we see it. And with that being the case, Major Maniac left in somewhat uncharted territory. A 1v3. Got to make his way across the map, and he gets dropped. A great plan from beginning to end here for the London Royal Ravens.
That was just a blind counter right there, Lando. Because if you're Florida, you take control of A side. You're thinking, all right, most of the time, a squad is going to go towards A. So when you're aggressive towards A, these gunfights are going to happen pretty quickly. But London, they completely blind counter them, pushed up towards the street, and got aggressive through P1 side. Found that opening kill and then played it super patient. I would have hated if Paul X would have pushed through double doors and dropped to Havoc, and then Havoc somehow got out with his life. But he was just stalling time, forcing Havoc to hold down that position and allowed Asem to eventually make the play. Now 3-3. Can Florida find some more success on the attack? And there it is. First blood for Major.
And no time on the horse there for a seam. Look to go for a ride. And, well, that ride's going to have to be discontinued for now. Royal Ravens trying to pick up for the fallen comrade. As into this next round we go. Florida back on the attack. Yeah, I doubt we see back-to-back B hits. However, anything is possible when it comes down to MW2. But back to A we go. This has been the strategy so far for Florida. As long or as short of a time as it takes, let's just get that bomb down on A and make the Ravens have to retake us. And now, Jay, they're going to have to do it with a man down.
Yeah, but the Ravens are going to switch up strategy. Instead of hitting that flank to retake, they're all being aggressive through the site. So to get some information that Florida are all just going to back on up, play this one safe. His time is starting to tick. It all starts with taking off this player from the back 18. Unfortunately, they line up for Havoc. Now it's all left up to Scrapz in the 1v4. At least finds one, but that is another successful post plant for Florida Mutineers, holding down that A plant every single time they have gotten it down. And it's leading to success. 4-3 now for Florida.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of like Florida being like, all right, well, until you break us on this strategy, we're just going to continue to do it over and over and over again. Like it's nothing out of the ordinary by any means. It just continually puts themselves in more of a mathematically favored position. You get the bomb down on A. I imagine that the retake percentage is not incredibly high.
Especially with the first blood as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Ravens are feeling the negativities of that. Last time around, it was London with the blind counter. And this time, well, Florida continued to play aggressive at A. Countering that it's not going to be a crazy strat in back-to-back rounds. But it is a wrist that is shown here for Scrapz. He's got a bit of info.
Yeah, Scrapz spotted Vico, so they're able to get the information and get the first blood. So now if you are Florida, you still have one player in Major Maniac playing a nice little corner over towards stage. His aBeZy just trying to watch over him through open arch. A couple of shots are going to come in. Major Maniac at least takes down one, but now he is trapped. aBeZy has to try to assist him and at least get him out of this position.
You can see the crossfire being established. Scrapz wants to try to get that angle on the Major. He eventually does so. Meanwhile, the nade ends up dropping Paul X. Now down to the 2 versus 2. 35 seconds to work with. Scrapz looks to pop that dead silence. All 4 players looking for that bit of information. Now it's Havoc's turn to rock Diddy. 28 seconds to go. The bomb looked like for a moment it could be heading over toward that outside alley. Meanwhile, Havoc is on the prowl. He knows exactly, it seems like, where this bomb is being rotated to. Can he find the timing? Jumps on through. Scrapz quickly hops off the bomb because he just planted it. Havoc takes him down regardless. And now it's all on to Nastie. A bomb site to try and defend in 35 seconds to go.
SMG in hand. Gets the timing onto Havoc, but Havoc is going to be ready for it. At least finds that kill. Now it's a 1v1 versus aBeZy. He just hops it, Lando. He hops it.
He hops it. Nastie always playing for the dead silence. Patty the baddie. Oh, the fuse. And gives Florida the 5-3 advantage. I'll tell you what, Jay, it takes something special to decide to do that in the middle of a 1v1. aBeZy, nerves of steel.
Yeah, something very, very special. Is what aBeZy has to have right there to just instantly stick the defuse once his teammate drops. But I think right there, if you're London, you want that round back because once Nastie picks up the information of both players, pushes toward the street, follow Scrapz, I'll just get that bomb down immediately. But he just wasted enough time, eventually gets picked off. Now Florida find themselves at game point. A whole lot of aggression from both teams outside of arc. As Tax is just going to be flying, Nastie finds the first one this time around, though, onto Major.
I mean, why not, right? You're down, trying to do something a little bit different, pulling out the sniper. Nastie now sits on 3. That pick makes things a bit easier. But with Florida, as we said, it's been the same strat all game long. Go for that A plant this time. Without that man advantage, could it allow for one player to slip on through? Asim tries to cause a bit of havoc toward the outside.
Didn't see him.
It does not spot the player toward bottom cannons. He does not spot him there. Regardless, aBeZy gets found out. Asim watches his own teammate fall. As we've been looking through the eyes of him, it's really been his teammates who have yet to see a ton of success. But with that, Havoc now left all by his lonesome, a 1v3, 20 seconds still to work with. We'll see what he can do when it comes down to timing. He's got to play. For the player going for the defuse. Can he catch the shoulder? Can he catch the shoulder?
Oh.
Not going to happen. Havoc, a 1v3. We'll have to wait to see another day. London keep themselves alive.
Yeah, right there. I thought Havoc, maybe if he puts down a couple shots, or at least pre-nades towards that bomb, he's able to take him off of it, but it's going to be Asim right there to cover his teammate in Scrapz while he's defusing. Keep London alive in this search and destroy a little bit longer. That round falls into the hands of the first blood onto Nastie, taking down Major. When you're retaking over towards A in the man advantage, it makes your job a lot more easier. So now if you're London, how do you respond? We saw the aggression towards B Street. We know how Florida have been attacking towards A with their aggression, but they're probably not going to do that one again. So if I'm London, I'm trying to get this bomb down as fast as I possibly can. Force a 4v4 retake.
I think for London, as you said, they maybe should be playing a little more aggressive over at A. I think they are banking on Florida continuing to be very aggressive over at that A side, as they've done numerous times on their defenses. Over to kick off this round, Florida gonna allow for London to grab really all the map control that they want when it comes down to this A site. Not trying to give away anything. Very much so playing for that middle of the map pick. And that bomb is gonna go down for free.
Bomb's gonna go down.
Maybe.
It's definitely gonna go down. So now it all falls into Paul X. His 3 players are gonna be pushing towards the flank. Major finds that first blood. Now it all falls into the hands of Nastie. Dave Patty jumps his way in towards top bar, finds a second, but Nastie at least takes down 1. 3v2, and just like that, it's all done and dusted. Havoc finds the final 2 in Florida, showing why, regardless of roster change or not, this core 3 has been no team to mess with in Search and Destroy, as they are able to take map number 2. A couple pull-ups coming in and showing that they are hitting the gym.
Oh!
And unfortunately, Havoc does not like that. He said, nope, it's my turn, Vico. My pull-ups.
Listen, Vico. Got some age on you. It's my turn to hop inside of the gym. There's the defuse. And there is the W there for the Mutineers as they remain flawless on Fortress SD. I think Havoc may have lost a few hairs actually in pulling off that headset. You got to be careful, ladies and gentlemen. I guess that's what he gets, Jay, you know, for knifing his teammate. A little bit of karma being displayed on the broadcast. But no, Florida, they answer back. And I'll tell you what, man, it didn't really feel like it was anything out of the ordinary. I mean, they played Fortress about as standard as you like when it comes down to their attacks. And really in that final round, when they have to go for the retake, they're able to do it. But obviously the man of the hour, Dave Patty, coming through with a great performance, finishing off 8 and 4. We said, how is he going to be able to really kind of stand in the gap of a player like Brack, who had the highest KD of this entire team in Search Destroy? And well, Dave, what's up the best KD in the lobby?
Yeah, 2.0 to start off your Search and Destroy. Good way to start, especially when you got the cojones to hit that defuse the way that he did. Great plays from them to now tie this series up at 1-1. And as we take a look at our maps and most presented by GMC Hummer EV, that hotel control, that one's going to be a fun one, because usually this is a brand new squad of Florida, so all their other stats are out the window.
Yeah.
But when I'm looking at this for London, this is the map that they have played twice. They lost to LA Thieves and they beat Vegas Legion, and a majority of that all falls into the hands of Scrapz. Didn't have the best map number 1, but he is the guy that can take over in this control. I'm excited to see when we get back from break, Lando.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's going to be a blast when it comes down to the rest of this series. Both teams tied up at 1-1, and I think you called it coming into this series. The hotel control was the map that you circled coming into it, saying that this one will define this series. But folks, we are going to throw it to a quick little commercial break. When we come back after this, hotel control, make sure and stay with us.
with the Skunk, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Howdy, friends, and welcome back to the Major II Qualifiers. London Royal Ravens taking on the Florida Mutineers. Both of these teams trying their very best to dodge that loser's bracket when it comes down to the Boston Major coming up next weekend. Make sure, if you haven't already, get those tickets. I'm hearing that things are getting more dicey. Man, make sure you get your seats, Jay. But tell you what, buddy, this has been a very interesting series up to this point. Currently a 1-to-1 game, and you said coming into this, the hotel control was the map to look out for. Why is that?
The reason why is because if you're Florida, you have lost your last 3 hotel controls. I know it's a brand new team, but it just hasn't been good overall from the other core 3 on the squad. They have yet to win any defensive rounds, and they also have yet to win any attacking rounds. They're ranked overall 8th on the attacking rounds and then dead last in defense. We know on a map like Hotel where the attacking rounds are a lot better than the defensive end, but to be dead last on your defensive side, that's going to be a struggle. And with London on the opposite side, this is a map that they have been able to play twice now with this roster. Like I said, they lost one to LA Thieves in a 3-1, but then they were able to beat the Vegas Legion in a 3-1. The majority of that just comes down to their slaying. If you can slay with the best, you will be able to dominate in the respawns. And I'm definitely looking at Scrapz, who had a slow map #1, who dominated the last time he did play this map with almost double positive 10.
Yeah,
he was a guy who just took over in those crucial moments, so he has the ability to do so here as well.
And it's been a fun story, right, to watch Scrapz as we reset for this game #3, buddy. Like, it's been so interesting to watch his climb back to the CDL, right? We know that he played back in what was it, Cold War under the Legion side, and then when it came down to last season, takes a bit of a break. A lot of people were kind of confused, right? How is he going to play? Now being added back to the London Royal Ravens, now getting the starting opportunity. There's been controversy, there's been craziness, but so far, man, it feels like that series versus Legion, you can see the numbers, the way that things differed. He took over in that game, and it feels like it started to give the Ravens fans some life, seeing Scrapz put up numbers like that.
Oh yeah, that's what you want. When you get a player that was an all-time favorite in the European region, when he comes over to our NA side, he's always been able to make an impact as a player. Started off slow when he first entered the roster, but in that series versus Vegas, he was the player that we have known of old with that takeover ability. 1.9 in hardpoint, 1.8 in search and destroy, 1.5 in control. Look at the face on Mr. Matty Marshall. He's just ready. He's ready to go, Lando.
Looks like he's ready to just gun anybody on the side of Florida. I don't know if I'd want to see that in the lobby, Jay. I think I'd be scared if I saw that at the venue. I think I'd awkwardly just walk past him and not say a word.
You think he's got that Huke look?
Oh, he
that
could.
Huke LAG Major II look? That's what it's looking like.
It's possible, man. Hey, what? That is a scary sight. Nastie, meanwhile, I know we've talked about his look. Sometimes looks a little bit sad. Today, actually looks pretty happy. I mean, he doesn't look like ticked off or anything. He's like pretty good mood.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah,
like a young Nastie.
Yeah, he looks like he's in a good mood. I tell you what, man, it's London Royal Ravens team. As we said, the vibes have got to be pretty high. After the last victory that they had, as we said, for the London Royal Ravens, desperately trying to walk away with this W so that they sit in a better spot when it comes down to Major II. Make sure if you have not done so already, get your tickets for the Boston Major Tournament. Cannot wait to see you all there. Tell you what, the venue looks absolutely fantastic. Make sure to whip out that phone, pull up the QR code, and get those tickets, ladies and gentlemen. Jay, I can't wait. My first time in Boston, buddy.
I know. It's not my first time in Boston. I've been there at least once or twice before. Not good things. I went there for like a Knicks and a Boston game. The Knicks ended up losing by 40.
Okay.
But we're not talking about that. Right. This time we're going to Boston finally for some Call of Duty. I'm super excited to get to that venue. It looks sick. The graphics look sick. I know Boston are going to do a great job at that event. Just can't wait to be there, man. One more week of online qualifiers.
It's going to be great, man. It's going to be great. I'm excited to see at some point, maybe if we could have it at the Boston tournament, it'd be perfect. But to see that Boston versus New York rivalry and the CDL, see the way that it would go down. Because as we know, when it comes down to regular sports, I'm sure you're familiar with it. Obviously, being from New York, those Boston fans, they can get quite, get pretty loud. We saw it in New York, how they were able to do it last season. I'm curious if Boston can hold a little bit to what we saw New York do last season.
Yeah. Hopefully they do. But hopefully it goes New York's way, because I'm always anti-Boston, especially when we talk about like all the sports rivals. It's always New York versus Boston. Majority of the time, New York are the better team, especially in baseball. But overall, Boston's going to be a fun event. If we have that matchup with New York versus Boston, that one's going to be a banger, especially with the way that Boston have been playing as of recent.
That'd be killer. I cannot wait to see how that turns out. I tell you what, I'm kind of like back and forth, honestly. Like when it comes to New York, Boston, I like my boy Jason Tatum, and he's been balling out this season. You know, it is what it is. St. Louis native, regardless, buddy. When it comes down to this game, we got to refocus. You know, we're excited about Boston. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be an awesome time. Obviously, if you got your tickets, you can see both of these teams here. But as we said, man, I mean, both of these rosters, they're trying to stay out of the elimination side. They do not want to have one life when it comes down to that Boston major. London, as we said, coming into this right now, sit at 1-3. They lose this series. There is no question about it. They are going to be with a 1-4 record in the loser side. A victory here gives them a better chance. On the opposite side for Florida, you got 2 matches this week. I mean, an opportunity to try to turn things around with Dave Patty. Everything starts here, and it starts specifically in this control.
Yeah, it definitely starts specifically in these controls. You see the stats right there from Havoc overall in this series. 1.5. Young Cole Havoc, Mr. Greasy, is making it happen. But now into this hotel control. I just need to see more structure out of Florida. Like I said, dead last in defensive win percentage with their old squad. They've also yet to win an attacking round as well, but they're going to start off on defense, putting a lot of pressure over towards B as London. They're just going to send 3 players towards that side of the map and slow play towards A. Exactly how you want to start this off with early pressure over towards B point.
See how Florida looks to try to deal with it. As we said, to kick off the year, it was like, okay, pretty much hotel, defensive sided for the most part. Not the way anymore. As Dave Patty and Havoc quickly shut down that early B side attempt. A few of those spawns still coming in toward the bottom left side of your screen. We call that bedroom for good reasons. Why? Because it is a bedroom, believe it or not. But Vehicle going to cause a bit of problems toward the top side, able to eviscerate 1. Still quite a few London players around the premises as they've still got those close spawns. And really with the position that Major's holding, he's allowing for his SMGs to go out hunting, go out fighting. It seems at least able to take away 1, and there could be the opening there for the Ravens.
Yeah, now this is going to allow London to get over towards that B point. But do they read the last 2 players that they have yet to take down? As Major lines up the kill onto Paul X through the flank with that Semtex. But can Havoc shut down this pressure on towards B? The only player right now from Florida who can attack. Unfortunately loses that gunfight to Nastie. But he allows the rest of his squad to now set up that pinch. Major works his way all the way in through bottom lights. And there's only 15 seconds and London have nothing to show for it so far.
Not yet. Major still yet to die so far throughout this round. Can he remain flawless? Now at 4-0. All sunny skies over at that A zone. It is all about B. London with a few picks. Major still here. Eventually does get found out, and the clock will be paused. Really just 1 segment is at least what you're looking for here for the Ravens. A dive onto the point for a seed. Could be Paul X, who looks to save the day. Guarantees the segment, but boy, do you need more than that. As Paul is left between a rock and a hard place. Nastie drops as well, and it is all out slang for the Mutineers to close out round number 1. Granted, they do give away 1 single segment, but I'll tell you what, Jay, they were absolutely slaying them out when it came down to the engagements.
That was their first defensive round. That was just a perfect game plan, perfect setup right there from Florida to get Major Maniac all the way pushed up towards outside kitchen. Once he puts him up in that position, then you force all of the Ravens to spawn out towards back plat, and you're forcing them to just consistently try to push on through B as they were ready for the push every single time. That's the first defensive round win right there for the Florida Mutineers on hotel control, as now they go on the attack. Can they have as easy of a job as they just had on that defensive end?
See if that's the case. Really, all that's going to fall on the shoulders of a seed. 2 line up, but he's not able to find either. Quick bit of damage, but that's all he's going to be awarded with. And that is in some ways, Jared, I feel like the positive if you are the team who starts off on defense, right? Round number 2, you're on the attack. You get to see how the other team does things. And they're aware, right? Hey, London Royal Ravens, they only get 1 tick. Let's just make sure that we hold the advantage regardless. Let's go for A, get those guaranteed segments. And right now, they have basically been uncontested so far at A. An extra minute added on to the clock and not many lives lost. In fact, they've yet to die.
Yeah, this is just very, very simple gameplay right now for Florida. You already have a player that's pushed out towards back spot and Havoc. So now those last couple of players are going to spawn over towards Jules, but 2 players remaining from Florida. They drop towards the middle of the map. Now they're spawning all the way at kitchen. Now, if you are London, you have to stun out, check your corners, find the trades on the last 2 players that you have yet to locate. As they find 1. But now it's all on to Havoc. What can he do?
And for London, it's like, okay, listen, I haven't seen Havoc all round. Where is this guy at? Hiding in the backside of your base. Continuing to be a thorn in your side, hitting shots from range, tags up Vasim as he walks away with his tail between his legs. The early bit of progress now made on that B zone as Havoc has bought his teammates a little bit of a better opportunity to make their way in through bedroom. However, he falls, and thankfully London are able to pick up the pieces from there. But an early and successful start at that A zone, still plenty of time to work with. And Major Maniac, I can tell you what, buddy, I think that's like his 15th dolphin dive so far of the game.
Yeah, he's just sneaking on through, man. He jumped his way out of top bedroom, now he sits towards bottom lights with multiple players from the Ravens surrounding him. As they are just maintaining bedroom control, they're forcing all of Florida to hit that overextension. You have Nastie, who's watching the push through spa. He does get a couple sound cues, knowing that the player is going to be there, but loses the gunfight. So now the pinch is going to be on. Can Major Maniac at least relieve some of the pressure by taking one player down towards his bedroom position?
See if he's able to do it. The rest of the members of Florida who have made their way through the back eventually start to hop on in. Havoc, he loses his fight. Eagles at least able to go for the trade. Cannot find the second. Paul X escapes to the couches. He'll lay his head for now. And now with the time starting to become a factor, somebody's got to make a move. Vico eventually does drop him. Big plays coming in from the Røkkr. And now tagged up. Nastie knows his position, but it's great coordination once more. There for Florida, it feels like everybody is watching out for one another. One more player left to find. And right now that's going to be Scrapz hanging out toward top bed. Scrapz buys a bit of time, and there you go. A quick 3-for-1 trade as Dave able to take down 2 before he falls. 10 seconds left. Florida, they've got to run.
Yeah, and if you're Florida, you have to just cut. Don't challenge any gunfights and just try to get onto that point to at least stop the clock. But the Ravens with a beautiful defensive setup with 3 players consistently pushed out towards bedroom. Make sure they kept the trades efficient. Scrapz finds one when he was the only player on that side. He allows his teammates to eventually come off spawn and get back into the attack. He finds 3 kills, and then the last play up was Dave Patty towards top bed. Even though he does take down 2, just not that many bodies from Florida towards bedroom as they spawn all the way out towards kitchen, and London holds strong on the defensive end. 1-1. But keep in mind, those ticks are still in favor of Florida, up by 2.
Yeah, if you're the Mutineers, you're like, you know what? Granted, did we not get a whole lot of things done at the B zone? Yes, but at least we're up coming into this next round. You did see though that quick little break. Seem marking out quite a few orders. It would seem pretty standard for the Ravens just to make the safe play, go over toward that A zone, but they're going hot and heavy over toward B again. A big investment. We'll see if it does pay off for them. Try to administer a bit of aggression. One player that's going to be out of the fight is Major Maniac, so you're permanently going to have numbers if you're Ravens. All that comes down to is just if you can win your fights, if you can trade effectively. It's here they come. The Dolphin dives are out, Jay.
Yeah, we just have to take down Dave Patty. That's the only reason why they have yet to be able to push out towards bedroom, because of the positioning of Mr. Dave. But once you take him down, now it's your time to pounce on towards B. First tick is about to come in as the 3-stack is already going to be here, but look at the player that's going on the flank. It's going to be Havoc. Works his way all the way towards top plat. Now finds himself towards the top. He eventually does get sniffed out though, and the second tick is already going to be here. London have done great job to close out this B point, extend time by a minute. Now the sole focus is just taking control of kitchen. That's the way you're going to be able to get a wrap back, trade these kills out towards kitchen, and have one player eventually work towards the pinch, which is going to be Scrapz.
Vasim once more trying to lead the way. He's got that dead silence. Rock Dave Patty able to drop him. Trade still though that favor the Ravens at least for the moment. A quick 2v2, now a 1v1 inside of the point, but again it's that A zone. We know that it does favor the offensive side. They're gonna have more bodies onto this point faster as Scrapz now at 8 and 7 on a 4 spree, beginning to heat things up. Finds himself in a big cutoff position. And really on the opposite side, Major Maniac's trying to do the exact same thing, but in reverse. Major gets sniffed on out, and here come the Ravens. All 4 members still alive and firing.
Yeah, this is where you get the stack going if you are London. You read the play that's going on towards the flank. Vigo at least finds one through mid connector. But you cannot allow these one-on-one gunfights to happen. You already put yourself in the advantage, but now you allow Florida to get back into the play, but it doesn't even matter. Paul X finds 2. Nastie with the 3rd. The stack is going to be in, and this is going to be London's round.
It's going to be London's round. Havoc not able to jump in time. And I don't know about you, Jay. It's always difficult, right? Because we don't have access. We don't know exactly what the team comms were like in that moment. But it just felt like Asim was barking out orders coming into that last round. Just it felt like he was the one who was coordinating. Hey, you know what? Let's not try to play standard. Let's not just try to go over toward A. Let's be aggressive, play to our strengths, hit out B. They do that. They see the success from there. And it just felt like maybe the Royal Ravens, the other three, just needed a kick in the behind just to say, you know what? I don't care if we, just lost that last round or didn't play as well as we wanted. Let's get back. Let's do our thing. And they do that, and now they find themselves up 2-1, 1 round away from calling game here in the swing mode.
We saw the way that they were able to set up on that defensive hold towards B. That's why I see a lot of aggression already from Florida, trying to get this one out of the way. As Vehicle pushes up towards double deaths, he's able to find 2. The stack is already going to be in. One player is going to be aBeZy on the flank. 2 HP left. He's able to stay alive, and now it's going to cause some problems on the Florida players that are currently towards that point.
Nastie, he's still here, man. He's still here. Florida, he eventually does get found out. I thought, no, he's still alive. How in the world is Nastie still alive? 6 HP, and now it's going to force the Florida Mutineers to quickly rotate over toward that A zone. Nastie with an opportunity to make a play happen. Nastie, who is still staying alive despite being on slivers of HP.
Oh, he's moving.
Once again, causing issues. Now on 5 in a row. 1 away from the streak. Well, the Mutineers have found those 2 early segments. As long as Nastie is alive, it's going to be difficult to find any much more than that. But Jay, the pace is absolutely turning up right now from London.
Yeah, London, they're not slowing down their aggression as their SMGs are starting to get locked in. 25 seconds. Florida have to make a decision on what point they want to attack. You still have one player in aBeZy who's cutting off towards A. Everyone else is trying to wrap back towards kitchen because you have to get that one done and dusted. You have to extend time by a minute. Vehicle finds that first kill onto Scrapz. Now it's all going to fall into the hands of aBeZy. What can he do?
Nastie snaking his heart out. How long can he stay alive inside of the restaurant? Where's the second player? Can he find 3? That's going to be the question. Waiting for a few teammates off spawn. He eventually does get found out, but 2 and some change still left alive as Florida desperately hold on to this objective with all that they've got. Paul is able to poke away for 1. The rest of the Ravens players begin to diverge into the point. Meanwhile, Nastie now on the flank. Are they going to be aware of where he sits? 2 players strong. Major gets found out. Vehicle still up. Vehicle still alive. The SMG duo for Florida have just clutched out that point. And now with a minute on the clock, have 1 segment still to go, as that is all that separates us between a game ending and a round 5.
Now, if you are London, you just have to stay aggressive in towards bedroom. Play your corners, play for your kills, keep the trades efficient. Because Florida, they're going to put pressure on through middle couches. They're slowly trying to put pressure on through bedroom. It all starts with this first gunfight. Whoever's able to win it, Daypad and Major, they're able to find 2. Now, if you are London, you're panicking because the stack is going to be in.
Stack is here and instantly Florida. Yeah, they've got everybody here. How about the plays out of the Mutineers, Jay? They basically turned control into search and destroy. London, they had the position locked down, but Florida, cool, calm, and coordinated. Everybody jumps into the point. I don't even know if they lost a single player when it came down to that ending engagement. Great work from the Mutineers to clutch out that attack and now send us to a round 5. Goodness
I know,
sake.
They only had 2 seconds left before they completed A. Like, London, they were putting on a lot of pressure. They were up in lives. They said, if we get them off this point, the game is going to be done right here. But then when Florida were able to clutch that one up, London only had 2 players towards bedroom. The first 2 kills go to Florida. And then at that point, once you eliminate a player from spa, you eliminate a player from middle, everyone is going to be ironed up, pre-aiming towards the final 2 cuts. As they're able to force a round number 5. London on the attack. So far, they've had success at B. That's the way they want to start off this round. And first Holy Blood going to aBeZy, but already Dolphin diving out of top bedroom. It's all going to be on Dave Patty with the pressure on him.
Scrapz just screams as he flies in toward the couches. And Dave trying to get acclimated, trying to get comfortable. Great work. Cuts down Maddie Marshall. And with that, it's a bit of a stagnant push here for the Ravens. They've also lost their 1 player who was hanging out over at A and aBeZy, and they continue to get dropped. So Ravens have got to be careful. Make sure they don't get out of the conversation for map control too early. And Vehicle could begin to stack a few up. He's at least able to take down 1. So little by little, the Ravens trying to take back this map control. They've got bodies on really both sides of the map now.
Yeah, they know that Dave Patty's still in this position towards top desk. You have a couple players from Florida watching that mid cross. Dave Patty, it's your time to strike. At least able to take down 1. Now the pitch is going to be last one. Dave Patty needs no assistance. He finds himself on a 5 spree, and time is starting to tick. At least if you're London, though, you get those close spawns over towards kitchen. You're able to stop that clock. And now the first segment is all going to really be done at A. You just want to try to slay right now if you are London. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Nastie finds that first kill. Now he's super aggressive, trying to block those spa spawns.
Oh, Paul! A 2-for-1 special inside of the kitchen. Great work coming in from him. And with that, he'll actually be the one to lock down the remaining time at A. He sends the rest of his teammates forward. And while 2 out of the 3 of them fall, the last one that remains is going to be Nastie. You saw for the Ravens, they wanted to get aggressive, and it does not work out for them there. So the first push does eventually get thwarted, but still a minute 20 on the clock. Lives technically down by 3 if you are London, but as we know, when it comes down to this B zone, without question, opportunities to be able to chip away at this defensive setup, but all of it starts typically with that bedroom control, Jay.
Yeah, that's how you see the way that London are trying to play this. They're just trying to open up with that first kill so Nastie can strike on the pinch. As this one player in Daypatty who was playing for him. But there's still a lot of Florida players pushed out towards bedroom. You also have mid-map control. Nastie at least gets the spot onto Daypatty. Unfortunately, can't line up the shots and miss the Patty. Turns and burns onto Nastie while he's hitting a couple jump shots. But at least aSim's here to fill his gap. Now you have to know that all the rest of the players from Florida already puts it towards bedroom. These kills are going to be big.
Most players tend to be hesitant in a moment like that. And aSim says, yep, okay, don't see anybody. I'm jumping right on this objective. Hopping right on it. 3 fall. Ravens. Panic begins to set in. Could it be Paul X to be the savior? To be the superhero here in this game 3? He eventually gets dropped as well. Far spawns here for London. Jay, they've got a lot of work to do and a lot of ground to cover.
Yeah, they have to get there, and they have to get there pretty damn quick. You have one player who's working to flank in Scrapz. Do they read this player on the pinch? You want to be able to time these kills. If you are Scrappy, at least finds the first. Now the trade at least comes in from Vico, but pressure's going to be on it. They're able to stop that clock.
We're able to stop it. That's the most important part of this game right now. Stop the time. Get one body at least on this objective. Havoc here to cause a bit of problems. Able to wipe away one. The other player from top bedroom, and Vico was able to silence another, and Florida are able to come out on top. We're down 2-1, made a heroic effort there in round number 4 just to get us to this point. And they just narrowly are able to sneak it away in a round 5. All 3 of these games, at least these respawns, have been incredibly tight, incredibly close. But this time it's Florida who comes out on top and now finds themselves up 2-1 in this series.
Oh, man, and before Florida even got into this map, they had a 0% win rate on the defensive end with their old squad. But already the addition of Daypatty holding down double desk, picking up clutch kill after clutch kill. They're able to take 2 defensive rounds on the hotel control and eventually close it out 3-2. That was just great work from them, especially Vico at the very end. Once that kill happens from Scrapz towards the back side of Spa, he finds that first kill. Vico's there immediately for the trade. And then Vico also finds another 2 players from top bedroom and is able to relieve that pressure from the Ravens on towards B. SMGs just made plays. They played a little bit ratty in the position that they needed to. And Florida were able to clutch up on the control. Now the only thing is, can they win a hard point and potentially close this one out? Even if they don't, they still put themselves in a great advantage to at least force that game 5 search and destroy. But this has been one of the best search and destroy teams that we've had all season.
Yeah, it just makes you wonder, man. Like, it really does. Like, if you're the Florida Mutineers, imagine if just a few more of those hard points go their way. Where would they be sitting right now in the standings? You know, at times throughout Major 1, they saw quite a bit of success in control. As you've called it, right? We know how talented this team is in search and destroy. But we will never be able to call Florida a contender or a top team in the game until they can start to win a few of these HPs. I mean, yeah, it's a great moment, but I think you and I still have our question marks, even after a solid performance, a major clutching moment like that. It's awesome for the Mutineers, but until they show us that in HP, I mean, it still feels like this series absolutely has the potential to see 5 games.
Oh, without question. Because if you are Florida, like you said, they have been struggling in hardpoint, at least with their old roster. And that map number 1,
that's true.
They were 2 points away from closing out that hard point. They just couldn't find a trade onto aSim, and then did not have a majority of the better spawns into the later half of that game. But now going into the hotel hardpoint, this is a big one because the new London squad has yet to play this with this new 4. And the same thing with this squad for Florida. Obviously, this being their first match, they have yet to play this one. So if I am London, the way you want to do is you simply out-rotate. You're going to set yourself up for some success. And the majority of that is going to fall into the slang. The way that we saw Nastie was able to put on a performance at 27 and 22 in map number 1. When you control the spawns, you make the game a lot easier for yourself. And then on the opposite side for Florida, all momentum is heavily in your side. You take the last 2 maps. You want to come in hot with your new player in Dave Patty. He's been making clutch plays in the search to destroy, a couple clutch plays in that control. Can he have some clutch plays in his hard points, potentially close this out 3-1 for Florida and keep their winners bracket dreams alive at Major 2?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, as we said for the Mutineers, right? They have 2 matches this week. Still an opportunity to have a positive record. I mean, you know, to say what we've said about their hard point, the way that they've struggled in that mode, the fact that they absolutely still have the chance to be able to go 3-2 says a lot without question in terms of what they've been able to do with Search Destroy, what they've been able to do in control as well. Big opportunity here for the Mutineers, as we'll see. They've got cooked up here for us next. But one thing too, I mean, just give me kind of like an overall, I don't know, I guess just an example so far of what you've seen from Dave Patty, your analysis of how you feel like he's been able to fill the role so far of Brack, and maybe what you expect him to do in this next game for Hotel.
Oh, well, Dave Patty, at least based off of map number 1, he would just find himself not really as the slower AR as Major Maniac, who was hitting those routes, putting himself in better position to at least rotate nice and early. So Dave Patty's been a little bit more aggressive, at least in the hard points. Basically what Brack was trying to do for the squad, just trying to find the trades, get on the same page as your SMGs. And then in the search and destroy, it's just going to click right on in. When Florida, one of the best search and destroy teams in the game, I know you lose your best guy statistically with a 1.3 in Brack, but it's easy to put Dave Patty into the system because he's a great player in search and destroy as well. We saw it all throughout last season, and as he dropped a 2.0 in that search and destroy. And then even in the control, they have yet to win any defensive rounds because they couldn't hold down their key positions and win their gunfights. We saw Dave Patty at double deaths a majority of their defensive rounds, just staying alive, playing his life, sitting down behind God Heglich, and just forcing the opponents to try to overextend and make it a little bit more difficult for them to try to take him down. So Dave Patty makes the place in the control. I would just like to see him a little bit more slay heavy into this hard point, because on a map like Hotel, you're favored on the majority of these hills. We know how impactful that P3 and that P4 can be if you were reading the spawns correctly.
Oh, Mr. Paddington has had a solid series so far. The opening hard point, maybe not amazing, but we'll see if he can have an all-star performance, give Florida the W here in this game number 4. All they need is one more map to close out this series. London Royal Ravens fighting for at least a map number 5. The battle for Hotel oftentimes is going to be in the middle right side of your screen. Both teams trying to fight for those spawns when it comes down to P2. Mutineers starting things off with that spawn in there, really still in their favor, and right now they've got it nonetheless. Battles continue to brew over at P1, and maybe an unfortunate day for Vehicle. He eventually falls. The Major Maniac comes away with the clutch too. Looked like for a moment, Jay, Ravens may have done just enough to get lobby toward themselves. The Major says no.
But still the pinch here. Still a couple players from the Ravens pushing from Spa, pushing from Chandelier's side. As the first kill comes in from Nastie. Now all of Florida are going to spawn out towards Shandy's. They're winning a majority of these gunfights, but Nastie, he finds the breakthrough spot, able to find 3 kills, maintain the spawns towards the back for London. And this is like shooting yourself right here in the foot if you are Florida. You win a couple of those gunfights, but you do not have the back spawns, and so far, no time to show for it.
Yeah, I mean, that is, like you said, incredibly annoying if you're the Mutineers, right? You basically say, okay, you know what? We can't get P1. We still can't get P1. Let's at least focus for next. The spawns are in our favor, and then, well, for the Ravens, they've done picture-perfect work on the opposite side. They break exactly when they need to, only handing over 5 seconds the opposite direction. And Scrapz feels like a man on a mission right now. A tank indeed, taking players down on either side of the map, whether close range or even in those faraway fights. It feels like you gotta favor them right now on a 4 spree as we head in toward Kitchen. London, they've got the numbers here.
Yeah, London, they win the rotation, but do they know the positioning of Vehicle? He's slowly trying to work his way in towards back kitchen. He's going to be the only player here. So he gives up his positioning. He doesn't even wait for his teammates to get into the play. And that is a rookie mistake right there. When you're the only player on the back end, you want to wait for your teammates to get close enough to at least set up a pinch and potentially spawn them all the way across the map. But now it allows London to at least hold strong for a little bit longer. A couple gunfights do go in favor of Florida through the middle. So now pressure's going to be from every single angle.
Oh, and Scrapz continues to heat on up. Now it's 6 in a row, and it's perfect work from the Ravens elsewhere, locking down the angles and silencing the Mutineers as they have played pretty much perfect HP throughout our first 3, reaching that century mark. And now for the Mutineers, Jay, another frustrating moment, right? Another frustrating moment where it's like, hey, we lost another rotation. We allowed for another crucial lockdown. And now we've got to try to set up shop over at the bar. We'll see how they elect to do it here as the team looks to lead the way from the Ravens, cause some chaos up front.
Oh, this team just sneaks his way on through, but at least they read the player who's spawning out towards bedroom. So it looked like a great rotation from Florida. Gets instantly broken from the Ravens, not allowing any time to go in favor of the Mutineers, keeping their lead up by 100. Right there, the glass is just way too strong for the trophy system. So it bounced back and hit Scrapz right in the face. But still, trades going back and forth. Major is at least able to find 2. Havoc cannot win the gunfight onto Nastie. As Nastie's trying to go for the 4, give him all 4. London find the break.
Iron Plumridge, good God. Excellent work there for Nastie as he breaks that hard point. The Ravens tell him to go, and he absolutely does. Green light and then some there for Nastie as Florida just trying to pick up the pieces, trying to pick up this game plan off the ground as it is into bits. Finally, are going to reach over 30 seconds. Meanwhile, taking a look and realizing they are down by 100 and then some. Now toward the restaurant we go. I mean, I guess, Jay, to kind of play devil's advocate, I mean, we talk about it so often in MW2, you just got to chain a few hard points in a row and you're going to be in a good spot. But the Royal Ravens have just looked so good up to this point. It feels like every time Florida goes for an engagement, they're 1 man, 2 men down. Pico, an opportunity for 2 as he gets dropped. And Florida, well, they jump in.
Florida jump in, but London is still have a nice, comfortable lead. Let's step aside. Let's go into a listening with the Ravens.
Take your time. Yo, we're up by a lot. He's on top. Nice, good job. Nice one close. Hot bedroom. Got dead. Nice, I'm flying in. Good spawn middle. We're blocking it. Last guy time, Mike. Nobody bought mid. I'm blocking it. Last guy time, Mike. No, he's in the close couches. Beat on now. Beat on looking at their side. He spawned out. Yes, I know. 2 spawned out. Keep snaking, brother. Keep snaking. Stack. I'm blocking middle. They're gonna spawn out. We get kills. We can kill. He's spawning out front. One told. Where am I getting shot from? One middle, please. Nice. I'm holding out. Holy kitchen. I'm in the back. I have your deck. Kitchen side door. I heard you. I have deck. You got kitchen on me. I have below you. Kitchen, white weak. Try to stay alive. I can't kitchen. I need a side door. You're good. Both are back door. No, one back door. I'm playing the back. High pull. Wait. Front. Nice, good job. I have your front. Turn around. One in the back dead. Nice, one more. Bottom bed. Nice. Deck. Last kid. Side door now. They're spawning out. Side door. Yeah, they're spawning out under you. We'll hold that off angle. I spawned out.
Oh, I love to hear a listed like that for the Royal Ravens. Every time somebody dies, they're calling out dead. They're getting hype. Hearing what you need to out of the Ravens, but let's throw it to the other side of the stage. Down in a big way. Let's go to Liston now with the Mutineers.
There's spawning P4.
What's you? One's couch from couches.
Yeah. I heard you.
Hey, my two couches. Get
one could be dub as well.
Dead.
Couches dead.
Yeah, I'm playing.
Last guy could be on the right.
Yeah,
I'm trying to look over you. I have your bed pinch. I have all your bed pinch.
I got my single.
I'm trying to look over couches. From the right. I have all doubles, bro. Yeah, I'm trying to get couch. I have all satellite.
He's shooting me from single Pollux.
Pinch Lilies. Top cat.
He's Lilies right, Heady. Don't be asking time.
Top cat, Nasty.
I'm gonna pinch.
I'll tell you where I'll spawn. I'm a flank single.
One shot in kitchen. AC. He's just holding kitchen.
One shot single.
He's in single. I don't know the guy this time.
It might be him, to be honest.
One's kitchen.
Single and D2.
Long dusk dead.
One's on new. Nasty's on D.
Single challenge.
Single.
That's not
nice.
I'm looking down.
This one kitchen.
I know.
I can wrap right. Yeah, I'm wrapping right. Looking over you, dub.
Come right with me, guys. I'm gonna pop Betty. I can bait for AR.
Yeah, I'm going top.
I'm just gonna hold
shoulder for me if you can.
I don't see shit right now.
One's like Lily's, right? Go for behind. D2. One got it dead. We have free lobby desk.
Nice. Nothing lobby that.
Ready.
Okay, satellite.
I'll see him.
One diner. Lobby desk and satellite door.
Satellite desk, lobby desk.
I've broken, yes.
He's challenging. Close right, Mike.
Nice, one single. Watch your P4, watch your P4. I'm gonna have it in a second. I'm gonna have it in a second. I got it.
I'm Sadie.
I have the broken cross. Look at my
Single desk.
I'm Sadie. One Sadie, I think.
I have the Sadie cross. I have the Sadie cross.
I'm good.
I have the broken cross.
Sadie door.
Sadie door came in. I'm finessing the pillar.
Push it right.
Yeah, I am.
I'm gonna go lobby desk. I wanna watch. They're
could've
gonna
spawned
probably
in the
hit
back,
ult. One's D1 right now.
He's holding R5.
They're rotating, guys. I think they're rotating.
We win this shit.
I'm leaving.
One break, we win this shit.
I say we still go left.
Yo, come wide. I can jump. Yeah.
Well, he was on the
bumped me
Petty.
off
He was on
time.
the
Are you
Petty.
ready?
Yeah.
And that is a beautiful listening right there from the Florida Mutineers, especially the communication from Dave Patty, the reassurance on what everyone needs to watch, what's going to be open, and what he has cut allows them to get right back into this game with a great P2 break right off the rip, led by a full 60 hold to now only be down by 40 points. Now they just have to execute a break on towards Kitchen, where last time around they didn't find any success.
We heard him say it. They said they just needed one break, and that absolutely could not come at a better time. The Mutineers trying to establish something. Dave Patty, the one man who could sit toward the back, could be the one to break this one open. Dave Patty trying to make the plays, waiting for an opening. Scrapz, meanwhile, no contention, no problems in terms of the front line. The C, meanwhile, is able to wipe away one. Vikal and Dave able to do a bit of damage. Florida, they're trying to jump in. Desperate plays. Call for desperate measures. Scrapz versus Dave, trying to go for the contest, but it's Scrapz who's able to take it. And with that, Florida, it looks like this game has gone taken out from underneath them, and London answer back here in the HP. Needed an answer, and they have got it. And the hardpoint nightmare continues for the Mutineers. You can mark it up. We've reached double digits. 10 losses in a row in hardpoint, Jay.
And now that puts them at 4-20 overall in this mode. That's not good. And you could just tell right there that London were going to walk away with this game pretty early into this one, because they were winning a majority of their gunfights. And when you're winning your gunfights, that means you're winning a majority of these rotations. Florida, they rotated early towards P2, got instantly broken. They could not find any success on breaking towards Kitchen. That was a full 120 hold from Ravens on both sides. I just think the Ravens had such a good start to this hard point. Basically, like you said, playing perfect hard point to start them off. 2 minutes and 47 seconds from Scrapz. He only has to drop 14 and 11. Just soaking up all that hill time while the rest of his teammates are just pushing out cut after cut, winning rotation after rotation. When you give yourself that much of a lead, Florida, they try to fight back towards the very end of the game, but London, they always were a step ahead. When you win rotation, you make the gunfights easier, you make the holds easier, as they take map number 4. Now we're going into a game number 5 where, honestly, like, when we talk about this Florida roster, making this roster change, they wanted to win respawns. But even with their old team, they were able to still take a couple controls here and there. And now they find themselves in another situation where they have to win a series 2, 3, 5. I know this is a brand new team, but you picked up Dave Patty to show improvement in hardpoint. You haven't seen it yet. It's basically the same team.
Yeah, it's definitely a frustrating moment for the Florida Mutineers. It's also in some ways maybe a frustrating moment if you're the Royal Ravens, having to really face off against this team and go to a game 5. Yeah. Regardless, both of these rosters have got to focus up. As we said, when it comes down to both these teams, they are eager to try and walk away with as many victories as possible to try and avoid an elimination bracket at Major number 2. Folks, make sure and stay with us, because when we come back after the break, we've got ourselves an aBeZy search and destroy, and it is set to be a wonderful way to close out our first series of the day. Make sure and stay with us.
Need more Call of Duty League? Sign up for the official CDL newsletter. Get updates, special offers, and premium content delivered directly to your inbox all season long. Scan the QR code to sign up now. You'll also be entered to win a pair of 4-day general admission passes to Major II in Boston.
Howdy, friends, and welcome back to the first series of the day. London Royal Ravens taking on the Florida Mutineers as we enter into Game 5 territory. Embassy Search and Destroy is where we find ourselves next. And Jay, it's an interesting one, right? Because I don't think either of these teams have yet to see a W on this very map and mode yet.
Yeah, 0-3 for Florida, but obviously this is a new squad. With their old squad, they just simply could not find any success with anything to do with the bomb. Retake situations, 22% win rate. Even when they get the bomb down, only 37% win rate. So if you are Florida this time around, at least based off what we saw at map number 2, when you get that bomb down in 4v4 situations, you should set yourself up for a little bit of a success. And then on the opposite side for London, they've only had the opportunity to play this map once, and they fell 6-4 to Toronto Ultra with a round that didn't go in their favor. It was a 1v3 and a 2v4. So I think if you are London going into this map, you're a little bit more confident going up against Florida, who have been great at search and destroy, but just not specifically on this map. But it's going to be London on the attacking first.
Yeah, and as you said, that one time we saw London Royal Ravens play at the scene was the guy. Dropped 17 kills for the loss. So you're definitely hoping to have more of a team effort. It comes down to the Royal Ravens, as you said. Also going to clutch out those rounds. They allowed for Toronto to drop them multiple man advantage situations. Into round 1 we go. Ravens, they toss their pre-nades as we've learned to, here we go, find pretty accurate here on Embassy, but the diving is out in the seam. I think does not spot Havoc toward the bottom. And how about the cover fire out of Havoc and Vico? Great work to walk away with the early 2. And thankfully for the Ravens, Scrapz is at least able to drop 1. Trying to make things a little bit easier as now we enter into 30 seconds left.
And now it's a 2v3 in London. It's looking like the bomb is going to commit over towards A. And does Vico read this push? You also have the crossfire set up for Major Maniac. Doesn't line up the gunfight and eventually costs his teammate his life. So now in the 2v2, it's only 20 seconds left. Sniper, put the bullet in. Put the goddamn bullet in. Let him shoot. But they're going to get super aggressive towards A. What can Major do? Absolutely nothing. 2v1, all left up to Dave Patty.
I've got nothing but respect for Major Maniac, but I just feels like with the pistol out, you know they're coming toward you. Misses those shots, and now it puts David Paddington into a 1v2. Does he have what it takes? Careful as ever. Dead silence is popped. However, it's beginning to run on out. Has to find the first just to make things a little bit easier. Does he spot the one toward the parking lot? Yes, he does. How about the movement, by the way? Out of Dave Patty. Great work, but does not equal out to anything. The London Royal Ravens start things off with a lovely little, was that a 2v4, Jay?
Yeah, that's a 2v4 right there. You want that one back right there if you are Florida. Because the setup that they had is Major Maniac. He has to hit that snipe unless Vico... If he doesn't, Vico's going to die. And that's exactly what happened. They knew at that point he has a sniper pistol in hand. Let's just be super aggressive on him. He's not going to be able to snipe us. They catch him with this pistol out, get the bomb down, and the Ravens are able to clutch up the 2v4 to start this one off. They said already showing adjustments as Scrap finds 3 on the round.
Goodness sake. I mean, I'll tell you what, man, the only recollection that I really have of Florida playing Embassy Search Destroy was, I think, of their first match versus OpTic. Boom! Great snipe there from Nastie. I was gonna say the whole story of that Search Destroy was Florida finding first picks in round 1. It is shades of the same. Early first bloods not leading to success, but this time around the Ravens answer with 2 of their own. Great work to start things off on their opening defense.
And now the bomb is gonna be down over towards Milk Truck. So can Florida clutch up in a 2v4, the same exact thing that London did in round number 1. London are not giving up anything for free. Just getting a couple shots in, backing down. You know he's one shot. Let's go for the chow. Now it's all left up to Dave Patty. Once again, another clutch in a 1v4 this time around, though.
Hey, you know, at least finds one. There is that. 30 seconds to work with. Yeah, the problem is the fact that bomb's in the middle of nowhere. You know, 20 seconds on the clock. Dave Patty, not going to happen. Respect. But in clutch situations like that, it's never going to be easy. A 1v2 last round, a 1v4 here. It is great work again for the London Royal Ravens, already up 2-0.
They're just reading the plays beautifully. Nastie was holding down that back alley street side, waiting for Major Maniac to slowly peek. They take him down, and then eventually they catch the second player towards the middle of the map, turn it into a 4v2 with Bomb being down towards Milk. Havoc just gets sniffed out, and Dave Patty in the 1v4. London, flawless S&D round right there to now go up 2-0. And this time they have trophy systems to work with, so we can get a little bit more aggressive towards B, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
That's exactly right. Trophies are out, making that cross a little bit easier. Scrapz, meanwhile, sits on 4-0. We talk about flawless S&D, flawless gameplay. Here from the new addition and Maddie Marshall. Major Maniac, meanwhile, with the sniper. There's got to be somewhat of a push being made over at this B site. The teammates have given over that info, and basically it is a push toward the top side of the map. The C, meanwhile, finds Major so they can back up, and they know exactly where the attack is coming from. Dave toward the top. Scrapz is weak, but he's not dead just yet. Cannot close out that victory. Dave, serious, comes away with 3. He says, you know what? When I finally got teammates on the map, we can clutch out these rounds. And they do exactly that. A hat trick there for Dave, and Florida finally put one up.
Yeah, London right there. Just made a couple mishaps happen. No one was watching middle planners. They allowed Dave Patty to push right up the middle of the map, take that player off Bomb, get the second guy one shot, go for the challenge, and then he turns and burns onto the player in towards orange. Great plays from Mr. Paddington to find 3 on the round. Successful retake over towards that B side as Florida finally get one on the board.
And that is definitely the face, by the way, for those who are curious. Dave Patty, bottom right of your screen. That's the face that he made after he clutched that out. Just cool, calm, collected, Jay. Little smirk there at a Patty. Great round. And welcome back, by the way, brother.
Oh, wait! What's the trophy doing?
Welcome back, indeed. The trophy gets tossed out, and nothing. Nothing at all, Jay.
Oh, that's tough. That's tough if you are Dave Patty. Now you have to work towards this bomb plant in a 3v4 situation. Able to back down Pollux with a couple shots. Bomb is successfully able to get planted. So now the retake has to come in. Look at the positioning right now of Havoc. He's trying to time this flank with this dead silence. He hears the sound cue of a player pushing up towards street. He pounces, finds that kill onto Nastie as Vico finds the second. Now it's a 2v3. Left up to aBeZy and Scrapz.
So they try to defend this Vico over the top. Looking for information, trying to give it over to the teammates. Finds Scrapz at the same time his teammate cuts down the other. Great work again for the Florida Mutineers, bringing this one back, man. Down 2-0. They answer back when they need to. And that was great coordination, great timing there for Vico on one side of the map and for Havoc. Let's see this again.
Oh, the
trophy.
It wasn't fully planted. It wasn't fully planted on the ground. I think the nade actually blew up the trophy before it was able to set up on the floor. And eventually Dave Patty gets double naded right there for the first blood, but Florida still clutch up.
I need Parasite.
I promise you.
The figures, the statistics on how exactly that all.
Exactly what happened. There was 37% chance that trophy was going to hit the ground. But unfortunately, it does not.
Sorry, Dave. I tried to welcome you back into the CDL, and right when that happens, well, there it is. Do our best. Nothing is given. All right, that was like the tagline a few years ago. Nothing is given. Something like that. Regardless, round 5 we go. London back on the attack, and well, utility is tossed. Thankfully, nobody, at least as of yet, still early in the round, has dropped because of a trophy. See if that looks to change. Is once again all eyes on Dave Patty to find a pick.
Yeah, London are just slowing this one down. They know on the opposing side, there's a couple of aggressive SMG players that like to make plays, and Havoc is able to find that play with that first one onto Pollux, sets up Dave Patty for the second. Bomb has yet to cross for Scrapz, but at least the dead silence is going to get invasive for an aSim. Can't find the kill onto Havoc, and that's a clean round right there from Florida. 3 rounds in a row to take the lead in this search and destroy. And before we even got into this, Linda, I thought the SMGs for Florida were going to struggle, because when you're an SMG and a playmaker on a map like aBeZy, there's not many routes that you can hit that you're not going to be able to get spotted. But they just keep on finding these openings, keep on finding multiple first bloods. And that's 3 rounds in a row now for Florida. Now up 3-2.
Well, it feels like, the primary reason why you feel like the SMGs were going to struggle for Florida was because of the cross that we just saw Florida pull off perfectly. Like the London Royal Ravens had no answer. Mutineers were giving them absolutely nothing to work off of. London just felt very out of sorts when it came down to that B site push. Nothing working for them, and you'd start to feel A bit of the momentum without question swinging the other direction. Florida on 3 rounds in a row. And it's the early engagements. Call P2 and hardpoint, really the back alley. As those trucks are very much destroyed. And I'm sure Nastie and Scrapz have got to be careful. Be sure to gain back up that HP, go for the regen. Nassim, the only player in ear's distance. That bomb's going to go down, and now it's time for him to strike.
Oh, unfortunately cannot open that door. As he's the only player on this side of the map, he's just trying to play his life, waiting for his teammates to attack through the flank. But Major Maniac here at least reads it perfectly. Couple shots onto Paul X, the cover fire from aBeZy. Already the teamwork from Florida showing strong. aBeZy finds 2. The trade does coming from Scrapz, but now it's the team's time to strike. He at least makes it a 2v2. Setting up for the pinch onto Major. All left up now to Havoc in the 1v2.
Havoc, thankfully, he's got time on his side. 15 seconds to work with. Spots a seam on the bomb.
I'm out of here.
And Scrapz surely is not going to be able to clutch this one out. He just hops right on the bomb. Havoc spots him. Havoc just surely take him down. Oh, God, Jay. They got a little close. They got a little close there for a moment. I thought maybe if Scrapz hops on that bomb just a little bit earlier, maybe there's a chance, but it is still all smiles there for Colt. I tell you what, man, I know we're showing him because of what he does at the end of the round, but it is all aBeZy to start that round off. The reason why he's in a situation like that one.
Yeah, they're just making plays right now, Florida. They get all the tax to get invested on Major Maniac and Havoc, who were trying to push through that street side. And then once you have no stuns and nades to work with on a retake towards B, so when eventually they wrapped all the way back, get that bomb down, and then the Guardian Angel and aBeZy. What's going on? Like, he gets team dead? All right, Guardian Angel and aBeZy. They said, we don't need you this time, Dave. Team kill comes in, first blood in favor of London.
Wants to play. Let him play. Goodness sake, Havoc, meanwhile, was having a phenomenal game. We can't really hit him that much.
What?
Okay, it felt like he got him right between the eyes.
Right between.
A very interesting round to start things off as Havoc is going flying in his cruise missile. Does not find anything with it. Maybe gets a bit of info. That's really all it is. But a huge round. We got to point it out for the Royal Ravens. The swing round indeed. They've got to get this play off, but Major. Oh! Cuts away too. Oh! Major Maniac, eat your heart out. A triple kill for the ages. And it has stunned the Royal Ravens and did some at the start, Jay. He gets the hit marker, and from there, the game awards him with all 3 of these full kills.
Oh my, he just put on an absolute clinic with the sniper. Keep in mind, he got that hit marker onto Scrapz. It wasn't going to be an ace, but what a round right there from Major Maniac. 5 rounds in a row for Florida Mutineers. Perfect name from London to get another first blood. Majority of these rounds so far, they've gotten the man advantage, but it's been Florida on multiple occasions have been able to clutch up so far. Now in the 3v4, Major after with that sniper gets that 3-piece, gonna be filling himself. No way you're gonna put this one away.
No, it's just so funny. Like, you saw Major just instantly peek up toward the side of the tennis courts. There's 2 men for the Royal Ravens that just instantly back up. Like, they just see a very quick little glint of the scope and they back up. Nasty, it's not gonna go your way, buddy. They back up, they go for the reach out, and Major has got him dead to rights. And the nades continue to rain on through. Scrapz eventually does take down Major Maniac. So now we've got ourselves a 2v2. London just barely hanging on.
You should get the information on to aBeZy, but Havoc, his time to strike, finds that kill on Paul X. Now it's going to be a free A bomb plat. Scrapz into 1v2. No dead silence to work with. He's going to get sound. He's going to get some sound cues in favor of Florida, where he's going to try to attack this from. He does have that sniper in hand, but if you're Florida, just don't give up anything easy. Play for this trade, and the round is going to be yours.
The series looks to be all good for Florida as long as they just don't make a mistake. Scrapz, sniper in hand, hunting, eagerly searching for that pick, knowing that the game continues to fall by the wayside. aBeZy puts in a few shots toward the side, and there you go. The Florida Mutineers handle business really in the form that they have done so all throughout the season. A good old 2-3-5, a Neslo special is on the menu today as Florida able to walk away with this W and hand the London Royal Ravens another loss as they will close out their Major II qualifiers 1 and 4. I tell you what, Jay, the return of Dave Patty did not disappoint by any means.
It definitely did not. You know, we saw a bunch of team killers said, Dave, you're too much on the map. Let's just team nade you. Let's get you down. But he was always left in the majority of these clutches rounds. Ends the search and destroy at 7 and 4, but Havoc was the guy that just took over. He earns himself the cruise missile, finds himself on a 9 spree to close out the search and destroy. That was 6 rounds in a row right there for Florida. When you have multiple rounds where you're down 3v4 and you're able to clutch up, momentum is obviously going to be on your side. But then in 3v3, when Major Maniac is able to pull out an absolute world star clinic with that sniper in hand, that's when you know there's no way in hell we're probably going to lose this series. Great series from Florida Mutineers to keep their winners bracket alive going into Major 2. Now puts them at 2-2 with 1 match remaining. And now if you are Florida, just got to go back and work on some damn hardpoint. Yeah. Like 4-20 overall. I know you had some close ones, at least in this series. At map number 1, you were 2 points away from closing it out. We just got to get back to the fundamentals. We get the better spawns. We get the easier gunfights. We get the better holds. That's how you have to look at it if you are Florida. But they're still able to clutch up out this series, like you said, with the Neslo special.
Yeah, I mean, like, how do you judge a series like this, right? I mean, like Dave Patty comes in, they win a series. Granted, it is versus the London Royal Ravens, who by definition are the 12th seed right now in the CDL.
Yeah.
As you said, they get it done in the same fashion. How do you grade a performance here at the Mutineers? Is it still too early to judge, or were you happy with what you saw here?
I think it's better because their opening hardpoint, they only lost by 2 points. They were winning a majority of the rotations. It just came down to those final couple of rotations where they weren't able to win a couple of those gunfights, and that eventually is what cost them. So if you take a gameplay look at from when Brack was on a squad, they were losing hardpoints like 250 to 150, 160. Majority of the times they were not in the best side, but with Dave Petty, at least they had some favorable spawns sometimes. Now you just have to get that a little bit more consistent.
Without a doubt, my friend, it is a W in the books here for the Mutineers as they get the job done here in a game 5. Let's bring back in the desk, guys. A crazy series, one that we thought could go the distance, but Puckett, I'm just excited that Dave Patty is back. All is right with the world now.
I mean, my prediction was incredible. I based it on facts and knowledge, and it wasn't just my heart that told me that this was all going to work for Florida. Dave Patty is a monster in search, and a great call there from Lando and Study. iLLeY and Nameless, though, you were feeling London today. And it was not a pretty series from London. All the way back to their first win, it was looking like a map they were going to drop, a map that they had all the statistics on coming in.
It was a seam. I mean, you have to talk about that map 1, winning it by 2 points. I mean, the fact that there were still 10 seconds on that P1 where Florida needed 2 seconds to close it out. And it's a seam, the solo man on a mission that kept them off it and allowed London to clutch up to get that first map. But it's just like I said before we headed into this matchup, London had to win that control. Florida's overall very icy, especially when it comes to those game 5s. They're 3-1 now, 4-1 in game 5s, 5-1 around 11s. Their search and destroy has just been flawless.
Their search has been money. And a lot of people in the chat may be new to this scene. They're asking, what is a Neslo? You kind of have to be an old head to understand the meaning of Neslo. This is a guy, a former player for Team Caliber, silver medalist there at the X Games, but Neslo was known for winning series purely on the search games.
Yeah, on the searches and then that middle game mode, which is in hardpoint. And that's what we just saw. And to set the record straight, I did pick Florida to win this series just because of how bad London has looked. And once again, like, Florida remains the exact same team to me. Still search and destroys, clutching up when they need to. Havoc making miraculous plays. Now, Dave did look fantastic in those searches, don't get me wrong. He had a beautiful ace in that game, number 2. Hard points on rotations. You know, we keep talking about Florida and the rotations and hard point, how bad they are. They're making good plays. Like, they're rotating when they need to. It's just their execution on said rotations all going the obvious route. People aren't distracting towards the back of the hill pinches. The timing isn't there. The collapsing onto the hill at the same time for the break. All that stuff needs to be fixed. And that is kind of what I was highlighting with not having Brack anymore. It didn't fix any of those problems. But either way, they still do get that victory. The control was wonderful. That offense that they needed to pull out. We saw some big plays on the side of Havoc.
We got to take a look at our scuff play of the game. Major Maniac was 1-4. He's playing his role. He's locking down the map. Only 5 engagements until he pulls out the big boy toy. Look at these snipes, aLLeY.
I mean, it was just stunning to watch. I know we all saw that first one. We were like, all right, the second one. And then the third one came through, and it was just stunning across the board.
how often do you see players in that position? Is this a known spot, or is this like I can pull it out once a game?
Yeah, it's a known spot. It's just hard to get there, Puckett. Like, you have to go all the way through tennis, not get called from top AC or back alley. Somehow he gets there, finds the 3 kills in just wonderful fashion. And honestly, in what was probably the difference in that game 5, I feel like we needed to see better snipes out of the side of London on the offensive pushes. We saw one time they tried to push over to bomb site. Havoc peeks out of top orange door and finds a 2-piece. Like, that cannot happen. There needs to be a sniper there the entire time. I feel like the rest of these teams should have learned from iLLeY by now.
Well, not sniping Havoc led to Havoc dropping 10 kills, and he's back here for another interview on Headquarters. Havoc, welcome back in. Congratulations on the victory tonight. And first and foremost, can we just talk about the big news coming in? You guys made a roster change in that new FaZe. He was putting up numbers in your searches tonight.
Yeah, man. We brought on Dave Patty, and you know, the kid's a monster. Scrims have been going really well with him. Right away, our respawns looked better. Still not there yet, as you can see. We're still Nesloing, which is annoying. We want to win that hard point. First map, we had the opportunity to do it, but we just fumbled at the end. So we're going to keep working on that with Dave, but he brings a lot to the team. He knows a lot, and he's been teaching us and helping us out.
Dude, Cole, you continuously amaze me at Search and Destroy. Some of these plays that you're making is just unreal. So congratulations on the win. But I think a lot of us in the community were left like a little amazed at the dropping of Brack. Can you give us a reasoning, like within the camp, what was the reason for getting rid of Brack? Because when we look at the stats, he's great, and the display in hardpoint that we just saw doesn't exactly justify it.
I would say, without saying too much, I would say the main thing was our pacing issue between both ARs, and honestly with the subs and ARs combined was just really off. Hardpoint was just not getting better, and so we decided to bring in Dave from the bench, and right away our pacing sped up, and because we have an analytics and we looked at it, the pacing sped up objectively, and it's helping out a lot.
Havoc, I think one of the biggest wins in the series for you guys aren't overall the win, but the win on control. You've been seriously struggling in that as well, even though you've been nuzzling teams. I mean, you're second and last in the league when it comes to a lot of these statistics. So I was wondering, you know, what has working your control been like for y'all, and, you know, what's really going wrong for you?
I mean, I think control is a pretty straight up game. There's not a whole lot you have to figure out. There's a certain way to play, and we've been working on Hotel specifically.
Okay.
And we came up with an idea of how to play the map, and it paid off right there. I won't say what it is. It paid off there, man. And we got the dub. Yes, sir.
Havoc, it's awesome to watch you guys pulling out W's. You are now getting closer to locking in your spot in the top 8. Was there any extra pressure in this matchup against London for you?
Personally, I didn't add any extra pressure. I looked at it like it's just another match. Obviously, it was a big one. I think we need to rely on another team to win one more, and we have winners. But it sets us up for this Boston match coming up tomorrow. So we're going into that with more confidence, and yeah, it was really good that we took this one down. Final question, actually, is how many players did you 180 today? I was telling Nameless, I caught at least 4 on camera. I don't know. I feel like I was in my flow state, especially first map and that last map, and I felt like I was just kind of pre-aiming the right stuff and letting people come to me. Crushing it in the interviews, crushing it in game, especially those searches. Congrats on another W. Can't wait to see you against Boston tomorrow. Thank you, sir. That's Havoc, and that is Florida walking away with the first victory of the day. And despite London's loss, we do have to credit one man with our Hummer extract mode play of the day. It's aSim, 246, 223, make it 248 before aSim goes clutch here.
This is insane. This is what we were talking about earlier, that Florida could have won it on this P1. There's still 10 seconds here. They only need 2, and aSim is all by himself and gets every single kill that he needs. Not a single trade comes through from Florida, and the fact he gets off the point as well and makes out with his life is incredible.
Somebody sold on Florida, though. He gets a kill in P3, runs back to the hill, and the guy that was sitting in hill, I think it was Havoc, was looking forward, didn't turn around for the trade onto aSim, and it was honestly next level. Like, he wins those crazy gunfights, but then jumps out of the hill. We're like, yo, what are you doing? Get back in the hill, I need 2 seconds. And then he plays peekaboo to get that final kill, and also gets one on top of the window. So just a nasty play, a clutch moment, and, you know, starting off the series on a high note.
Great stuff from both teams to open it up, and it's Florida who walks away with that Game 5, and they will win our first of 3 matches. When we come back, we've got another battle for you. It's the Vegas Legion taking on our #1 seed with the Subliners, looking to reclaim their throne. We'll be right back.
you ready for the show? Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little more. Ready, set, go.
You know what they say. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Because in the end, whatever goes down.
6 on 5 in a row. Takes down one. Great play coming in from Clay. Is the one trying to extend it.
Whatever you get up to.
Anything OpTic shutting it down. Prolu. 3 in a row.
Your triumphs and transgressions.
No one is supposed to be coming for a block. TJ finds the first. TJ comes the second. Easy, lemon squeezy.
Nobody actually understands what it means except for you.
Welcome back into headquarters as we gear up for our second match of the day, and it's featuring the top dogs. If you're looking at our season so far, the Subliners are sitting at 11-4. That was 11-3 until they dropped that Game 5 to Atlanta. But one thing stayed consistent in that series. They are crushing in hardpoint, aLLeY.
They're crushing in Respawn overall. I mean, they are one of the most aggressive and high-slaying teams that we have, and they were #1 in Major 1 for a reason, right? And so heading into qualifiers 2, they've continued that pace.
Nameless, we were talking about this matchup. Vegas Legion, they're coming in as the underdogs. New York Subliners, they don't have a ton of pressure on them, though, in this matchup. So if they have a weakness, where can you exploit it? What do you need to do if you're Vegas to beat this Subliner squad that is rolling? They 100-point club.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't really think the New York Subliners have that big of a weakness, Puckett. You know, looking at these guys, they're solid everywhere. It would be search and destroy, though. Like, that would be the one game mode, just because we saw it versus Atlanta FaZe where they lost. But, I mean, it was 3 rounds across 2 search and destroys on a very long and drawn-out series. And they have playmakers across the board that are great at search. So, really, you got to come into a series versus New York, who New York is sound chemistry-wise. They make good plays. You got to come correct and be able to slay with them in order to win this. And does Vegas have that type of slaying ability? I don't know.
aLLeY, last time these two teams matched up, it was December 17th. We were at that first major, and we saw it on land. It was a 3-1, and today, Vegas Legion is bringing a lot of those same maps from the previous matchup into today's series.
And I don't completely disagree with the fact that Hotel Hardpoint's going to be our opening hardpoint in this series, and that was the map that they got the closest to winning 250 to 238. So it looks like they're going to try their luck again, use that VOD, and try to steal that first opener.
I like this Vegas squad. Prolu has been putting up the numbers, but we are highlighting it, and we need a bigger game out of Clayster. Is it just the kills, or are they specific kills you're going to be looking for?
I mean, right, like Clay's always going to make like the smarter plays. You know, he really plays off of his teammates, but at the same time, like, you can't come into a series and drop a 0.6. That's what we saw in the last series they had matched up against London. And when you look across the hard points from Vegas Legion, it's a very bad record, but they've been cracking the 200 mark every single time. A 20-point differential average across their last 6 hard points, and they haven't won one. So I'm expecting these guys to just be a little bit icier at the end. The slaying has actually been the difference with this squad, and particularly Clay. And they're going up against New York and Priestahh, who has been lights out. We talked about him. He went crazy, back-to-back 30 bombs versus FaZe in the hard points. Like, the work's cut out for the ARs.
Let's take a look at the maps and modes here, aLLeY. Let me know where you're leaning today. It's a different story than back in December. We switched up some spawns, but it's the same old teams.
Yeah, like I said, it's that opening Hotel Hardpoint, and to be honest, when it comes to this series, it's almost a little bit of a different version of the first one we saw earlier today. It's 2 teams hard on both ends of the spectrum. You have the Vegas Legion, who is very good in search and destroy, and the New York Subliners, who's very good at respawn. But the issue here is it's not going to be that game 3 like it was in the previous series that Vegas need to win. They have to win map 1 or number 4 because they are 3-10 in control, and there is just no light at the end of the tunnel for that one.
Today's a special day here in the Call of Duty studio. 3 days left of qualifiers, and this is a huge one for the Vegas Legion. Only 17% of you in the chat have FaZe, so that means I'm leaning with the Legion. Let us know who you're cheering for as we send it over to our casters to kick this baby off. We got Brycey and Ton in the building right now.
Thank you very much, Puckett. Yes, these two teams, Legion versus the Subliners, both of them actually coming off a loss, slightly different. Legion did lose versus London, and New York lost versus Atlanta. This is looking like an underdog team. I don't even know how to really get this. New York looking like one of the best teams in the run-up to Boston. The Legion have been getting better, but that is a massive setback against what was the lowest seeded team in the CDL.
Very true, Bryce. But if you were to try and bounce back, well, who better to bounce back against other than our Stage 1 champions? New York have looked very, very strong throughout the entire season so far. Hardpoint really has been their bread and butter, but S&D is something they have struggled with. Vegas Legion are going to try and counteract that themselves, but Hardpoint and the other mode, of course, in control is going to be the real struggle here. New York should feel comfortable. Hotel should be an interesting one as well as we kick things off.
See, at the moment, Temps is trying to hold off the Subliners, but you are completely correct as we look forward towards Boston. Both these two teams sitting on basically opposite sides of the CDL. For Legion, it's all about climbing and crawling their way up that leaderboard. For New York, they're trying to cement themselves as the top dog. But what happens here could decide it. For Legion, they're probably already looking towards the S&Ds because New York have been incredible on the hard points.
They really have, and something to kind of look towards when we're talking about this map and specifically New York. I think everybody at home will know about their hardpoint game mode. Very well rounded when in terms of coming down to rotations. They're fourth in break percentage, fifth in hold percentage. They are very much near the top on every single stat. That does seem to matter. Clayster, though, trying to lock in a rotation here over towards P2. It's not going to happen. An easy break for the Subliners, and there should be some time on the board for them. But yeah, it's coming down to the fact that Subliners are just too well rounded. They will chip away with breaks, rotations, so it doesn't matter. They can kind of do it all.
Well, at the moment, that is going to be all of it done as that kill feed fills up. And New York firmly in control of P2. They are throwing up the defenses. There could be a potential for a bit of a pinch here, but right now it's not going to be the Legion in the position they want to be. 30 seconds left on this. If Legion don't move now, they're going to have to rotate.
Yeah, there's a lot of time going over towards the New York Subliners. P2 has been a really big struggle for the side of Vegas Legion. Is that going to be a break coming on through? No, TJ will find the gunfight, and I believe that's one of the first times we're ever going to actually see the Vegas Legion find themselves a break with some decent time. There's a big stat to go into very shortly, Bryce. I'm going to leave it until we get a little bit later in the game, but it's a weird stat. After looking at them all and looking at this rotation over towards P3, Vegas Legion are one of the better teams at breaking this. Not going to happen this time around as Subliners will lock in some time, but let's keep an eye on how they do in P4, 5, and 6, because it hasn't been looking good so far.
No, it hasn't, but this is a big potential here. The Legion, they have to get in. They have to try and break this. They got the scrap time. The rotation has gone forward. Priestahh now on a 4 streak as well. And they have to slow down. The Legion Temp is just going back and forth because none of his teammates have won a gunfight. He goes down as well. Only TJ able to get anything here against the Subliners as Legion have been pushed further and further out. With 30 seconds left to go, they'll go for one more chance. But right now, nothing for Legion.
And that could be disastrous because Legion really do count on the fact that they break this the majority of the time. When it comes into it, they are one of the better teams, as mentioned, on Hotel, just getting it up there. The P2, they're breaking it 40% of the time, which is realistically speaking relatively good. You know, you don't really see too many teams coming into that. Sorry, P3, 66% of the time. So even better than the original stat that was wrong, Brycey. It's good stats, but not able to get anything going there. Subliners, a 60-point lead so far.
Well, this is big for Legion. Huge if they can hold. They desperately want these points back because whenever they're not in, it is a daunting prospect. But Priestahh is trying to play his life here. I just made one. He's desperately trying to get Prolon off of this. He took that gunfight about 3 times and eventually ended up losing it. But Legion's still holding. KiSMET, though, through the back, finds one, looks for the second, but Clayster's down and gets him before he can do any more damage.
Good kills coming in here from HyDra as well. Spawn's still there for the Vegas Legion towards the back. The split is firmly in control now with the Vegas Legion. Can they manage to find a pinch through map? Not looking likely. 20 seconds still to go here, and it's been a walk in the park so far for the New York Subliners. Skyz sitting at 7-4, Priestahh 9-3. Not surprised to see that after the last time out against the Vegas Legion for the New York Subliners. Priestahh dropping a 1.5 in the hard points. He's keeping that one up here nice and early.
Rotation's already in. Vegas Legion nowhere to be found. New York Subliners making it look easy here, Bryce.
They certainly are winning heavily in the slaying game, the rotation game, and the breaking game. But technically, we're only really one hard point worth of points away here. A quick break for the Legion could bring them screaming back into it. Already, there's 2 kills going down as Legion swamp before it. HyDra's trying to do everything he can, gets a kill and stays alive, eventually taking out, but you can see right now that is a huge break for Legion.
Yeah, and it's an important one as well. When I was going to delve into the strange stats from P4, 5, and 6, for the 3 times that Legion have played this map, they have not broke a single one of those hills when they haven't been the first one there. There's that stat completely out the window already, Maxie. So that whole stat line, that whole storyline I was going for seems to be out the window as Pro Luton Co managed to find the break and managed to find the hold here. And as you said, yeah, it might not have been a good start for the Vegas Legion, but you have one good hold, you bring the game back, and it's all of a sudden only a 30-point game as we head over towards P5.
Well, they're going to try and hold this one as well. It's probably a complete killing spree. Eventually, the knife is not going to work against the gun, but Legion are screaming back into this game. Let's find out how they are feeling in the comms, though. With the Vegas Legion, listen in.
First side couches. I'm holding a little bit. Missing Priestahh. Priesthah's
I can shoot mid from hill. I can shoot mid from hill.
Priestah's flanking kitchen.
I have all of it.
Spawn down.
I'm in the back. Priestahh weak. Kitchen weak. He's in kitchen. Dana, one in that kitchen.
One bullet. I'm dead.
Top right. Yo, top right. Join top right to the hill. Just stay alive.
Right stairs.
I'm on shot. He's on time. He has to be close right. You're just left.
He's in bed. He's in bed, guys.
I'm dead.
Man, no. Top bed. Top bed.
Cammy dead.
Top bed.
Priestahh hot tub. Nice. 3. Missing 1 kill.
Back left stairs. Coming to you, Teach. I can get time.
I spawn spa. There's one kitchen right side, guys.
Backstairs as well. I'll be backstairs.
Oh, good.
Backstairs.
Two bed. What's in bed?
One shot top bed, Priest. Going cat. Left side top cat. Left side top cat.
One spot on you.
Nice. You're missing 3. Skyz HyDra kids.
He's under me P1.
Coming con.
Guys. I can get you. Bench. Last one.
Bench. One shot HyDra, bro. One shot HyDra.
Randy one.
We gotta watch your back, bro.
I'm pitching
Couch. We get square.
Couch dead.
Where's square? Laying down mid-side hill.
And
con. Just laying down con pillar. Con pillar. So
what's the barges?
He's on the mid-side point towards their side, behind the couch. The mid-side point.
I stun one.
On couch.
I stun one.
Really beat their side, Caesar.
Side case.
There's side one.
Yeah, no.
Down one.
There's side one, too. Went con. Or he went cat. Let's go.
Laying down there.
Middle pill dead. Another one right side.
Skyz. Two ton. Another one ton. In ton. He's
dead.
Nice. I'm looking at it.
Well, it's not really fire in the comms. It is cool, calm, and collected. As the Legion looked to find at one point HyDra, they couldn't get him. But they have got this rotation. They are not a million points away. And I was expecting maybe a little bit more fire and speed in the comms, but they seem to be breathing pretty easy.
Honestly, we say breathing pretty easy, but I heard the frustration in KiSMET every time he's killed by HyDra. That guy must just be an awkward guy to go up against. But yeah, ring around the rosy, it has to be said, when they were trying to find him. But this lockdown, can they come in here for the Vegas Legion? KiSMET will find one, HyDra with the other. P2, as said, has been a struggle for the Vegas Legion. Right now, the Subliners, though, kind of just doing what they need to do. Priestahh towards the back surviving will be important here.
Certainly, we'll look at the way that spawn's come through. They're just pulling the players every single direction for it. One more push here. New York are going to break it as well. They get 3 down, and HyDra is already putting hot feet to ground. He is trying to get away for this spawn as well. It's a huge break from New York. Scrap time and the rotation could bury the Legion.
10 seconds to go, and you're looking good. This rotation is pretty much everything for the Vegas Legion. Prolute, TJ Haley are both here. You've got Temp towards the back. Can they find anything? Well, that's going to help things out as KiSMET falls to his own teammate's grenade. Looking good for the break here for Vegas Legion. And rotation secured. Subliners are out of it. We'll have to find a break themselves.
Oh, it's just a huge hold from Legion. This is ridiculous. HyDra trying to do everything he can to stop them, but Temp finally turning up in this game. Finds 2 as well. KiSMET gets another one. HyDra's still alive, but he's got to wait. He has to be patient. His teammates are coming. No stun check there. It should be a kill on the Clay. He's not going to get it. Clay guns him as well. This is huge for the Legion, and they can go ahead here if they can just hold their nerves.
Temp eventually does fall. 30 seconds still to go here. Priestahh. Oh, he is a slippery little snake, isn't he? TJ, he's the next one on the chopping block. It's a third. HyDra is there to clean it up. Priestahh doing what work he can. Temp back in to try and find something. It's still 15 seconds to play for. We get a 10-point game.
Attempts to take on HyDra, and HyDra is going to win it. They are still in the lead, but just. And the pressure now mounts. New York are here first. They've got the kills. TJ is around the back. He has to wait for his moment to strike. Skyz is looking. Will the timing go his way? It does go for TJ. New York are reeling. They have to get through here. KiSMET is ready with the pre-aim. It's all up in the air as the spawns fly around the map as well as he goes down to a nade. Clayson getting 2 more and the Legion are in.
Huge hold. Vegas Legion are the ones here. Last time around that these two teams played, it was a 12-point victory for Subliners. It looks like we're heading down this similar route once again. 30 seconds left to go here for the Vegas Legion. The kill's starting to come in for them. That's a 3 dead, and it may well be 4 as well as the child comes in. Prolute and Calista combine. Legion in the lead.
They certainly are. Let it not be the same Legion story, though. They have lost it in late games before. And with 17 seconds left, they are going to try and get as much scrap time as possible. Right now, New York have it. The rotation is also going to be there. Temp is ready on the other side of the map, but he is alone. New York know him as well. They can already put a hit marker onto him. He's going to be pinched out of this. There's nobody there to support him. The Legion will not be in this next rotation. They have to break the Subliners.
And the scrap time that came through from Subliners was massive. It just threw Legion up their stride a little bit, pushed out the wrong directions. It has to be a good break. Could be off the back of the Hellstorm missile coming in.
This is going to come in. The rest of the team are going to try and hit it once. Tropius has made everything, but he gets one with it. TJ has to make this gunfight in here, and he does. Huge with TJ, but HyDra gets the trade as well. Prolute trying to swing in. He knows he's going to be there. He's trying to get it, but the snakes are flying around in restaurants. KiSMET with that dog in him gets 2, and it's only going to be TJ who's in a position to stop it.
10 seconds to go. 10 seconds to go. If you are the Vegas Legion, this is your last chance. You've got to go. You've got to go now. They're all dead, Brycey. That should be the game. Oh my God, Subliners just about locking it in. Legion made it difficult, but Subliners clutch up when they need to.
Always the same story. But there is a silver lining. The Subliners do walk away with the hard point, but Legion looked better every single time they have a tight hard point. Their game has improved, but it is just not enough. They could not get that break they needed at the end. They had the Hellstorm coming in, but they lost the gunfights. That is the problem. You saw what happened. 2 players from New York took down 2 players of Legion, and while the Hellstrike got the trade, bear in mind that Prolute was not near the hill, so it essentially becomes like a 3v1 in hill. The trades are so bad for them, they have to stagger it again. Never works out.
Temps wars continuing on this map. Brycey, I didn't really get the touch on it throughout, but overall in the hard points in general for the side of the Vegas Legion, a 1.07 is what you get out of Temp, which is the kind of numbers you would come to expect from a player of his ilk, but overall a 0.79 when it comes down to Hotel. Those numbers are going to be tumbling down as well with a 14 and 24 scoreline. I wonder if some map is just not suiting him in particular, because the rest of the team are there or thereabouts. If he could start to figure this map out a little bit better for himself, like look, slaying isn't everything, the Vegas Legion would definitely have a chance on. That's 0-4 now for them, but the majority of their games have been close. If we can get Temp to figure this map out just a little bit, I mean, look, he's 1-8 at this stage. Then maybe they could be in a bit of a better spot heading towards the end of these games, but they're so close that even if he just goes average, they're looking good, right? Surely.
Yeah, it's one of those cases that we've talked about before, that the stats don't always tell the story. Like, we know that Legion famously has a really bad hardpoint record, but you are correct. There has been a lot of very close games with them. The last Hill Legion really is a problem. But if they could just tie it up, like, there was great plays in that game. Like we said, that like towards the back, they managed to get, they managed to break them out. They had a great time for it as well. But I don't know. It's tiny little mistakes. It's tiny little issues with the Legion. Fortunately, they don't seem to make many of those in S&D.
Yeah, fortunately for them, but they need to start doing a little bit better at a hard point of control. I mean, look, let's give them their dues here. They are up against New York Subliners. That's win number 6 in a row when it comes down to hard point. New York looking so good in this mode. And as we said at the top of the map, it's not even like in terms of their stats that they pull up any trees in terms of their rankings and things. Yes, okay, they do look fantastic, but it's every single facet that you have in hardpoint. We always try, when we look into the stats, we got hold percentage, break percentage, and then rotational win percentage. That's something that not just us, but the the coaches of the teams didn't remember the word there. The coaches of the teams will be looking at and trying to understand which way things are going. You'll always hear us talk about these stats specifically because we feel like they're the most important ones. They are just within the top 5 or 6 of every single team for every single one of those statistics. And sometimes though, Bryce, you know, we will talk about teams like Atlanta FaZe are really good at breaking, but their rotational percentage is really low. This is why they tend to struggle in hardpoint. New York are just overall very, very good at every single one of those things. Flawless in terms of their, I want to say, essential moments in these hard points, and that's what makes them so hard to beat. They can break you, they can out-rotate you, and they're really good at holding as well. A very, very difficult team to beat on the HP.
Yeah, and that's probably why I say silver lining for Legion.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, coming into this, we didn't really think they were going to take it. Like, even as close as they did, like, that's kind of the crazy thing. No disrespect to the Legion, because I genuinely believe the Vegas Legion team is improving slowly but surely. Yep. Obviously, the London loss was a blow. Coming into this, if you'd said Vegas Legion versus this New York team in its current form, even 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks ago, you'd think New York would stomp all over them. I think the Legion team is better. They have to fix this issue late game in hard points. I have no idea what's going on. I'm sure all the coaching staff are trying to figure it out as well because they constantly get over 200 points and lose the game. Fortunately, there is a very strong side to Legion, and it's this next game mode. Search and destroy for Legion is their mainstay. They just need to get a respawn somewhere.
And just to finish up and put a bow on the hard point, would you rather be losing it by those 10 or would you rather be getting smoked? I think I'd rather be losing by the 10. It means you're there or thereabouts. But Search and Destroy, as you said, is not something that they have struggled with. TJ S&D ranks so far this season very much near the top. But KiSMET is somebody I want to keep an eye on this one. 12 snipes in 18 rounds that they have played in aBeZy when the sniper has been brought out. So he is very much somebody to look out for with that sniper. It does make a difference in terms of their round wins. When he's sniping, 77% of their rounds have went their way, and it's only been 50% without it. So keep an eye on KiSMET. He has been a massive factor when it has come down to aBeZy Search and Destroy.
Yeah, and that's what they'll be relying on here. The difficulty for Legion is trying to overcome, and again, it almost feels like two different sides of the CDL, right? We know New York. We've been talking about them on the road to Boston, just over a week away. We know that New York are one of the top teams. For Legion, we are trying to figure out where they should sit. We're trying to figure out how well they are going to play when it comes down to LAN. They're not in a facility. They are waiting to prove themselves on the main stage. For New York, they should be basically just using this game as a bounce back, right? They are the heavily favored team. Everybody believes they should win this. Even when we go into the S&D, my head says Legion, but I just don't know.
It's difficult because this is a bit of a weird one actually, because when we do look over towards it in terms of how many bans typically come out, New York 73% of the time this one's gone. They've vetoed this Search and Destroy more than any other map, so this is usually their auto ban. And going up against the Vegas Legion, who really don't mind it, they're sitting at 4-1 overall record, and as mentioned, the KiSMET stats when he's bringing that sniper out, he's so influential. So Subliners, it feels like, I don't want to say necessarily an ego child, but trying some new things out here up against a very strong Search and Destroy team. We've seen a lot of teams challenging the Florida Mutineers on this map specifically because they're very good at it as well. So maybe trying to learn, trying to just figure some things out against some of the better teams. I think that's what Subliners are trying to do here right now against the Vegas Legion.
Yeah, and I'm hoping, like, let's go back and talk a little bit about the comms, right? Because obviously we're just waiting for this to load in. The comms there from Legion, it did sound cool and calm, but also a little bit exasperated. And I even think I saw in the camera just a little bit of frustration coming in at points from them.
Yeah.
And maybe it's the fact that they're playing New York, and at one point they literally couldn't find HyDra. They knew where he roughly was and were running. I think it was TJ was running around the map, desperately trying to catch him as he kept slipping away. And maybe just losing their calm in those key moments is the problem. Like, there is still an awful lot of people looking at this team. They're under a microscope after every single game. And actually, considering that they just had to win a little bit and kind of lose that losing Legion mythos that had come in with them into this season, the pressure now feels like it's maybe a bit back on because they've got higher expectations of themselves as well.
100%. 100%, because, you know, the ghost of Paris past, if you like, is kind of gone now, isn't it? And don't put that down on the tally, it doesn't count. I was talking about when they were Paris. Vegas is very much now here, is the new Legion. Search and Destroy, though, has been something they've somewhat come to rely on in the certain sense of kind of similar, I mean, very, very similar to the Florida Mutineers. They've struggled in the other game modes, but when it's come down to Search and Destroy, they are looking fantastic. Vegas have actually won 11 of the last 12 Search and Destroys that they played. They are looking so good. But let's just bring it back to some of the reasons as to why TJ is such a big player for this Vegas Legion team when it does come down to Search and Destroy. And he shows it with this highlight, the ace against the Royal Ravens. I mean, this guy is just absolutely ridiculous on his day, isn't he? Those two, Nastie gets himself away, plays it so patiently. There's a seam. We'll have number 4 for breakfast as well. Thank you very much, Paul X. Wow. I mean, it kind of was Paul's own fault, but it kind of counts as TJ's kill. Does that count as it is?
Yeah, it does, because he hit him and he went out, so he got the kill. And
yeah, I'm sure he's laughing.
The funniest thing, actually, the conversation after that clip, we remember Paul X jumped down as people went, Shotzzy might do that and make it. Get out of the map, run around the back and get back in. But yeah, that was kind of a disappointing way to lose. But you are right, the statistic here for Legion says this should be a W. They have struggled everywhere else, but S&D, it's basically their game.
You'd think so. You would think so. But then that's one of those things we talk about so often. We try to bring the stats into it, yada, yada, yada. Everyone's just like, yeah, what are you guys talking about? Yeah, okay, yeah, they'll probably win Search and Destroy. And then things get turned on their head. But for all, it is a 7-win streak for the Vegas Legion. For the New York Subliners, you're on a 0-3 in the last 3. It's not looking great. But for a small caveat, those 3 losses were 2 against Atlanta by 2 rounds in each of them, and a 6-3 loss on this map in particular as well, LSE up against Florida. So more practice coming in for the New York Subliners when it does come down to this map. But are you going to be able to find the win against the so-called strongest Search and Destroy team in the game? Let's find out.
Well, only time will tell us as we go straight into this game as well. And Clayster with the sniper out. Ton, I believe the stats behind this. So that usually with a sniper out in Clay's hands, they do very, very well on this map.
I mean, they aren't going to need to do much when Priestahh finds that there. So Clayster going to be able to find anything. TJ is able to find the trade. Clayster yet to influence, and well, Clayster will have to influence somewhere down the line as he is the last alive. And I'll just reiterate what I said at the top. When it has come down to rounds for Vegas, when Clayster has been on this map without the sniper, they're winning about 50%. When he gets the sniper out, 77% of the time. 14 out of 18 rounds. And he's had the big stick out. Vegas Legion have won. That's about to be 14 out of 19 here, you would think so, unless he can pull off the 1 versus 3, making it 1 versus 2.
Well, it's still going to be difficult, running out of time here. He heard Skyz. Let's see for player already shooting on his left, and down he's going to go. And yeah, well, that's going to be a negative there for Clay with his sniper. Tries to make the 1 versus 3. Was hoping maybe for a little bit more of a trade from his teammates, but first round done and dusted, and it goes to New York.
It's funny because, you know, we're in map number 1. I was like, oh, they've never broke this hill or this one or this one. They broke every single time that we got towards those hills. So the Vegas Legion going against the stats so far. And in that sense, negatively, that sniping round not working out for the side of Clayster. But good work from the Subliners. The aggression through mid-map shuts down the push. And then, yeah, okay, if you've got a sniper, great. If you've got nobody else left alive, though, not great. Not great at all. 1-0 to the Subliners. Let's see what they can do in the attack it.
Ready, KiSMET. Inside and close. I just pushed field. Right now, New York are playing this patient, maybe looking for an opportunity. I just to see if anybody overextends as he slowly and stealthily makes his way forward. Sees an old teammate. Clayster's going to go down. First blood to New York.
Gets out as well. So crucial. Especially down this side of the map, you'd think the ARs are there to reign supreme, but we are indeed hailing HyDra, as per usual. TJ inside the bomb site, though, important job to do.
They've seen him as well. They're trying to get through, and he manages to get 2.
What?
TJ! I think the nade went the wrong way, and it's a collapse. The Subliners stack and pay the price. I don't even know where that nade exactly come from, but Skyz takes out a teammate. Here it is. I think the nade hits the doorway as they fly through, and it's just a complete cleanup. I even think Skyz got hit by a nade as well. TJ should have died.
I mean, that arguably couldn't have went worse. I mean, completely disastrous for the New York Subliners. That's when you have to clean up on, you know, if Skyz gets that grenade at the right angle. I wonder if it maybe hit one of the players as they go for the break. He's maybe trying to bounce it off the door to give them an entry. Doesn't time it quite right. Vegas Legion find one back, and, well, you'll take the rub of the green this time. Bring over towards A once again. No, Skyz with the angle on the outside. TJ survives.
Only just. Skyz can get him as well. KiSMET takes down Priestahh. And now 2 versus 4. Legion hoping for this one back, and he has. Probably managed to get another one. I don't know if he knows his player's waiting for him. He doesn't. HyDra gets him. And Temp left in a 1 versus 3. The attacks for Legion, not as coordinated or as concise as they would like. Their trades are not flying in.
Temp now not in the best of positions, but I don't think they've got any clue where he is. Well, they will now. As the shots rain through, Priestahh will be dealt with. 1 versus 2 now for Temp. Bomb not in a great place though, and I think that's going to be his biggest issue here. You can see the subliner setting up for that. 25 seconds, got to get the bomb or kill both of them. Good luck to Temp. This is going to be difficult.
It really is. Dead silence going to be popped. But with no time left, is he going to be able to find anything here at all? Goes for the jump up. It's a potential. Timing could go for him here. Gonna fire straight to the crossfire. With no time left, he did not know they were both sitting in the stairwell. And I thought maybe, just maybe, everything would line up for him, but it was not written in the stars.
No, not this time. Unfortunate that. For the side of Temp, he does well enough, but time not on his side. Has to rush that in that case. Well set up from the subliners. Back and forth so far. And arguably, you know, subliners be looking at this. If that grenade hadn't come through the wrong way, had it even get the tag onto TJ, then that makes things very, very different. They could arguably be 3-0 up here if it wasn't for a little bit of misfortune. But still, 2-1. They'll be feeling good. Legion need to answer back very, very quickly, though.
KiSMET looking for another first blood. No stun check on him. They don't know he's this close. Only thing though, Priestahh will be cautious with how far HyDra pushed up last time around. And TJ's already going to find him and gets away with his life. First blood, KiSMET left alone in field, but it will already be a trade. HyDra gets pro loot. And both teams maybe just catching the breath here. I say that, TJ's gone for a chow. HyDra and him go round and round and round. And it's HyDra again. 3 streak, 5-1.
And you honestly wonder why subliners get rid of this map so much, because you get HyDra in these kind of positions. It must be an absolute nightmare for anybody to deal with. Temp is doing his best to try and do that. Not gonna happen. Make it 3. HyDra absolutely frying right now.
French Phenom, and he's gonna go for it. HyDra versus Clay, and Clay gets away with a scrap of health. A 1v3 if he can make it. But the odds are stacked against him, and jumps down, loses life, loses the round, and New York keep marching forward.
HyDra just doing his utmost to win the round for his team there. Nearly got a hold of the ace, to be honest. And it's just, as I said halfway through that round, I don't understand how they're not necessarily doing the business when it has come down to LSE, or maybe they just don't like it flat out. You'd expect a player like HyDra, though, to just cause havoc every single round, kind of. And that wasn't even an intentional segue. Play like how Havoc does, just straight down the middle of the map. Trying to go for those first bloods, be absolutely chaotic as possible. 6-1, 4 spree for him. Subliners looking good here in the search and destroy. That crutch of S&D win that Vegas Legion must find here. This could haunt them if they can't win this map.
HyDra's looking to move into action again. He's close on the door.
Bomb go down.
This bomb goes down. He may push it very, very quickly. KiSMET already finds one, though. HyDra's already got through the door as well. That bomb is down, but so is a member of the Legion. So 3 versus 3. HyDra goes down as well. Legion have control. Skyz in the exact same position that HyDra was in, but can't find anyone.
Or a gun. Looking for the Vaznev. Well, gets stuck on the door. Doesn't work out. Priestahh now. 1v2 fix the bomb site, to be honest, really well played, but Priestahh knows that trick. He knows everyone in the book. Finds the kill, finds the round. Vegas Legion bouncing back here. That was essential. 4-1, very different to 3-2, especially on the mental side of things. But HyDra just not able to get in that position. TJ shuts it down. Skyz once again tries that same route into the bomb site. Does not work out. Good work from Legion to lock that down.
And so the game continues on. And you are right about this scoreline, Ton. Realistically, a 4-1 there may have been very demoralizing for the Legion, but they pull it out of the fire. They're looking to make their own move here. TJ being a bit aggressive. And there was also tags flying down. Priestahh, but it is traded.
Oh, great shots and great nade. My word, Priestahh TJ, oh, that's not a good gunfight. HyDra will be happy to win that one. All of a sudden, a 2 versus 2 after Claysta's heroics outside of field. Vegas Legion don't find themselves with an advantage whatsoever. Claysta looking for another one here. HyDra, former teammates, you can't catch him. He's literally invisible on the map at times. Temp will clean it up though to 1v2.
Temp goes straight for it, almost gun Skyz, but not quite.
Red's not there.
A 1 versus 1. Veteran C on the side of Claysta, but it will be Skyz who will set the pace. He chooses where this bomb goes. You already see Clay is very hesitant to go anywhere right now. Neither of them really know what to expect. In this scenario, both players will have lost the identity in their head of where the other player is. That's why they're so slow. They genuinely have no idea where the other has gone.
I mean, where was the last time Claysta was when he shot some bullets? It wasn't anywhere near here. That grenade, though, is going to give him a little bit of information. Skyz gets none of it. No hit markers, but gets our bomb down. 1 versus 1. 40 seconds to go.
Right now, Clay, I think he was trying to look over to see whether or not he dipped back or stayed near the fence. But he still has to be careful. Still check the corners. Still watch for the wrap. Skyz is just aiming one direction, hoping for the best. He's going to see Claysta as well. Claysta tags him up. 24 health remaining. Clay now has to move and try to capitalize on this. He's gone inside. Skyz gets his health back. And Claysta is close. So close. It's a dive out, and it's going to be Skyz. Absolute patience, but so much frustration from Claysta. He knows he almost had him.
I just caught myself laughing during that 1 versus 1. When Skyz, I don't know if anybody in the chat caught it. When he starts getting shot and jumps around the corner, his head's dodging at the same time. We've all done it. We've all done it. It's still funny, though. Big win from Skyz. Makes it 4-2. And that's a big moment for him specifically. This map's been a real big struggle. And overall, 0.44 out of the side of Skyz is not impressive, but he's doing well at a 2KD here. 4-2 for the Subliners now. We're going to put this one to bed. You've got 2 more rounds, Legion. We need to come back here.
Where are they going? It looks like maybe a field push, but TJ is going to be seen. He stays alive. I don't think a single bullet was hit there, but here goes KiSMET. Dead silence popped. Already around the flank, looking for them. Down goes Temp. HyDra finds Proloot. It's an absolute blitz as they continue to run them off, and Claysta's left alone in a 1 versus 4 again, and down he goes. KiSMET gets him as well.
I mean, blitz is just about right. HyDra finds 2. Aggressiveness inside, and KiSMET on the massive flank, and then Claysta's like, I haven't got a clue what day it is now. My teammates are all dead. I'm left all alone. We only have 1 more opportunity here to try and bring this map back. It's 1 round away for the side of the New York Subliners. The S&D woes somewhat put to bed here. As mentioned, the three losses in Search and Destroy in a row, Bryce, has it really been indicative of their Search and Destroy overall? I'm not too sure, because they went up against some very good teams. They're going up against one of the best teams in Search and Destroy here, and they're making them look very average.
Yeah, statistics for this game really aren't telling us the story. I think you said earlier something crazy for the Legion in terms of win percentage on S&D. The 11 out of the last 12 S&Ds Legion have played, they have won. That stat looks like it's about to change. Now hesitance, and the Claysta is going to miss KiSMET. And 4 players on both sides still remain.
And Subliners, I think the problem really has been these areas in the middle of the map. Inside of bar, inside of the site over towards A. That has been the problem. HyDra and KiSMET have been causing absolute havoc. Now for the Vegas Legion, can you bring it back some way, somehow? HyDra, not just inside, but outside as well, is getting the job done. He's 10-3. He might be the best player in the game, to be honest with you. Claysta, scope over the top. He's in a lot of trouble.
Oh, it gets down. HyDra. It's just a problem all of the time. And down he goes as well. Temp for a 1 versus 4 to stay alive in this S&D. Just enough he can do. It does take down the problem child of HyDra. But 3 more remain. Gonna find Skyz as well. Goes for it. And Skyz surely just gonna throw the shoulder and dip, and he does. And Legion's record means nothing in the face of the brutality they've just been delivered on iLLeY. Frustration all over the faces of Legion. Places left, gone.
Couple of big moments though. Couple of 1v1s. They go different directions. We maybe have a different scoreline, but ultimately the one we end up with is a fair one. Subliners quite dominant through that entire game. But as we said, HyDra is the one causing issues. That is 11 kills and 11 of them non-traded. He is just such a problem. When he finds a kill, he has this unique skill of just being able to get away. He knows where to go. He knows where you're not going to be. Finds a kill, gets out like he hasn't even been like a thief in the night. My goodness, what a performance from HyDra. 6-2 Subliners, 2-0 up in the series. And considering the win condition for Vegas Legion has surely got to be the search and destroy. You find yourself 2-0 down against the Stage 1 champions. This is surely over.
Yeah. We kind of were relying on Legion maybe to pull that one out of the fire, and they did not. Obviously, New York looking incredible here, and it could just be the difference in skills. But this series is not over. There is a reverse sweep of the cards. It'll be a miracle on this game. But all that to come and more after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this for more Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. There's a wonderful production. They could turn on some lights in there. We'll see more beautiful people, but there's an awful lot that goes into making this happen. So big shout out to them having to look at us all day. That's never a pleasant thing, but it is a good thing to look at the New York versus Vegas Legion. Right now, though, it is 2-0 to New York. The Legion looking a little bit down in the dumps, and that is not a good look for Temp.
It isn't. And he's one of those guys, when you talk about Vegas Legion, you think of the star power, especially in previous years on this roster. Of course, in the Paris iteration, he has been that guy. He ain't been that guy in this series so far. We talked about his Warzone Hotel in general. When it has come down to hardpoint, he's struggled there. Struggled in the search, not looking good, and he's going to really need to step it up here. Vegas Legion, statistically, the worst control team in the game, and, well, might be one of the worst control teams on the planet in terms of hardpoint at the hotel. It's just not looking good. Statistically wise, their defensive and attacking win rates are as low as possible. They need to pull a real rabbit out of the hat here as New York heads straight over towards B.
Yeah, that first tick is going to already be in for New York at B. One player having to wrap behind HyDra's found TJ before he can do any more damage. Skyz is keeping Prolud and Clayster away, and Priestahh also has that same cut. Skyz has to dump out here before he can do anything else, but Priestah's still alive. Fights one, fights two, fights the third, but will go down. Temp finds a kill, but the second tick now in for New York.
Looks like it's just about going to get there for the side of Legion, but the damage already done to a certain extent. KiSMET on his way over. Prolud is able to rebuttal this attack over towards the A side for the New York Subliners, though, with Priestahh says thank you very much, Clayster. There's a beatdown way playing Black Ops 4, the shot punch, remember that? Oh my goodness. Subliners over towards A, looking like it's going to get locked in. The best attacking team on the game when it does come down to hotel control. Flexing their muscles here. 4 ticks already over the 2 hills.
Looks very, very slick here for New York. Second tick at A, and already Clayster gets annihilated. Skyz looking for his 4th. Is going to go down. That's a good retake by Legion. However,
I love this.
They've given up B.
I love this. HyDra has control of B. An ultimate control of B, but doesn't give away the info that he's here. All of a sudden, Legion are pushed out maybe a little bit too far over towards A. They spawn over towards B, and they're like, oh, Paco's already there. He has a free route over towards B. There's B secured. Now for the side of Vegas Legion, can you lock A in? We have seen it happen, Brycey. Haven't seen it from Vegas Legion, though. So let's see if Subliners can, once again, just show their prowess when it does come down to these attacking rounds on hotel control.
Does Legion have the steel in the spine to hold off all the pressure coming through? HyDra's already fine, but Clayster does just enough damage to allow Temp to get that kill through. And now you can already see the Legion need to stay alive. Temp doing everything he can. He gets another kill for this one. TJ already pushing out, finds Skyz as well. So far the line is holding.
Temp was doing a good job and did a good job at staying alive there, but it was Prolud inside the kitchen that really needed to be that guy. Finds one, gets traded, but now TJ is here and he's like, I'll be that guy inside the kitchen. Finds 2 in a row. Looking for a 3rd, and this is just to force New York to spawn out as well. You get yourself inside the kitchen, they ain't spawning anywhere near it. Stays alive as well, just, yeah.
Very well.
He's done so well.
Kill. But this is where it gets a little bit dangerous. The Legion are in a good position, but they cannot afford to lose too many gunfights. Skyz takes down Priestahh, though. That is unlucky. Here it comes. Last run for the Subliners. KiSMET finds one onto Temp already. They're going for it as well. Now Prolud gets a kill down. Nate goes out as well. Prolud doing everything he can, but he does go down. And the Subliners are going to be in. They have found a route through. TJ is going to have to move. He finds HyDra on the reinforcements. Is that going to be enough? The rest of the Legion are looking to lock this one down, and they've done it. Only Skyz alive.
Skyz in a decent enough position, but he's found the kills. This is a 3 versus 4 momentarily. Clayster has to start going huge. KiSMET finds the kill. They're in.
It's a stack as well. That second tick is rocketing forward.
It's done.
Look at the losers in a 3 versus 8. They're going to have to push. They're flying forward, but it's not going to be enough time. And New York win it. And you can see just how devastated the Legion are going to be. Fingertips, hairs, the tiniest of margins. And somehow New York walk away with the win.
I am perplexed. KiSMET does so well to stay alive over towards Duel. Slows things down. And honestly, I thought that was done when TJ's inside of kitchen. HyDra actually spawns pretty close. So HyDra's like, well, there must be a kitchen because I just spawned next to it. Nope. He is in kitchen. TJ finds the kills, and I think it's done and dusted at that stage. But just staying alive around the site, I think it was KiSMET and Skyz in a good position, and then they just win all their gunfights. You can't account for that if you're Legion. You played the majority of the round really, really well. But can you answer back this time around with an attack of your own? New York Subliners looking to go 2-0 up. Give them a strong position to be in. Legion heading over towards it to try and extend that time.
They've almost takes down HyDra, but not quite. And there is certainly some guns firing on the Legion side as they try to get back into this. With that aTic coming through, I think HyDra just try and be a nuisance of himself here. See if he can catch a few kills on the out.
No need to overstep. You already see Vegas Legion starting to overextend over towards the lobby side to try and lock that down. It's a big kill from Priestahh, actually. That's going to be a couple of players heading over towards it, but Subliners say, right, okay, let's just run with this. Find the kills over towards it. They know they've overextended over towards B, and then we're just going to have to go over towards B ourselves. But it's a good setup here from Legion.
Can they hold it, though? Priestahh looking for the players he knows are pushing, but all down he goes. It's all Subliners in the kill feed. And Legion get rebuffed. Not a single tick was had. TJ's still going to be here. He might try and sneak this, but we already know there's a player behind him, and down he goes as well. HyDra on a 5. Legion with no map control.
And it just feels like the Subliners are pulling Legion across the map. That's 4 dead. That kill feed lit up very, very quickly, but I'm pretty sure that everybody on Legion died very, very quickly. Now you can see HyDra starting to push up glass side. It's going to force the kitchen spawn. There's a cruise missile on top of it as well. Legion are going to have to perform some kind of magic over towards it here.
Well, they're going to be in for now, but Skyz finds 2 more. KiSMET finds another, and HyDra calls in the God Rod and crashes it into a building. Doesn't do anything with it in the end, but A's actually being taken. They might have a little bit more time. That second kill will not come through for Priestahh. Legion will have a reprieve. They grab A, they grab the time, and it's still game on.
And I think when you're calling in that cruise missile, the last thing you want to see in the kill feed is all 3 of your other teammates dying. Not ideal. HyDra will be disappointed at that, but he won't be disappointed at what his ARs are doing towards the back. Skyz, Priestahh combining well. No push through duel quite coming yet, but Temp is there to maybe try and cause some issue towards the back spawn, but for the rest of the Legion, you're yet to really get yourself in a good position. And just look at where HyDra is.
Wait a minute.
Look where HyDra is. He's in glass. He's just wrapped all the way through mid, and now he's in bedroom. They haven't got a look in at where HyDra is whatsoever.
And there he goes again. Just being probably on an 8 streak as well. And continues to run around. Just switching guns so fast. The definition of cracked, but the Legion, it's a 15 versus 3. They're nowhere really near to get anything done here either. No ticks onto B. Temp may even find a kill here, but with 27 seconds left to go, they have to be flawless. And HyDra already finds pro loot.
He doesn't want to die. He wants to continue the streak. The Simp record, ain't going to be broken this time. Temp's like, yeah, we might not win the round. At least I shot him down. That was 9 in a row before HyDra dies. A little smile, a little disappointed smile, if anything. But Subliners secure the round, and once again, looking like such a steady and strong control team, whereas Legion just never got anything going whatsoever.
And now Legion 2-0 down in the series, 2-0 down in the control. Could be the greatest reverse sweep we have ever seen. But a lot more needs to improve from the Legion before that happens.
KiSMET now making the push over towards A. Looking to try and put a final nail in the coffin of this series. Legion haven't been out the races whatsoever, but their search and destroy was so strong from Subliners. Legion, no answer there. I'm going to have to find 3 rounds here in the control at this moment in time, Everest.
They certainly are, but the team with their foot firm on the pedal will be the New York Subliners. Let's find out how they are feeling in the comms, though, with the New York. Listen in.
Cut off my lobby, cut off my lobby. Cut off my lobby. I have your left. I need secret, I need secret. 2 secret, all of them. Secret. Just stay, watch lobby, watch lobby, watch lobby. Watch lobby. I have a hold mid, I'll hold mid, alright? Lobby, Kelly, you one was mid, pocket. Link down mid. 4 pro loot. I have mid, left, left, mid. Two left. Double shot me. Alright, just get on it. They're double going mid. Cheers, double mid. What?
Couches, guys.
Dubs one shot. Clear.
I'm watching her. I help. He's pitching our kitchen, I think. I hear him. One rock, I have a shot down.
One rocks on me. Rocks, 2 rocks, guys.
One pitching us. I hear him.
Help. 2 rocks and rocks. Help.
I got one. I have help. Rock.
This is another one.
Oh,
I got me. Their side. He's in the pillar. Middle side. Nice. 3.
I'm capping. I think he's blocking. Cap for time.
Wait, they stunned our side. One shot shit him.
Alright, guys, relax. Alright, I'm going B. I'm going. I need my mid doors. Listen, our first break, we're gonna go deep, okay? Alright. One's one. Yo, Chad, we're going 2-1.
I'm behind him.
I'm gonna mid. Their first one, just running secret. I'm gonna work on deep.
Clay child deep last time.
Yep. He spawned secret, okay? Hey.
Top chat, Tim. Left side, you can follow mid. Top mid, let's go. I'm gonna work secret here, bro. I think Clay's gonna hold it.
I'm holding.
Top mid,
I heard you. Stop. Secret telling me. One shot for you. I'm leaving him. Yo, any kills we get, like,
secret free. Secret, you can tell me. I'm dead secret.
Yo, shop is dead.
Prelude secret, 120 out.
Prelude secret weak, Clay.
Alright, take it
There's 2 secret. I think with PT Sears. PT Sears, he left. Dead.
Nice, one more P2.
I spawned
Or P4, I think.
I spawned deep, guys.
And you wonder why the subliners are so good at control. Listen to those comms, thinking about where their next attack route is coming whilst they're still capturing A. That proactive thought you can hear from HyDra. We heard Clayster pushing around that side. He was always sitting deep. It's just the constant information they're giving to each other is helping themselves out. They're inside of B. They're looking to close the series.
They are looking for it. B ticking. Skyz, Priestahh, they find them all. Only TJ left. It's going to be a stack coming through. Can TJ be the hero they need? He finds one, but down he falls. And that third tick rocks in. It's a 3-0 on the control. It's a 3-0 in the series. And New York put another statement onto the CDL. Beaten last week, but not today.
Just quite simply flawless. We knew the search and destroy was maybe going to be an issue heading into this series. Maps 1 and 3 are of no surprise. But showing after 3 losses in a row in search and destroy, you tell Vegas on a good map for them, a map that you've barely played, your normal veto, and smoke them on it. And then the 3-0 on control is pretty much just a formality at this stage of how good subliners are looking right now. What a series from them. Very, very good performance.
Pretty much what we expected coming in, but the crazy thing about this is the hard point looked so close. I thought, hey, maybe we're going to see something a little bit different. And then we went on to the S&D and we did see something different. We saw Legion losing from a 7 S&D streak. And then we go on to the control and it's just like night and day. Somehow New York pull a 3 versus 8 out of the fire ton, and it's game over.
Yeah, and that's going to be a morale killer if you're on the side of Legion. You're looking good for a round. Yeah, okay, your stats have not looked great. You find the defensive round, maybe something can come from it. Maybe that's the start of the reverse sweep. I still think it would have been a tall order, but big clutch up from New York. Big series from them as well.
Certainly was. Well, let's throw it over to our desk then to break down everything we have just seen.
Yeah, I think we all expected this New York squad to come out swinging, especially after that loss to Atlanta FaZe on our last show. But tonight, I don't know if many of us expected a 3-0 and to beat Vegas in their best game mode. They get it done in search and destroy, handing Vegas just their 6th loss out of the 20 games they've played. But what was most impressive for you, aLLeY, as we look at this subliner win?
It had to be that game, too. That was a map that I kind of already signed off to the Vegas Legion. I mean, you're talking about the #1 search and destroy team in the league, and just about all statistics as well. For New York to come out the way that they did, they're looking even scarier than they did before. Like, they were already one of the top teams. Now their S&D is looking like that.
And this is our scuff play of the game. Let's take a look at that search and destroy win. Nameless, walk me through this, because Vegas is so good at this game mode, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're unbelievable. And especially at this map, too, Puckett. Like, Vegas are great at here. We always seen, Clay get those picks with the sniper. But there was something different about this one. And for New York, it's HyDra. He gets up close and personal each time. He was getting into their closet. He's on offense. On the other side, he's pushing up through the right side of the map, past satellite, through courtyard. And he's getting into your base. And there is literally nothing that you can do against HyDra when he's flowing like that and he's on your side. He can get a kill, jump up on the junk, get back up top your base, pops Steady. He's finessing you the entire time. HyDra's just a man on a mission, man. They couldn't stop him.
We got to bring in KiSMET right now to talk about this victory. KiSMET, I got hit with the time hop. It was me and you on the stage back at the very first LAN event in Minnesota. Right. Now we see you wearing a subliner jersey, and you guys are at the top of the leaderboard. What was today's win like, and what went down in that search?
I mean, I guess like the one word is dominance. That's our biggest thing that we're going for, like in the series that we go in for the future. Because I think our respawn is incredibly good, and then we've been just super focused on S&D, and it showed today, which felt really good.
Now, because that S&D, that Cellium map, that is usually your auto veto. You play it in this series. When did it click for you guys, or was this just a test?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's a test anymore. We've been putting a lot of time in S&D in our scrims and stuff, so we've become better at that map. So I don't know. It was definitely an auto veto before, but now we're trying to expand that map pool to where when you try to veto against us, like it's every single time it's pick your poison type energy. So it just feels good to like, I don't know, like be able to transition from scrims to S and like the actual matches, and you know.
KiSMET, so we've seen, you know, even in this series, in the clutch moments, just how good you guys are when it's a nail biter at the very end of a hard point, or in control when you're down in lives, you guys are clutching up. What has given you guys an edge in those scenarios? Is that something that you guys talk about headed into these series?
Realistically, we just talk about playing loose. I mean, you have me and Paka that are just insane playmakers, and no discredit to Priestahh or Skyz. Like, they're gross in their regard, but like allowing us to flow and just be annoying and be a thorn in the side of the teams, like allows it to just, like, it's so easy. And I don't know, we're just clicking right now.
Tell me a little bit about what to expect from this team in Boston, and are you worried at all that you might not have the #1 seed after that loss to Atlanta FaZe?
No, I don't really care about seeding. I mean, right now we're just trying to, like I said, dominance. Regardless of if we're in losers, I don't really care. We're trying to go back to back, and that's our goal.
Is there anyone you want to play in particular?
Right now, dude, I need to get my hands on Scrappy, dude. He's just really been pissing me off in scrims, and I just need another rematch against that kid.
Chat, you guys want to see Subliners versus Toronto? I'm here for it. KiSMET will let you go celebrate with the team, my friend.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Love the Bulldog, and I love seeing this team continue to impress, because honestly, a lot of people in the community are saying, oh, Raleigh's a fluke. This is a one-off. They have kept it consistent. Just one series lost this entire stage qualifier. We still have an excellent day in front of you, and as we update our standings right now, you can see the Subliners, you're back into the top 3, tied there with Toronto Ultra. You win again tomorrow, well, you're gonna be in that top 2. As we look at everyone else here, this was a big loss for Vegas. Yeah. You are now in that 9th spot. You only have 1 match remaining, and the Mutineers win earlier today is basically gonna keep them in the running for the top 8. With that final match, though, we have the Guerrillas taking on FaZe. That's #5 versus #6. Is that going to be the tightest match of the day, aBeZy?
Oh, absolutely.
It's going to be a good one. Stick around. We're ready for it, and we want to remind you on the way to that game, pick up your gear right now. It's live over at CallOfDutyLeague.com. We've got the best gear, and it's not just the jerseys. Look at the fresh hoodies they're dropping. I need to cop that Subliner one, nameless.
Yeah, that New York one's fire.
Hey,
you see the pockets? I love the graffiti on the side. Right, send me one of these.
Duddy's already got 2 of them in his closet. Just borrow his. All right, and of course, if you want to be dropping in-game with the gear, we've got the team pack. Support your favorite teams. Wear their gear in-game. You could have watched me losing on multiple player streams in the Warzone competitions while wearing my LA Thieves jersey. We got a break. When we come back, it's that battle. Guerrillas taking on your #6 seed, Atlanta FaZe, climbing back up the leaderboard.
composition. Out there crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get it. I'm with the team when they need me. Or out on a dolo mission. Nigga rocky riding on this road to riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War, ready, crew, coming through heavy. Aim steady, lights out as the gorillas. Not any winner, one out of many. Fine talents, empty, lights out as the gorillas.
100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the headquarters crew, and I was just looking at chat. It's a whole bunch of Wowicks right now. People are excited for this one, and for good reason. Welcome back in. Chris Bucket, aLLeY Cat, Nameless. Final match of Friday, as we have just 3 days left of qualifiers. And this one, there's a little bit of bad blood. Alec, a.k.a. Arcees, used to play with the Atlanta FaZe. He came into this season with a brand new lineup, and after just one major, they replaced 3 players as the challengers rose to the top to join the AR. Now it's time for Alec to exact revenge against his old team. He always plays with some extra fire when he goes up against aBeZy.
I'm expecting a lot of bodies to get shot in this series. This is a double hitter revenge match. It's going to be the 3 players from the LAG Academy team looking for revenge from Raleigh when they went to a Game 5 against the Atlanta FaZe roster. And then it's the revenge match for Arcees, who got dropped from the Atlanta FaZe roster and goes over to the LAG side of things. And this is their first time matching up. So a lot of blood here, and it's not falling in one side's favor. This should be a grueler.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this matchup. When you look at Atlanta FaZe, you expect them to be an extremely dangerous respawn team. It has not been the case, especially here in the second qualifying stage. They've fallen down in all the ranks when you look across Hardpoint. And when you look at this team in LAG, they have been unbelievable in Hardpoint, 6-0. They've been lighting it up, and Arcees has been on an entirely new level. So this is going to be a very tough matchup for FaZe, who, you know, a lot we're looking at like, yo, they're going to be the real deal coming into this stage, like back on championship form after we saw Simp taking over and aBeZy popping off in Search and Destroy. They fall back into their slump in the following match, man. Just inconsistencies.
Now, that's what I got to point out, though, is you fall 3-0 to Minnesota Røkkr, and then you come back and you hand the Subliners just their 5th loss of the season. So they showed already they have the mental toughness to rebound, especially after getting 100-point clubbed in that Game 4. The question for me, though, is the seed enough for them to overpower the anger that's on the other side of this stage?
And it's a lot of pressure on Slasher. This is like a proven match for him. You know, he's the one that's going to be sat in the seat of where Arcees previously was, and I feel like we haven't seen the huge overturn of what Atlanta FaZe was hoping to do at the beginning of this season, and now the pressure is on because he's going to have to match Alec's pace throughout this entire series, which might be a bit of a difficult feat with the way Arcees' numbers has been looking.
This one, of course, I see a lot of people in the chat already cheering on LAG. Karan Rod says, I bet against LAG the last 2 times, not doing it a 3rd time, but I don't feel good about it. Should he feel good or not so much after seeing these 5 maps?
I mean, the maps overall aren't so much worrying me as just the background fundamentals regarding them. The Atlanta FaZe, when it comes to Hardpoint, they are still struggling to rotate. They are still struggling on the fundamentals. This is a continuation from last year, where this is an LAG squad who is one of the best teams in rotation and one of the best teams in breaking as well. So I'm worried when it comes to the respawns for Atlanta FaZe.
87% of the chat chose the last match correctly. That was the final number I saw. Nameless, where are we going with this one? How do you feel this plays out?
I'm going Atlanta FaZe.
Atlanta FaZe?
Matched up with these guys. They won 2-3-5 at the last major. And I think Atlanta FaZe comes stronger in Hardpoint. Like, at some point, they got figured out.
aLLeY, it's got to be quick. Where are you going here?
LAG, you got to go with the revenge tour.
LAG, I'm going with LAG. Chat, I'm on your side. Let's get rowdy here. The FaZe are my favorites, though, as we hand it over to our casters. We got Lando, we got Study, and hopefully another 5-game series.
That's all we can hope for. That's all we can hope for, Puckett. I tell you what, Jay, this is going to be an electric series. You and I, we've been circling this matchup for a long time. Atlanta FaZe versus LAG. Arseny's first time facing off against an Atlanta FaZe squad, of which they have got a lot of history, a world championship, multitudes of wins. This is about to be a good one, my friend.
Oh, this is going to be a banger, man, because we're talking about the best hardpoint team that we have throughout Stage 2, undefeated on the side of LAG, going up against a struggling Atlanta FaZe so far throughout Stage 2, 1-3 in their hardpoints. You see the stats popping up, 6 overall rank positions for the LAG, and then last for Atlanta FaZe. That's the biggest thing that's going to stand out for me, because we're going up against LAG. They have played this map twice with this new squad. They have won both of the times by more than 100 points. And that's simply because they're the best breaking team that we have in hardpoint. And when they're winning the rotations, makes it even more difficult. So for Atlanta FaZe, this map number 1 is going to tell me if they made any adjustments. Biggest thing they got to fix is getting to that hardpoint early.
Here we go. Basically into the headline matchup here on Friday. LAG and Arseny's facing off against the Atlanta FaZe, a revenge match. Really, when we talk about the entirety of the Guerrillas, Jay, I know the Des touched on it, right? Obviously, we know the storyline with Arseny's, but it's also a huge storyline considering that the Guerrillas, the Academy roster, Assault, Exceed, and Thieves, they lost to this Atlanta FaZe team, but it was very close. This arguably is what put the Academy roster on the focal point of the Guerrilla franchise to add them to the starting lineup.
Yeah, and the biggest thing that when they played in that series, they also took both hard points, and both of the hard points are the exact ones that we have in this best of 5. So early pressure from LAG, getting a little bit of time over towards P1, but their main focus is controlling the better side of the map. Arseny's already trying to cut off towards P2, loses that first gunfight, but the second line of defense is going to be there from Joe to Seize. Great shots from Assault, but neither squad getting any time off P2 so far.
Yeah, for the first time, it's going to have to be Arseny's staring down the barrel at the Tiny Terrors on the opposite side since COD champs in 2020. A big moment for him as he eventually does fall, gets brought back into the fight, and right now the Guerrillas holding those preferred spawns right now for P2. Not a whole lot of time that's often generated when it comes down to our first hard point here on aBeZy, but at the parking lot is when you can start to stack up the seconds. A few players begin to spawn out, but Assault is there for the read. He cuts down a few, and now all that remains is MC toward the back lines. The final 20 seconds looks to go the way of LAG, and there's a very big fight going on toward next as well, Jay.
Yeah, Arseny's at least is able to take down one, but cannot find the second onto Simp. Now it's all on to Exceed. You have to challenge this quick if you are him, but unfortunately cannot win the gunfight. The trade does come in, but it's going to be Atlanta FaZe. Already top bridge control, trophies down. They should be fully set up, especially with the players setting up on the pinch and aBeZy through bottom orange. As now LAG is spawning towards the better side. You want that side of tennis, so you can just consistently continue to flood on through. They find the kills, they're able to get the break, and now they're able to get the hold.
And this is one of the scariest part, right, Jay? I mean, about this Guerrillas lineup has not just been about, oh, you know, they're a good hardpoint team because they rotate effectively. It's because it's like, no, they just break you. Like, regardless of whatever setup you've got, they are so good at breaking into other team setups. Almost a mirror of what we call this Atlanta FaZe team of old. As on topic with that, they also managed to get the break on in. So a much needed return fire out of Atlanta as they look to be in a good spot to claim the final 15 seconds as now the rotation comes in toward office.
Yeah, the rotation is going to be big, and look at the player that's already sneaks his way up street side. It's going to be Simp. He does find that first kill. He's able to find 2, relieve some of that pressure. Now 2 of his teammates are going to be here to at least assist him, but Assault, he's able to shut down the pressure with 3 of his own. That TAC 56 in hand makes every gunfight look a little bit easier. So LAG win the rotation and win a couple gunfights, and now they should be fully set up, but that's going to be Atlanta FaZe finding a couple kills. They're ready to set the pinch up.
And that's just the aggression. That's just the aggression that Atlanta FaZe can express, but LAG, they're able to answer back. Assault goes down, but this time it's the other rookie in Exceed who's able to deliver. Atlanta is applying all kinds of pressure, but so far LAG has been able to weather the storm up to this point. Still a very valuable 25 seconds still to fight for. Lots of bodies exist really toward either side. Atlanta eventually are able to break, but Jay, LAG definitely made them work for it.
Yeah, they definitely did. They're just staying ahead of the game right now. There was only 2 players left in towards that P4 hardpoint. They were able to find 3 and still relieve some more pressure from Atlanta FaZe and now execute another break at it. Now be late off the rotation over towards Kitchen. as aLLeY have bread control. You have one player in Arsenal who's playing slow towards the top. He eventually is going to get picked off. So now Atlanta FaZe are going to be able to put on pressure from Lungy and the back. Have to hold your guns up if you are aLLeY.
Got to be ready for it. Assault, maybe not with the greatest weapon of choice, but we'll see what he can do with it in close quarters, and it's perfect. He's able to find his pick, and the rest of the team does their job as well. Joe Thieves starting to heat up inside of the kitchen. Right now, he sits at 4 in a row as the Guerrillas look to only extend their advantage. Jay, it feels like every time we cast over this team, Joe Thieves is the guy to put up numbers, and he has been electric in hardpoint as of late.
Yeah, especially on a map like aBeZy. He has the #1 overall KD on this map with a 1.4 KD. That's crazy because he's an SMG player. That means he's just flying around, but Cellium is able to find the break on towards kitchen, and at least Atlanta FaZe just getting closer and closer to taking this lead right on back. Cellium is such a difficult kill to try to pick up. See, finds another one-on-one, and with the clean 4 dead, is now going to allow Atlanta FaZe to get fully set up, hold this kitchen side of the map, makes it easier to rotate over towards that P2, and also easier for them to get some time. Right now, it's just all about these kills. Who can find a couple and eventually hop on this point?
There's been so many people who've talked about, Jay, you know, the Guerrillas when it comes down to their hard point. I think it was Clay who at one point on the flank was talking about aLLeY. The reason why that Academy roster was so solid at hard point and still is just because of because of how great they are with the new spawn awareness. It feels like they are just aware of where everybody is on the map, and we'll see that really be put to the test. Now with Atlanta FaZe holding those preferred spawns, when it comes down to P2, that mindset, really just that preparation that they come into for maps, it's going to be put the ultimate test. 4 go down. Atlanta with a great break, but take a look at player 4 in Arcitys. He could be the one that starts to spoil things.
Yeah, you just want to stay alive now if you are Arcitys. Maintain this back kissing position, allow your teammates to set up the pinch through street. As Cellium just waiting towards top plat. He spots one, able to line up the shots, take down, exceed. And this is going to be Atlanta FaZe with early success on towards P2. Last time around, it was all aLLeY finding the kills, holding strong, and eventually finding about 25 seconds. But Cellium on a 5 straight, 19 and 8 to start off this hard point. Atlanta FaZe breaks away from taking the lead.
Yep, very close to grabbing that advantage. Slasher and Cellium, the AR duo, continue to combine for kills. Moments away from grabbing that advantage. Let's step aside and go to a listen with Atlanta FaZe.
That's one. He's from in one shot. You might have been housing. Money awesome. Before this, one AC radius. AC one shot. Halls one shot. One more in orange. That one shot. Yeah, Joe in orange. Top AC absolute. One shot top bridge. We have a streak too. Yeah, oh, one shot. Yeah, throw shit time to finish. Top new. I'm shield. He's one shot. I'm gas walking gas. In orange. Weak. Joe. Joe in the mid. Gas me. One shot. Gas so one shot.
Can we streak this?
Yeah, I could.
Side P4.
Top AC and side P4. I'm shooting.
Throw shit time.
Yeah, I'm 36. One gas, one time. Gas, one time, gas. Go like setter. Gas it. Oh, no, gas in orange.
Orange not peeking.
Gas in orange, Joyce.
Okay, orange time, one shot. No trophy, I don't think.
Bottom orange again.
Bottom orange.
They're spotting orange.
And time, one time, we might have a trophy.
You got 2 in orange.
Bottom orange this time.
Give me right there. Hitting side or
yeah, I'm trying. One shot, top AC.
Oh, Soul's like God wall. I'm right there.
Top AC, guys.
I'm right there.
Bottom orange. Bro, watch, get small kill. Let's hold on our holes.
That's fine.
A great little check-in there with Atlanta FaZe. We know, right, this is a world championship caliber type roster. Rings across the board, but even those comms, as great as they were not able to crack the code over at the ACs. As aLLeY once more keep themselves alive, keep themselves just narrowly in the driver's seat. But back toward the office we go, and now it's their opportunity to have the spawns at their back. As Simp looks to heat up Jay. 3 in a row.
Oh, big kills coming in from Simp. Controlling the spawns, knowing that they're all going to be towards kitchen side, trying to attack towards the back of sign, and also push through mid bathrooms. As Atlanta FaZe find themselves only down by 20 points. They take down the player that are already on the pitch. This has been a flawless hold on this P4 hard point for them to eventually take this lead. aLLeY trying to still put pressure on through back from hallways, through both the hallways. They win a couple gunfights, so it's still going to be here as they have the favorable side going into the next hard point as well. They get the break, and it's all on the back of Joe Thieves as he finds the initial 2. Now the final 15 is going to be the Guerrillas.
Yeah, good work at the end for the Guerrillas to break on through. That is big time, especially at this point in the game. They'll take that 20 seconds without a doubt. They win the final 1v1, and the scrap belongs to them. Now the rotation in toward the kitchen. You see those ARs being put away, and now it's time for the Vaznevs to come on out. Exceed could be the man to make the play toward the back lines. He's got one man in the front, and he will clear things out toward the back. Assault now on 5 in a row. Exceed, he's been the assist man so far, but can he take down MC? Not going to be there. Assault eventually does get dropped with the SMG himself, and Atlanta, they run right back on through. Arsenies, though, puts 2 away. Has got some words for aBeZy and Cellium as Big Daddy Alec hops right in the kitchen.
And now look at the spawns for Atlanta FaZe all the way toward the back of Embassy. It's going to be quite some time before they're able to get on and contest this, especially when you're not winning gunfights. And see, goes for the challenge onto Slasher, but now it's a 1v1. He eventually does get taken care of, and this has been a great hold from LAG to continue to grow this lead the way that they have. 10 seconds remaining on P5. If you are Atlanta FaZe, now you have to fight for a lot of P1 time and not allow LAG to continue to hold the spawns the way that they have been towards this kitchen area.
So Salt does get found out. We reset and go back toward P1. Atlanta, without question, in the better spot for right now. They've got the more preferred spawns at their back, and now they've got 3 down. So really exactly where you want to be if you're Atlanta FaZe is really, this is where things start to get moving for the Guerrillas. They know they have some time to work with, Jay. They don't have to necessarily go for P1. They can try to go for spawns, and Assault may actually try to do both at the same time. That's 2 down.
That's going to be 2 dead. LG, no. They're getting closer and closer. You're really not going to have a strong setup over towards P1 as the trades are bound. And now if you're Atlanta FaZe, you just have to keep them off. You at least have to force that P2 hard point. Slasher sitting towards top paper is at least able to take down that first player. aBeZy finds a second. Is still putting on a lot of pressure. This game is far from over.
It absolutely is. Atlanta still fighting. Thieves able to win a big 1v1. He eventually falls. 3 players.
They got P2 as well
on the map, but Arsenies is able to pick one away. So the only player really at that 50-yard line right now for Guerrillas. 1 break is all it takes. Atlanta, they have got to play clean. They've got to play strong, and they cannot allow for a pick to go the other direction. Simp versus Arsenies, and it's Simp who's able to grab it. Another crucial kill for him. Here comes Atlanta.
Oh, but Assault, he finds 2 kills towards the back of kitchen, so now that's going to open up the pinch. All of LAG trying to put pressure on through the middle. They find the break. They're winning a couple of the gunfights, and now they control the spawns. You have to contest this right now. If you are Simp, just try to find this kill onto Exceed. You see where LAG is starting to spawn all the way towards the middle of the map. They can close it out here, but trades are going back and forth. LAG win the rotation over towards next. So now Atlanta FaZe have to try to just cut their losses, get towards the next hard point, because LAG are fully going to be set up for that P3 and close it out there.
Yeah, 8 more seconds. LAG have said, you know what? Let's go ahead and scrap it. Let's rotate toward new. Make FaZe come to us. And that's exactly what's going to have to be needed at this moment. Assault having a great game, able to cut away the first. MC wiped off the map and hitting the respawn screen. 5 seconds to go. Thieves, they start to line up. aBeZy, can he get here in time? Can he contest? And no, he will not. The LA Guerrillas answer again into hard points as they take our game 1. And my goodness, what a W it is. That has got to feel good early there for Arsenies, Jay.
Oh, especially for the entire Guerrillas roster, man. That's got to feel great, because you're not going up against no slouches. You're going up against a team that everybody kind of fears sometimes when they're playing at their best. Atlanta FaZe just didn't win a majority of their rotations on the first rotation of hard points. The second time on the rotations, they were able to get P4 and get some good time. They were able to get kitchen, but it was Guerrillas break after break whenever they needed to, especially at that kitchen hard point where they were able to maintain the lead they did. Losing a hard point to one of the best hard point teams that we have in the game in the Guerrillas by only 17 points. Just a couple mistakes that you need to fix. I'm pretty sure that P3 hard point, Atlanta FaZe didn't get a single second off of it because of the setup that the Guerrillas had and the way that they were just prioritizing that hard point, knowing that this is a money hill for us. We need the setup, and it showed, man. They won key gunfight after key gunfight, break after break to close out map number 1 and now go up 1-0 in the series.
And Jay, now we've seen 7 hard points for this new LAG team. They have won all of them. They have yet to lose a hard point with this new squad. What has impressed you the most, right, throughout this entire spree so far, this map included? What has impressed you the most about this new LAG lineup?
It's their pacing. It looks like everyone is just delusional confident on the map. Doesn't matter what gun you have. They're flying into every single hill knowing that the trade is going to be abound, and their communication has to also be on point. Keep in mind, this team's only been a squad for about 2.5 weeks now, and they're showing some of the best characteristics in hardpoint. Early rotation, great communication, trades are efficient. Right now, LAG, with their pacing-wise, the way that their SMG play, the way you have RCDs playing with that AR in hand, with Assault now being that slower AR to just maintain those spawns, get those crucial kills, you're allowing these guys to play at such a different pace than the old LAG roster has, and that's why you've been seeing a lot of different results in hardpoint. Undefeated in that game mode. And it shows in that map number 1. Now going into a hotel search and destroy where they have yet to play this one with their new team. So this one's going to be up in the air for me.
Yeah, without a doubt. I want to jump into that search destroy, but I just want to quickly highlight. I feel like we've talked about so many players for this LA Guerrillas team, right? We know the storyline with Arstees. We know the rookies, right? And Joe Thieves and Exceed. We got to get a lot of props to Assault, right? In that last
world champ, baby.
32 and 23. It almost feels like we haven't fully portrayed that story as accurately as it is, right? His comeback into the CDL to see what he has been able to do with this team. We know what he was able to do at the end of the Challenger season last year, obviously winning that one with Exceed as well. It has been a very interesting storyline. Just one of the many fun things about this Guerrillas lineup is obviously the turnaround that they've had, but it's also the stories within this new lineup as well. The Academy players, the Challenger players, a lot of fun storylines to dive into, and Assault is without a doubt one of those at the top. So as we said, the hardpoint streak continues, and now the search destroy. It's definitely one of the game modes that they have had to work on, Jay. I mean, yeah. I think when we talk about this Guerrillas team, if we're talking about a barometer, right, for search and destroy, this is definitely going to give us a really good indicator on where they sit, because Atlanta FaZe, I mean, this is without a doubt been their best game mode so far this season.
Oh yeah, 3rd overall in the S&D category. It's top 3 S&D team in the game. But if you are LAG, there's a little bit of history, a little bit of homework you can do on how Atlanta FaZe love to play themselves some hotel S&D, and it's usually on their attacking rounds. If I'm LAG, I'm going back and watching that series that Minnesota played versus Atlanta, because they played them great on this map. They won 6-3. Majority of the time where Atlanta FaZe find a lot of success is when they get first blood out of aBeZy. Overall in search and destroy, his KD's at a 1.43, and a majority of that always comes in those opening duels. So I'm really looking at, if you're LAG, shutting down that pressure towards this A bomb, because you allow them to get that free bomb plant. That's when they have a 61% chance at winning the round. And you don't want that to happen if you are LAG. Just hold your gunfights. You know the aggression that Atlanta FaZe is going to have. So if you slowly allow the Guerrillas players to pick them apart, that is when Atlanta FaZe are going to struggle.
You see aBeZy is a 1.43. Like, is that just on hotel, or is that this season?
No, overall on the season. Yeah, on the season, he's a 1.43 overall in search and destroy. But on the map, like hotel specifically, he's a 1.44. So it's 0.01, a little bit better than overall his search and destroy.
Good heavens, aBeZy. I knew the numbers were good. I didn't know they were that good. I thought it was like, oh yeah, on this map, he's really talented. You know, he just sees a lot of success. No, just in general, yeah, 1.4s. That's just too easy for aBeZy, is the very clear tagline. Yeah, I think without a doubt, I mean, you laid it out perfectly. I think for LAG, it's like, you know what? Let's just try not to get first blooded by aBeZy. Let's try to make sure that we're not putting up 1.4s on our heads when it comes down to the search and destroy. We should be in good shape. Lot easier said than done, without a doubt. But excited to see what Atlanta FaZe can come up with when it comes down to the search and destroy, Jay. I know we had a chance to touch on the storylines a bit, but there's also a pretty big one when it comes down to that man in the bottom right, Slasher. I know the Des touched on it quite a bit, right? His, comeback to facing off against this old Guerrillas lineup. He was able to deliver the one championship that the LAG franchise, I'm sure, holds true to back in Major II last season. It's a big moment, right? To know that you're sitting in the chair of the guy from last season, and the same thing can be said for Arstees as well. You know, it's gonna be not awkward, I'm sure, but it's definitely, I don't know if it like maybe kind of caters into the mind when it comes down to both these guys if they're in a 1v1 fight from time to time.
I think aLLeY put it perfectly on the desk. Like, when you're the guy that comes in for a guy that they just dropped, and then you're playing the guy that used to be on the squad, a lot of pressure is going to be on Slasher, because you have to show why you deserve to be here, why you were that player that took RCD's position on this Atlanta FaZe roster. So far, he's been a great leader, especially in Search and Destroy. They have been lacking in hard points with Search and Destroy, where they have been able to get into the series. We saw it in the last one versus New York. They pull it off by winning the 2-3-5. That's insane to say, because Atlanta FaZe are usually one of those squads that we always talk about in hard point. But right now, they're taking over in Search and Destroy, and majority of that does fall into aBeZy's hands. But with a leader like Slasher, he's definitely given those play calls.
Yeah, so often, I mean, it felt like last season, the Atlanta FaZe, the reasoning for why they make that change in the first place was because of mistakes, and they felt like Slasher was the guy that could really translate a lot of those issues that they had been suffering, a lot of the problems that they had been dealing with. They called upon him to really be the guy to iron those things out, to make sure they are in good form. Let's go and take a look at a few of the highlights from Atlanta FaZe actually at the major that we ended up having, rather the series that they faced off against when it comes down to New York. And you can see the S&D that they put on display. You're seeing those numbers from aBeZy, Jay, and I guess I see why he has that 1.4 KD right now.
Oh, yeah, he's got that Vaznev in hand, bro. Any close gunfight versus aBeZy is never going to be easy.
See what you did.
He's just snapping on snapping on snapping. This is what he does. And then when you get Simp to snap alongside him, this is when Atlanta FaZe are the best Search and Destroy team in the game, because they're not afraid of any moment. They're not worried about making adjustments to the round, because they're great. They're world champions and they're capable of doing so. But when you allow Simp and aBeZy to just set the tone early in Search and Destroys, that is when it starts to get out of hand. Because then at that point, you're getting super confident. You know, everything that they're trying to do is trying to shut you down. But when you continuously find success, your team is going to be able to find success. So just shake off that opening hard point. You lost it by 17 points. Usually find yourself in this situation for the Atlanta FaZe members, but the Search and Destroy is always where they bounce back.
Yeah, without a doubt. I apologize. I think I was reiterating that they were at these were the highlights from the major. This was the highlights from the...
Oh, no, it was last week.
Yeah, it was the highlights versus New York. That I don't know if... That wasn't like on stream, was it, Jay? So it's like...
It was, sort of.
I wasn't
for 4 hours.
You know.
Yeah, it was up in the air. It was all over the place. We got to see something.
Regardless, that's a massive W for Atlanta, right? Coming into this matchup, they've got to have a decent amount of momentum that I think is fair to say is slightly silenced, at least after that opening hardpoint loss. But a victory over New York, I mean, that's got to say a lot about this team, right? We know the players across the board, the talent that exists there, the high expectations that they have as well. And I think it's fair to say too, man, like there's just a lot of questions on this FaZe lineup, right? They lose that 3-0 versus Minnesota. They come into that matchup versus New York. I think it's fair to say a lot of people thinking, hey, you know what? Probably going to be New York's matchup. FaZe ends up taking that, and now we're left to wonder, where does Atlanta FaZe truly sit, right? Are they still that team that we're expecting to be in those finals every single tournament? Or have they started to slowly go down the ladder a bit? And I think that this series versus Guerrillas is going to give us, I think, a little bit more information on where this team really does sit moving into the Boston Major.
Oh, yeah, that's big, because obviously they need to work on hardpoint. They haven't really had the best success rate so far throughout stage 2 in hardpoint, 1-4 overall. And when you talk about Atlanta FaZe, at least when you talk about these world champs, it's always been throughout the respawns. Atlanta FaZe haven't been able to do it so far throughout stage 2. Sessindy has been a lot better, and I think this map number 2 is a must win for them, because you know, at least in that map number 4 that LAG have now been able to force that one. It's Mercado hardpoint, where this squad was able to beat them before. So confidence is all flowing right now for the Guerrillas.
Yeah, without that, you can see the boys are getting high. I think they're like throwing their hand warmers maybe across the setup to each other. But let's go and take a look at our Major II Qualifier standings right now. This is where things do start to get a little dicey, Jay, because when you do have that 2-1 record, there is still an opportunity really for both of these lineups, right? 5 and 6 right now for LAG and FaZe. There is still a chance that you can walk away with that negative record, that there's still a chance that you could be in that elimination bracket. And I want to say that really for both these teams, obviously they're facing off against each other right now, but whoever loses this has got a lot of pressure. I think the Guerrillas have Toronto to face off against tomorrow.
Tough.
Well, Atlanta FaZe, Jay, they've got OpTic Texas to face off against on Sunday. So whoever loses this matchup very well could be finishing things off. As surprising as it sounds, there's a high chance they could still have a losing record despite the way that it looks right now.
Oh, yeah, if I'm Atlanta FaZe, that means I'm turning up to a whole different level in this Search and Destroy, because going up against that OpTic Texas roster for their final game, if they potentially fall short in this series, that one's going to be for all the marbles. To make it into winner's bracket, to make it into loser's bracket, you do not want to allow that to happen. But finally, we're getting into the Search and Destroy. You see the stats from Assault, 1.3. We were talking all about aBeZy at 1.4. But Assault, world champion in his own right. shows it in Search and Destroy. 1.3 overall in the attacking rounds. He's dominating with a 1.8. Opening duels, he's winning it 67% of the time. Sheesh. I would love to see aBeZy versus Assault, especially with that vast step going up against Attack 56 and start us off.
I'll be honest. I mean, aBeZy's terrifying. Assault with those new luscious locks, absolutely terrifying as well. As we jump into round number 1, a little bit of a delay, but here we are. Into Hotel we go, and it's Atlanta FaZe starting things off on the attacking end. So confident they didn't even decide to grab the bomb. Assault, well, we talked about it, opening duels. At least able to drop Cellium off the rip with that nade. So MC goes bye-bye, and Atlanta FaZe left without a member and still left without the bomb. Gotta grab it.
Down to 3v4. Fortunately, the stun is able to connect, able to slow down Simp. Varsity finds the kill. Exceed finds the one on to aBeZy. Now it's all up to Slasher, and he's going to drop as well. The Guerrillas hold strong on the defensive end. Starts with that first blood. Atlanta FaZe do not have the bomb. They eventually have to wrap back towards it. But it's looking like Atlanta FaZe is trying to put a lot of pressure on towards the middle of the map, but could not win any of those gunfights. Guerrilla, flawless first round to start us up, a 1-0.
Yeah, and a nice little early nade tossed out from Assault as well. As the first blood percentage continues to raise, the KD gets better as well on top of it. Like I said, Atlanta FaZe, they're ready to go for that full one-on-one team fight in the middle of the map, and the Guerrillas answer back accordingly. As now we'll flip sides, LAG now on the attack, and by no means a middle of the map endeavor. It is all out toward A, looking to get that bomb down as soon as possible. Joe Deceives there to punch in the digits. That one is down. Atlanta now in the 4v4 retake.
Oh, 4v4 retake, and no one is in a position to at least try to get the player off bomb, or at least take some map control. As everyone from Atlanta FaZe decided to wrap back towards bedroom, they're checking all the corners, knowing that at least Exceed did show presence, that he was aggressive towards bedside. But he's just playing towards the catwalk steps, and time is starting to tick. There's only 20 seconds left, and neither one of the squads have lost a player.
Oh, and Exceed ends up dying. At least tosses out that nade, able to stall the push, at least for the moment. But 15 seconds left. Atlanta FaZe have got to get a move on. Joe Deceives catches a flying aBeZy. Now it's up to Cellium and Simp. Still a job to do, and as long as LAG stays alive, this round becomes impossible. Simp, some great gunfights, and sees his good old buddy Arsenes across the way. But regardless, it is the Guerrillas who hold true. They find the kills, and tell you what, man, Atlanta FaZe, it just didn't seem like there was any presence at that bomb site at all. They finally pushed onto the site when there was about 20 seconds left.
Yeah, there was just no time. Like, Simp was the only player sitting towards bottom bedroom. He watches two players cross towards bomb, and instead of dying, he just backs up, waits for his teammates to get back into the play. But by the time that happens, it's not that much time to work with. As LAG just keep him off of the site, keep a couple players alive. And now we're up 2-0 in the Search and Destroy. That was just a perfect counter to the setup of Atlanta FaZe in that round.
So what Atlanta FaZe elects to do. Down 0-2, back on the attack. This is where they've seen all of their success on Hotel Search Destroy. It comes from this attacking side. Number 2 on Hotel attacking rounds. As that's going to be put to the test. Simp gets a bit aggressive over toward those brick stairs. He falls, and another first blood again goes the way of LAG.
So now into 3v4. If you are Atlanta FaZe, you have to make the play come to you. aBeZy is going to be that bomb carrier. Does he try to stress this bomb and force the retake? 3v4. But they're wasting a lot of time right now. The attack is about to come in from Assault, so he's going to be able to open the door right on open. But unfortunately, the timing isn't going to match up, but he finds the kill onto Cellium. At least aBeZy's there for the trade. 3v2.
aBeZy's really the player to look out for. Slasher goes down, pops dead silence now, 1v3. A bomb that he planted, now he's gonna have to defend it. Does so quite nicely, cuts down Joe Deceives. Still 2 players to go, and Exceed, confident as ever, hops right on that bomb, has to jump off. Now back on the defuse again. aBeZy will fall, and Arsenes remains flawless. Cuts down Simp a few rounds ago, and now has some words for aBeZy. LAG, clean S&D through 3.
3 first bloods. You force the player to go to them. And I thought aBeZy was able to get off that site beautifully, but Cellium just wasn't ready for that nade to get pushed through bottom lights. Assault makes it a 4v2. And once they take down Simp, they know in the 2v1 aBeZy's still going to be towards bottom bedroom. Arsenes backs all the way up. He's able to cover every single angle as the stretch comes in towards the bomb. And I was worried about the Guerrillas on this map because they have yet to play it.
Yeah.
But obviously, like with this squad being as new as they are, 2.5 weeks of practice, they have just been looking great in search and destroy and hardpoint.
It's such an impressive turnaround, man. Like, you know, weeks ago, we were saying LAG versus Atlanta. Well, that's going to be a quick series, maybe a 3-1 at best. Now we're talking about LAG. They could be the favorites coming into this series, given how great they have looked lately. There it is.
First blood.
4 for 4. Now in first bloods. Continuing to see success. LAG, with all the confidence and all the information, find their pick and decide to back on up. Thankfully, for Atlanta FaZe, Simp, meanwhile, takes down Assault. And so the information is somewhat lost. The map positioning, not as strong as you would have previously liked it for the Guerrillas, but into the depths they go. And while it was B to A, it could be back to the B site we go again, Jay.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going to be the play call for the Guerrillas. Once Simp picks up that kill onto Assault, obviously, the rest of Atlanta FaZe are thinking that bomb is going to be committed over towards A, but they have just worked their way all the way up through mid the QZ.
Oh my gosh.
And should be able to get a free B bomb plant. Now 3v3 on the retake. Cellium is trying to get any ounce of information that he can get. He's going to get it all right now because the bomb is going to be planted. 3v3 retake, 45 seconds.
It's the one lane. It's the one lane Atlanta FaZe wasn't holding. It's the very one that LAG takes to their path to getting the bomb down over at B. Cellium going for some spray checks. Can he find anything? Continuing to tag up a few of these pots and pans, but it's Joe to Thieves who walks away with both. aBeZy and Simp erased, but Cellium still with a bit of life. 20 seconds to go. Drops. Guerrillas continue to fry. I'll tell you what, Jay, I mean, it looks like, obviously we have the Codcaster, right? We know exactly where those arrows are positioned. It looked like LAG knew exactly what Atlanta FaZe was going to do when it came down to the rotations of where they wanted to take this bomb site. That is great mid-round coordination there from them.
Yeah, those mid-round adjustments right there to gain all the information, knowing that Simp is going to be towards bottom bedroom. And then RCDs was slow playing in towards Donna, seeing that no one was aggressive in towards A, so they have to have hit the rotation. They find the opening through middle and close out the round beautifully. This has been flawless search and destroy from the Guerrillas. 5-0 from RCDs. This now falls into the hands of Joe DeCease, who finds himself on a 4-speed, gets that information, and aBeZy already crosses towards bedroom. So now it's time to iron up, play a little bit slower, and look at the player that's trying to go on the late flank. Exceed, trying to make the play.
Oh, Exceed attempts to make it. Slasher, the veteran, able to shut him down. We talked about experience, and that's where it pays off perfectly there for Atlanta. They finally get a first blood on the board, and we'll see what they can do with it on the attack as well. As shots continue to get exchanged here throughout Hotel. A bit of a pause and maybe a bomb that does get tossed off. Now it'll be in the hands of Simp. Another big pick there for Slasher as he wipes away 2.
Now in the 4v2. Assault does pop that dead silence, but Atlanta FaZe are fully ready for this. They just want to get the information of where both players are playing. And I think they just gained it. Now the bomb is going to be able to get planted over towards that B point. Joe DeCease trying to put down a couple of shots, but the challenge is going to be hit from aBeZy. Eventually, Cellium finds the last guy. And after finally the first blood from Atlanta FaZe, great plays from Slasher. Get one on the board without anyone dropping. Atlanta FaZe stop the bleeding, now down 4-1.
I mean, it has to come there. Like, I know we're talking about, you know, oh, you're down 3-0. Okay, now you're down 4-0. But you got to get a little bit of life if you're Atlanta.
Got to have something.
You got to have a little bit of momentum moving forward. Get some information to work off of. Maybe get somebody on a spree. And right there, we talk about new additions, how great RCDs has looked so far throughout this search destroy. This time, the new addition for Atlanta FaZe and Slasher. Able to put away 2, and that puts his team back on the board. Slasher versus RCD's tail only continues to get that much more interesting as into this next round we go. But it's a very aggressive defensive play out of Atlanta. So much so they send a Simp flying forward. However, he's tagged up and he's instantly lost to aBeZy. It's as if LAG knew exactly what Atlanta was trying to cook on up. Somehow Simp manages to stay alive. Still LAG with numbers. We've got a lot of scattered arrows across the map.
Oh, yeah. Great kill coming in from Slash to at least relieve some of that pressure over towards that A site. He take down Assault, but look at the positioning right now of RCDs. He's already pushed out towards back kitchen. So this is free roam to just go towards B, get this bomb down. He should be able to catch a couple players from Atlanta FaZe trying to rotate through the middle of the map. But this is going to be another retake in a 3v3 situation over towards this B bomb. Do Atlanta FaZe have any tacks to work with this time around? Because that's the thing that they couldn't break in last time. No stuns, no nades to work with. They have to try to execute the break once again, this time from Diner.
Lack of utility could be their downfall. Joe Deceives trying to go for the, I think it's the standy spot over toward the top side of the screen. See if he can find that. Meanwhile, Exceed finding himself in a pretty nice position. Arcenies cuts down Slasher. Now it's all on the Cellium and Simp. Make it MC all by his lonesome. And the Guerrillas continue to dominate early on in these rounds. And as you said, man, it's the positioning from Arcenies that just allows for that plant to be taken over to this B site that much easier.
LAG just looks so calm, cool, and collected, man. Even with such a young team, with 2 rookie players, they're not making any mistakes. All the mid-round adjustments that need to come in, they're reading them perfectly. 5 first bloods lead to 5 successful round wins. As now LAG put themselves at game point already in this search and destroy.
And this is crazy. Like we're talking about Atlanta FaZe, this is their best game mode. Like they are literally 12-6, in danger of going 12-7 now. They look lights out like the best team in Raleigh at this very game mode, but Simp starts to arrive as he'll cut away 3. And instantly we start talking about Atlanta FaZe going down once more. Simp is there to say that we've still got a bit of life. Great work. They're coming in from the young god as he delivers. And as we said, keeps Atlanta FaZe's hopes still in this search destroy.
Right there, LAG, they read the play beautifully. They were aggressive through connector, but Simp just slips right on by. When he works his way in through Diner, finds a couple kills on the flank through connector. And then the last player towards double arches. If you want to get around on the board, just get a 3-piece. Simp makes it look easy. So Atlanta FaZe stay alive a little longer. Now down 5-2. LAG super aggressive this time around, though, towards that A bomb plant. We saw how successful they were the first time around. Now it's going to be a 4-4 retake once again.
Really shots being established in from Arcenies. Let's get a bit of information. That's really about it. Exceed somehow already finds himself toward top bed. Finds one on his slasher. aBeZy. He also gets dropped. Cellium at least is able to find one before he removes himself from that team fight, and understandably so. They do not have the numbers, but right now they also don't have the time. It continues to tick away, and Exceed very well could be gifted another kill, and there it is. Simp will fall, and it is clean work in search and destroy from the Guerrillas. Everybody getting up, as now they are up 2-0 over Atlanta.
Oh man, let me tell you, Lando, these revenge games always hit a little bit different as LAG dominate in that search and destroy. Every time they got a first blood, they always found success on the round. 6 first bloods in favor of them, 6 round wins to close out the search and destroy. That was just beautifully played, man. Beautifully played from the Guerrillas. Like I said, every mid-round adjustment that they needed to make, they made it.
Yeah.
Multiple first bloods go in their favor. Whenever they find the first blood, they were able to close out the round. And then on the attacking rounds where Atlanta FaZe, they just had a broken setup. The only player that was playing over towards that A bomb was Simp watching the cross from bottom bedroom. But when one player is going to be aggressive towards top plat, now you have to focus on that guy. And then there's a guy on bomb already, so then you focus on that guy. Yeah. It was so much to work with right there for the LA Guerrillas, just taking the map to them. Just took control of that A bomb whenever they wanted. Hit free rotations over towards B. Just a perfect game plan from the Guerrillas. And a search and destroy that they have yet to play. And now we're 1-0. Now 2-0 in this series. Unbelievable performance from them so far.
Yeah, it has been wild, right? We kind of figured the Embassy hardpoint. I mean, as of lately, it's been one of their best hardpoints. They're one of the best hardpoint teams right now, it seems like, in the game. Maybe arguably the best hardpoint team in the game. But for them to do that versus Atlanta FaZe in Search Destroy, one of the best teams in that mode, like I said, a map that we've never seen. Again, it just feels like this story around the Guerrillas, which is such an impeccable one. It's an incredible comeback to what their early roster looked like to where they are now. LAG, in incredible form right now, find themselves up 2-0 over Atlanta FaZe. Arcenies, I'm sure, has got a big smile on his face, but the job is not done just yet. Are we in for a reverse sweep, or does LAG call game here on El Asilo Control? We'll have to find out right after this break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Howdy, friends, and welcome back to the final matchup of the day. It is LA Guerrillas versus Atlanta FaZe, more specifically, Arseny's facing off against his old squad, and right now, he is having a grand old time, up 2-0 versus FaZe after an aBeZy hardpoint W. LAG goes into Hotel Search Destroy, a map that they have never played, and they looked flawless on it. Now sit one map away from possibly having a 3-0 sweep. What is this?
I don't know, man. This LAG roster is not to be messed with. I have no idea. When you're talking about this LAG squad, they're new. Like, they haven't been a team for a long time, and they're looking like one of the best teams in the game. Undefeated in hardpoint. They're making the adjustments in their search and destroys, and now they find themselves up 2-0 going into the aLLeY control. And this is the biggest thing that scares me with this LAG roster, because ever since this squad has been formed, they have lost every single control map. They've tried all three, but they have lost every single one. The time that they played this one, they lost it 3-2 to the Florida Mutineers. And that's going to be good, because you're going up against an Atlanta FaZe roster who have auto-vetoed aLLeY control for quite some time. The last time that they played Atlanta was December 9th in their second overall stage match. Like, that's insane. Atlanta FaZe do not mess with aLLeY control, but now they're trying to, yeah, it's been a whole different year, my friend.
I had to get that one. I'm sorry, it's dead.
Now they're just trying to figure out something in their control, and going up against a team like LAG who haven't found success in control overall, this is a place where you can potentially start the reverse sweep.
Yeah, it's like it's an interesting situation when we talk about this map and mode specifically, because I think you and I were talking about this during the break. LA Guerrillas, right? They've gone 0 for 3 on every map so far that we have in control. They just need one map. Like, they just need to figure out a control map to kind of get that in their map pool, and then from there, you know, they can start to figure things out. I think for Atlanta FaZe, the same thing can be said, right? Because 9 out of their last 10 controls have all been on Hotel. Like I said, they haven't played an aLLeY in a year. And then Fortress, I think, is pretty much even, if not slightly under a below average scoreline. So, like, you kind of have this situation where both teams are trying to improve the control. And for Atlanta FaZe, I mean, this could be something that we start to see be implemented by other rosters who are facing off against them. You know what? Get Hotel out of the way, and then you've got them in a tricky situation where they don't really know what control to play after that.
Yeah, that's a scary thing, because when you look at the rest of our maps and modes throughout this series, every single map, at least on the LAG side, they're going to be super confident with. It's been Atlanta FaZe auto-vetoing this control every single time. Then going into that Mercado hardpoint, potentially at that game number 4, the Guerrillas Academy roster were able to beat Atlanta FaZe on it, so they're already confident. And then you're going into the aLLeY Search and Destroy, where ever since this team has been formed, they're sitting at 1-1, but they're just getting better and better in every single mode. So the last time that they played it, they were able to win it, and they just continue to grow as a squad. So if you are Atlanta FaZe, it has to obviously start here if you want to stay alive in this one. And for me, the way that they're going to be able to get this one done is simply in the slaying department. LAG have been getting outslayed in every single one of their controls. Not a single player was over a 1.0 KD in the mode for all 3 that they have played. So if you are Atlanta FaZe, it all starts with the slaying. You see so far the KD from Simp, 0.79. Not the best from one of the best players to ever touch the sticks.
Yeah, without a doubt, expecting for Simp to turn things around. I know in that Search Destroy, he started to it looks like get a little bit more vocal toward the later stages of that search and destroy. And I don't know, man, like even catch this guy whenever he was like 16, 17 years old. It just feels like when the team is down, regardless if it's like a search destroy tournament or even if it's a COD Champs Grand Final, when the team is down, he always seems to turn things up. So we'll see if he can start to have a better performance in this game 3. And as you said, start to lead the comeback here for Atlanta FaZe in their efforts of a reverse sweep. But so far, it has been all LAG as they walk away with that opening team fight. So often on aBeZy control, we talk about how crucial that opening engagement is for the offense. And aBeZy is strutting in the bottom side of the warehouse. I don't even know if he was aiming in at everybody when it came down to that triple kill. Great work from him as he instantly opens things up. And now into the A zone we go.
Oh, but Atlanta FaZe, they lose those next couple of gunfights as Thieves is able to find 2. The last 2 players up, they drop. So now everyone coming off a spawn. They have no segments to show for it. As with the Guerrillas putting a lot of pressure over towards this A point, they're forcing all of Atlanta FaZe to continuously spawn out towards back white. So the last push is basically going to come in towards A. Thieves at least takes down 1. And now his teammates have to be ready for the push. Assault finds a second. You have to get on this point if you are Atlanta.
Yeah, this is the frustrating part if you're Atlanta. Like, you almost have to, like, iron around every single door that you come in from. aBeZy controls such a ratty map from time to time. Atlanta desperately trying to find a lane. And now, their only checkpoint very well could be that B zone. The only player that stands in the way is going to be Thieves. A few seconds left. Somebody from Atlanta FaZe is going to have to dolphin dive into the point. Simp will fall, and there you go. LAG, a commanding and convincing early defensive round. Atlanta had their moment to strike. And Jay, they come away with 0 segments.
Yeah, I don't know if Atlanta FaZe came ready to play today, because LAG are just doing whatever they want on the map. They hold down that A push for the majority of that round. And that one time they did try to go over towards B, just sit your corners. You make it a lot more difficult. You have someone sitting towards top party, someone towards bottom lockers. And it was just never a clean 2 to 3 dead in favor of Atlanta FaZe. And they had nothing to show for it on that early attacking round. So now if you're the LAG, you put yourself in the advantage by just simply getting 1 segment done. These gunfights can be so crucial, but if you are LAG, it's all about getting that 1 tick of progression in.
Oh, it's Cellium. He's just going into turret mode. Absolutely beaming across the map, putting a hurt on the Guerrillas. And from there, as he puts the pressure in from the front, rather from the back, it's aBeZy who's doing work on the flank. Great work there from aBeZy as he skates into 9-4 territory. And that is just Atlanta FaZe putting their slang on full display, Jay. Like I said, Cellium beaming from afar, and it's aBeZy on the backside, putting the Guerrillas in a world of pain as nobody has really yet to successfully make it past that 50-yard line.
Oh, yeah, they can't even get past the 75-yard line because they just can't get across. Atlanta FaZe are keeping them in the trap. As long as Slasher's staying alive in this position, they're continuously spawning out towards back white. Big gunfight comes in from Assault. Now you can start to get pushed up towards top radio, but now you have to deal with Simp. He cuts down the first. He's just going to stay alive for his teammates to get into the play. But would look like a great dominant defensive round from LAG. Atlanta FaZe trying to respond with one of their own.
Yeah, I was going to say, coming into this round, this is exactly what you want to see, right? Atlanta down 2-0. They need to answer back into control, and you want to see them almost come away with a more dominant defensive round than what we just saw LAG do, and that is what we are seeing.
My God.
To 10 and lives is how we will close things out. And for a moment, I just saw Exceed's face. He was like, all right, well, we just had to give one away. Like, I guess Atlanta has finally arrived here on control.
That was dominant, Lendo. That was dominant. I don't know if any players from Atlanta FaZe are potentially working towards that cruise missile, but that could be a big thing involved going into these next couple of rounds. If you can pick that one up, you could potentially close out one of these points. But now if you are Atlanta FaZe, you just simply have to get out of your spawn. Try to find a clean 2 to 3 dead right off the rip. These initial gunfights are so massive because if you lose these gunfights, LAG take back control, and then they just can play corner after corner until and make it very difficult for you to break out.
I don't know if anybody's having a more fun time in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 than aBeZy right now. The guy is 7-5. We are literally 2 rounds into the game, and he is 17-5 right now. Oh, he is hungry. He just went top shelf, nearly snapped onto his 6th. Good God, Atlanta Off the back of aBeZy, quickly jump onto that A point. There you go. Now 6 in a row for aBeZy, having himself a time as that A zone quickly gets captured. Another minute added onto the clock. And oh yeah, aBeZy sniffs out Joe Deceive too.
Oh, and this can start to get scary. But at least the spawns are on the favorable side for the Guerrillas. Still spawning out towards Cliff, but it's all the players from Atlanta FaZe with the perfect transition. Exceed is the last player up, and I'm pretty sure the round is going to be done and dusted as long as the stack is able to come on in. Spawns all the way across the map for the Guerrillas. Tacks are hitting, but the second tick is already here. The test is not going to be here. And what looked like it'll be a flawless defensive round from Atlanta FaZe is followed up by a flawless attacking round from Atlanta FaZe. Unbelievable performance, especially out of aBeZy. Like, what has he got? 20 kills already? Unreal.
aBeZy has 20 kills. Slasher has 5.
Feet kicked up, man. Relax it today.
That is one of the crazier score lines that we've seen so far this game. aBeZy with 20 kills. The rest of the team's just not even in double-digit territory yet. They've just allowed for aBeZy to take off. And the 20, okay, he's got 21 kills. My bad. I said 20, he's got 21. I think we all know the reason why Atlanta FaZe finds themselves up 2-1 and very well be walking away with a very fast aLLeY control as he's already found himself in a great spot. Quickly and hungry, ready to pounce. 2 players wiped away. There's going to be another one. 3 players found out. The only man that still exists right now for LAG is going to be Exceed. The only lifeline right now for the roster, and they call into aBeZy to sniff him out again. It just feels like this gunfight's about to be guaranteed to go his way.
Yeah, but the way that he's playing so far, Lando,
he's winning this.
Yeah, it's hard to shut this guy down.
He's winning.
So delusional, flying around the map, just zooming everywhere. Atlanta FaZe are able to find 2 kills. They know that the push was going to come in towards B, but they're doing a great job of just wasting that time on the clock. Assault finds 1. Now this should open up some pressure over towards 8. But aBeZy just keeps on slipping by. They can't find this guy.
I couldn't either. I mean, he literally is everywhere. He is everywhere. He was at B, he's at A, he's in the top side, he's in the bottom side. Thank you very much. I'm now 24-6. Oh, God.
Oh, my.
He at least puts in a few shots, and Cellium, who technically gets awarded for the kill. But 30 seconds to go, and LAG have nothing. They have absolutely nothing to their name. No segments, no ticks, and nobody currently on an objective. That has to change soon as Exceed finally and somehow very cautiously makes his way over to that B zone. And tell you what, Jay, he finally starts to make his way forward, and there is aBeZy to cut him down again. 10 seconds left before LA Guerrillas get put to bed.
No, well, I'm just wondering why Atlanta FaZe auto-vetoed this for basically since last year, because they just came out and just dominated the last 3 rounds. No segments to show. Like, yeah, play the music, man. That was a very, very fast control from both squads. Start off with LAG dominating on the defense, but then Atlanta FaZe, more specifically aBeZy, said, this is all me, baby. This is what I'm doing. I'm running around with the fast them. I'm going to make sure we stay alive in this series a little longer as Atlanta FaZe dominate in that control and stay alive in this series a little longer. That's a confidence switch up right there, Lando. The way that aBeZy just played, man, definitely got to be on the lookout for him going into this next hard point.
Hold on.
Oh, my.
He went 27-8?
Feet kicked up, I'm telling you, from everybody else. Hey, we could all relax. aBeZy's got us, boys.
Pleasure. 7-7, man. He's having a great time. I mean, he didn't do anything wrong. I'm just saying, like, it's just crazy the pace difference that you see. 2,600 damage. Alrighty. Well, it is aBeZy who takes game number 3, and with that being the case, we now have ourselves a series, my friend. I thought it was going to be Simp who turns up. I mean, he still has a great game, finishes 15-12, but I mean, out of the gates early on, it was Atlanta who answered early. After going down 0-1, we said the need to see an answer. I remember Cellium went into turret mode, and from there, they told aBeZy to go, and Jay, he never stopped.
He never stopped, man. He was just consistently running around,
running somewhere,
challenging gunfight after gunfight. Yeah, aBeZy's still winning some gunfights. aLLeY's still around. He potentially would have had 40. He was turning on people. Like, he was doing whatever he wanted. So now that's a confidence switch up if you are Atlanta FaZe. A very dominating map to keep yourself into this series. Now going into a Mercado hardpoint where they are the best team in hold percentage. And that stands out to me because so far for LAG, 7-0 in hardpoint, best breaking team that we have for every single hardpoint, over 50%. Going into a map like Mercado, it's very difficult to break in towards the P2s, towards the P6s, and even towards the P3s at 10. So if you are Atlanta FaZe, you just have to stay ahead of the game in this one because your whole percentage is the best in the game. It makes it a lot more difficult for LAG to find break after break. And especially with the way that aBeZy just played, man, just know that guy is going to be all over the map in this map number 4.
Yeah, it's like the one thing where it was like, okay, you know, if Atlanta FaZe comes out, win the control, you know, I think they have a chance to win the Mercado. Now I feel like they're favored to win the Mercado after like that. Like, how often do we talk about on Mercado Las Almas that like your SMGs are oftentimes, you know, the deciding factor? You know, we talk about how close some of these hard points can be, whether it's 10 or Cantina, as you've labeled it. I mean, if aBeZy's firing like that, there is nobody in the world who's going to be able to slow this guy down.
Absolutely not, because he's playing with that fire. Like, if you remember the series versus Seattle, he was just running and gunning. Like, no strategy to aBeZy's gameplay sometimes when he's playing the way that he just did in that last map. It's just like, I'm better than you. I'm going to challenge you right in your face, and I'm going to win this gunfight, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it.
That must be a great feeling, Jay, to be able to do that.
I know, right? I know. I've never had that feeling, and I was a player, you know? Like, this guy just, he's able to flip the switch whenever the hell he wants. And I'm really looking at aBeZy, based off that performance that he had at map number 3, to just lead the way again for Atlanta FaZe. Because usually on a map like Mercado, you're always expecting, at least in hardpoint, it's always the ARs that have to hit that early rotation.
Right.
But you're always going to find yourself in a map like Mercado where the Vaznev player always have to put himself in a nice little spot, whether it's towards Cantinas, whether it's towards 10, and just play his life in that position and wait for your AR players to get into the play. So SMGs have a little bit bigger of a role on this map when it comes to the slaying, when it comes to the holding down the hills. But it's all about those rotations, staying ahead of the game. And Atlanta FaZe have the potential to force Game 5.
I don't know about you, Jay, but I also feel like there's an underlying element where, you know, you're going down 2-0 versus the Guerrillas. You know, you want to try to have a positive record moving into Major 2, whatever all that stuff is. I think just in general for Atlanta FaZe, specifically for aBeZy, by the way, that Canadian control is absurd, by the way. That shouldn't be shown on to live people on Twitch. It's crazy. But I think there's also an underlying element too where it's like, we can't lose 3-0 to Arcedies. Like, we cannot allow for this to happen. Like, this is a revenge game. Everybody's aware of it. We can't allow for this to take place. It almost feels like there's like an element of desperation that Atlanta FaZe had in that last map. And now they're flying high. aBeZy takes over on LSCLO control. And now we come into Mercado not knowing what exactly to expect. Is it the start of an Atlanta FaZe comeback, or can LAG start to silence the fire that exists on the other side of the stage? Here we go, buddy. Game 4. Jumping on in.
And Atlanta FaZe, they started off on the bad side as well, but they didn't give up a lot of time toward the Guerrillas off towards P1. Now it's time for aBeZy to strike. Super aggressive in towards tunnel to potentially flip these spawns, but with him dying right there in that situation of Joe Deceives, it's still going to be LAG with the preferred side of the map, going in towards the next hard point. So now if you are Atlanta, you want to try to fight for as much P1 time as you can. But it's all about these kills. Now you have to execute a break on towards the next hard point. We said that they were the best holding team in the game. When you're not rotating, not in the better side, going into the next one, it'll be a lot more difficult to break on it.
See aBeZy, man. He's ready to go. He's ready to jump on it. It feels like he's been waiting for hours for his players, his teammates to come off the spawn. He's ready to jump on through. Cellium able to find a pick. Simp goes first. Able to find one on to Exceed. Joe Deceives gets wiped away as well. Simp is handling business. The only player still alive inside of the Cantina is going to be Assault. But he is at least able to find 2. Keep in mind, this is P2. Cantina, it's actually on the bottom side. We'll eventually visit the second story, but right now, it is all about the bottom. It's Simp to start, and it's aBeZy right now to close. Atlanta FaZe break on in, and they look to extend their lead.
Oh, that's a flawless hold after the break comes in from Atlanta FaZe. Now you're forcing LAG to cut their losses. Fully set up over towards P3. No streaks to work with for Atlanta FaZe. They're going to put a lot of pressure on through Banana Alley. Trophy does come down. Here come the AR. Just ready for the gunfights. Assault, the first line of defense. He at least finds one, but now falls into RCD's hands. He eliminates both of those last 2 players. And now there should be a full rotation in favor of the Guerrillas, fully set up.
As we said, RCD's facing off against the old lineup. Absolutely wants to have a great performance. He put up a great spree on aBeZy. Looked excellent in the search and destroy, and now is trying to deliver here in the hard point. Close out the old lineup. Finally get that monkey off your back. As now we head in toward 10. Atlanta, you got players really on either side. Exceed, the young gun trying to prove his worth, and does so in that moment. Cuts away two. The other two players from Atlanta now coming into the outside alley. Arshies brute forces his way through the door, and his teammates are there to win the fight. A lead change and now a rotation as we enter in toward the barbershop.
Yeah, it's going to be Atlanta FaZe. All control of back alley. Guerrillas are trying to break on in from the front. They find that initial kill onto Slasher. Already to win in the trade battle. Got to be careful if you are Atlanta FaZe. Now you're going to spawn all the way across the map. The close spawn comes in from Joe Deceive on the pinch. Only one player left into the point. It's going to be Cellium. He finds two, though. Big two-piece coming in from Cell to at least get his teammates back into the play.
See, trying to answer back. He eventually gets dropped. It is all out chaos inside of the barbershop. Arshies dives on through. Joe Deceive says a prayer, hops on in, looks both ways before crossing, and he also gets found out. It is all of our players in the lobby within about, I don't know, 20 feet of each other. It is absolute madness, but it's the Guerrillas who do eventually come out on top, and that is big time right now, Jay, that they're being awarded for the moment.
Yeah, that was big time for both squads. Looked like everyone was late to their haircut appointment, as everyone was just flooding in towards the barber shop, but no one could get in the seat to get it cut. It's now LAG growing themselves a nice little 40-point lead. Atlanta FaZe are forced to hit that early rotation. You just don't want to drop before the hill actually pops. Big kill coming in from Simp. Great reads coming in from Cellium. They shut down the push from the back alley, and now they fully set up knowing that all of LAG have to at least attack this from the front.
And this is an Atlanta FaZe team as well, Jay, that has to be very prepared for a Guerrillas lineup who has made this incredible spree of being 7-0 in hardpoint off of breaking. They've got to be ready to lock this one down. Got to be ready for at any moment it could be a strike from the Guerrillas as they do thwart that push. A great little moment there from Atlanta as they're able to reestablish the forces and cut down the Guerrillas in their attempt of making another break of a hard point. Simp, a little bit of a slow start to this game, but he's starting to heat up now on that two spree, popping dead. He's trying to make the play toward next. Final 15 look good to go the way of FaZe, but it is an all-out brawl now toward that next HP. LAG strong and comfortable as they make their way up through the alley. It's aBeZy who's going to be the first line of defense here.
It's been blow after blow for both of the hard points that they're just trading off of full 60 here, full 60 there. But this time Atlanta FaZe have the potential to chain one together towards top E6. They do read that player in Slasher that was coming off of old. Now you just have to win these trade gunfights. Atlanta FaZe are the best holding team on this hardpoint specifically, and so far it has been able to be shown why, as they are winning the trade gunfights. Last player up is Exceed. You gotta slow this one down, wait for your teammates to get into the play before you attack.
You can see Exceed, man. You can see those eyes constantly taking a look at that mini map, just trying to get a better idea of what's going on. No red dots, but who cares? Atlanta erupt again. It just feels like LAG are just struggling to even see what the cantina looks like. They forgot the beautiful structure, the architecture on that location. Atlanta, picture perfect work as aBeZy continues to fly, now at 13-8. Cellium at 19-9. FaZe, these last few hard points, they've started to chain them together. And Jay, they also find themselves with preferred spawns now at the parking lot.
Yeah, this is where Atlanta FaZe can start to put this game away. They're able to chain 3 hard points back to back to back. They're finding every single kill in the feed. Last player closest to the point is going to be Joe Deceive. He gets taken care of. And just look at the spawns for the Guerrillas. They're so far away, all the way at 10. They're trying to flip the map. They're trying to take control of Cantina's side. But Atlanta FaZe have just been playing flawless rotation after rotation for the last 3 hard points that are putting them closer and closer to that 250-point mark. This game is basically almost over, Lando. Atlanta FaZe made the adjustments and should be able to close this one out and force game 5.
Goodness sake. I mean, there had to be a very interesting halftime speech, I'm sure, when it came down to all 4 of these players.
Jesus!
As they have absolutely turned things around, and that control and that momentum, that talent, that fire has also translated here onto Mercado, as we're about 15 points away from already seeing a Game 5. It feels like one of the fastest Game 3 and Game 4 back-to-back maps that we've seen in a while. And LAG gonna try to bring this one back the best way that they can. I mean, they're trying to think about spawns, but just with the lead growing the way that it is, okay, this is all but over now.
Yeah, this one's done and dusted, my man. Let me tell you, because LAG, they're still getting the bad side spawns, going in towards that P2. And it's just the SMGs for Atlanta FaZe just cutting them down. Simp is sitting at 11-11. Feet kicked up on this hard point. 4 seconds away. Atlanta FaZe force Game 5.
And there you go. Atlanta down 2-0 have answered back in a big way. And there are no smiles now on the top side of your screen. Well, maybe a little one from Assault. Maybe just a little frustrated when it came down to that game plan, trying to refocus the team, entering into that Game 5. Said, hey, we're all good. We're all good. But Jay, I don't know if they are. I don't know. Good right now.
I don't know. I agree with you, Lando. With the way that they just came out for the last 2 maps, it's been all Atlanta FaZe. They've just been able to do whatever they've wanted. Clean 3-1 under control. Almost at 100-point club. And the Mercado hardpoint. It just got out of hand when Atlanta FaZe were able to chain 3 hard points together. That P5 mid courtyard over towards P6 top cantinas. And then when you find yourself at parking lot with the preferred spawns for every single one, I said they were the best holding team on that map. And it showed why. Now they're able to force a game number 5 going into an aLLeY search and destroy. And I truthfully don't know how this Game 5 is going to end, but with momentum, definitely on Atlanta FaZe's side.
Yeah, they're shooting straight. They're definitely shooting straight right now. We'll see how well that caters into search destroy. And it's going to be funny too, because so often we talk about aLLeY, things start to slow down, and we'll see if that favors a team like LAG, if it just continues to promote the side of Atlanta FaZe. I have no idea how this one's going to go, but feel free to let us know on social media. Feel free to type in the chat who you think is walking away with this game. I know you've invested those channel points. I'll tell you what, my pickups, I'm sweating. Every series feels like a difficult W. Who's going to walk away with this game? We will find out right after this break.
Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
How's it going, friends? And welcome back to a very, very interesting series that's about to hit game number 5. Atlanta FaZe taking on the Los Angeles Guerrillas. And I'll tell you what, we just witnessed a very interesting last hard point there on Mercado, Jay. It feels like 10 minutes ago we were saying LAG's up 2-0.
Yeah, LAG, they get their very first loss in hard point, but it wasn't a pretty one. Like, LAG were up 102-59 at the end of P4. They ended the game 250-102. They didn't get a single point after the first rotation at that P4 hill. Just utter dominance from Atlanta FaZe to now put themselves in towards this game by aBeZy search and destroy. One thing that really stands out for me, though, with this new LAG squad, we saw it in map number 2, is their fast plan towards A. They're the #1 attacking team on this map, and hopefully they can show us why. They just need to get some momentum back into their side, because it's all been Atlanta FaZe as of recent.
Without a doubt, if you're the Guerrillas, I mean, the perfect thing that you could cook up is a early offensive victory here on aBeZy. As you said, their specialty when it comes down to this map and mode. Thieves eager to plant down the bomb, does exactly that, and now it's on to Atlanta FaZe to hit this retake. Eager as ever, Thieves, he's jumping on a mattress. He's waiting for somebody to try and engage a few early shots. And Joey, well, tries to make his presence felt. The door opens, the door closes. Atlanta, you've yet to jump in. Somebody's got to do something. Simp does exactly that. Pops through with 1. 15 seconds to go. It is all out chaos. aBeZy's last one up. Now a 1v2. Has to play the time. He has to play the time. He's going to go for the top POV. Catches out Simp. Oh, aBeZy's picture perfect work. A nice little clutch versus the old squad. In my word, how about a round 1 win like that?
Oh, that's a 1v3 for aBeZy. And it's all in the communication, because Thieves knows there's not that much time on the clock, but he plants it for the stretch towards top middle plat. So aBeZy gets that info, doesn't commit towards the child towards bottom pool, repositions himself towards top mid, gets the player off bomb, and then is able to get that final kill as well. Would look like to be a scary round for LAG. aBeZy with the 1v3 to now go up 1-0.
What a performance we saw in the game 2 search destroy from aBeZy. I mean, through like 4 or 5 rounds, he was flawless. And doing Atlanta dirty in that opening round. As we said, a huge moment for him. So much chatter about his departure from Atlanta FaZe. What would life be like afterwards? Delivers in the first round. Thieves eager to answer. Able to bring things now to a 3v3. Bomb down already.
Bomb down already. You have the tiny terrorist who is still staying alive in towards the site. Simp at least finds 1, but unfortunately Thieves with the team kill. He does have dead silence pop, but so does Slasher. Just has to find the timing. He might have read this play beautifully, and Thieves, the young gun for the LAG roster, makes up for the unfortunate team kill by clutching up the 1v1 versus Slasher. Great round from LAG on the retake. They solo out both the players in towards the site. And eventually Thieves with the big one-on-one. So now put LAG up 2-0.
I'd love to see situations like this, just a side-by-side. You've got somebody with all the experience in the world, and Slasher, a world champion, one of the oldest players that we've got in the league, somebody who's been around the block a time or two, and then the youngest player in the league in Thieves, 18-year-old, a fresh face. Jay literally played his first Challenger Cup like 2 months ago. Quickly gets added into the lineup. Just love to see moments like that. The veteran facing off against the young gun. They've had a few duels so far throughout this series, but arguably none more clutch, none more impactful than that last one. As we jump into round 3, nice and early, it's Assault. Starting things off with the first blood. A player that's often done so for this LAG team so far throughout Search and Destroy. As they'll look to get the plant down and basically play off that strategy that, as you've called, Jay, they know so well.
Now the 3v4 retake. aBeZy knows that Thieves is the player that usually plays in toward the site, but he cannot win the gunfight. Slasher does take down 1, but Thieves is taking over in this search and destroy. All left up to Slasher 1v3 and the Guerrillas with another great attacking round. You get the bomb down, and Assault also finds that first blood. But it all falls into the hands of Jodeci once again. Big 2 kills from that site to relieve that pressure. And now LAG 3-0, all smiles.
Yeah, we talked about, right? They just wanted to get a first round on the board, and then 1 became 2, and now 2 is becoming 3. And this is shades of what we saw in that first search destroy, my friend. LAG went up big, started things off like 4-0 or whatever it was. Took a while for Atlanta to wake up, and now they have absolutely got to. S&D has been the so far this season, and Assault reads them like a book. Tosses it perfectly. Slasher will fall. aBeZy does too. This is all the makings of a quick 4. Oh, and there you go, Guerrillas. My word.
They not making no mistakes, Lando.
They've been in the lab, Jay. They've been in the lab.
Bro, let me tell you, the double nade onto Slasher to get the first blood. And you know how aggressive the Tiny Terrors are in towards that A site. A couple pre-fire bullets come in, you get a player 1 shot, and then you go for the challenge. Make it a 4v2. Player hits the flank, you take him down, and then the last player up, he gets pounced on. And LAG aren't making any mistakes in the search and destroy. The same exact thing they did in game number 2. 4 flawless rounds. 2 rounds away from completing the 6-0.
Just the momentum has been insane in this series. It was all Guerrillas, then it's Atlanta. I mean, just dominance in games 3 and games 4, and then just right back into the search and destroy. And Guerrillas, as if they haven't skipped a beat, as if that game 3 and game 4 never happened. aBeZy and Simp, the 2 players it feels like who have been the difference maker to get us to this game 5 in the first place. They quickly answer. It's right now they've got numbers for what feels like the first time so far throughout this search and destroy. As now it's on to the vets, Assault and Arctics.
Oh, he checks the corner but cannot win the gunfight. On to Cellium. Now it's RC's in a 1v3. Already clutches up 1. Finds that first kill onto aBeZy. He does not have that bomb in hand, so this round could be a little more difficult. He has to go retrieve it. But that silence is not going to be here for RCDs. Can he try to clutch up again for the Guerrillas?
Oh, holds his irons. It looked like he had that gunfight. It looked like he had it. But as we said, Simp and aBeZy, that aggression finally does work out for them. When they absolutely had to win a round, they're able to do it. Still alive, Jay. Still alive.
I think it was the defensive switch up right there from aBeZy and Simp, because we saw how aggressive they were the first 2 defensive rounds when they go over towards courtyard. They were trying to set up that flank, do double doors, and through top green. But this time they switch up strategy. They said, Jodeci, you're not going to get this bomb down for free this time around. So they double stack in towards the site. And Atlanta FaZe finally get 1 on the board. Now they just have to respond with a couple rounds to chain them together. And hopefully try to get this bomb down ASAP. Because no one from LAG are going to be in towards that A-bomb.
Oh, the sun gets open, but Simp is ready for it. Simp is ready for it. LAG and a play cooked up. The stun to the door to open it. A perfect read there for Simp as he walks away with the first, but Exceed runs through, cuts down 1. He also falls off of the stun that ends up landing at his feet. Now at 2v2. Another situation for Assault and Arctics. Try to come away with it, a round that you have to have if you're FaZe. Can Arctics be the difference maker once more? Or does Atlanta FaZe have that ice? 35 seconds on the clock as Assault looks to pop dead silence.
Oh, he pops dead silence, and this can work out beautifully if he finds the timing. As the bomb is going to start to get planted for Atlanta FaZe over towards A. Arctics is thinking that the push is going to come in towards B. Very, very far away from this play. Now it's all about finding that first kill through our Assault. Dead silence is not reset, but now it's all up to Slasher. 1v2.
All up to Slasher. Now versus Arctics. 30 seconds to go. 2 vets. Slasher in need of a W. As we said, the series, all eyes on him. Assault tosses out that nade, trying to find information. He knows roughly where Slasher's gonna be. Slasher catches the shoulder, but Assault, he can't leave that gunfight. He can't necessarily leave that fight. And it looks like Slasher is gonna clutch it out for the team. Let it go, going big. When they need him the most, he's able to deliver. Calm, cool, collected, dodges the nade, stays alive, and plays the time. Atlanta down 4-2.
Oh, 2 rounds in a row now for Atlanta. Slasher with a huge 1v2 clutch. by just playing it patient, like you said, Lando. That repositioning towards top window gets the sound cues of Assault jumping up towards the side. But then Assault knows there's not that much time on the clock. You have to try to play for this challenge on towards the bomb. And unfortunately, Slasher just plays the clock beautifully. Now can they respond with the defensive round again? As we know how aggressive LAG are likely to be over towards the A site.
And if we know it, Atlanta knows it as well. They know they've got all eyes on that plant. They want to try to get it down over an A. Simp jumps on through. He ends up falling. It's Joe to Thieves and Exceed. The rookies were able to deliver. It was Atlanta FaZe with the first blood, but the numbers quickly sway the opposite direction. Very carefully, MC makes his way up the alley, and now it's all up to him. A 1v3 now as the bomb gets planted, and his life gets made that much more difficult.
Yeah, LAG aren't going to give up anything easy. So was just throwing shoulders, dancing around.
Whoa.
Cellium still able to find that kill. Now in the 2v1. Both players from the Guerrillas are going to be playing in towards the site. It's looking like Cellium is going to invest that dead silence. He could be such a big play if he can read how they're set up properly.
Spots out one. Now brings it to a 1v1. Goes for the dolphin dive. Oh, Cellium. Oh, my word. If he gets away, if that foot just tucks away behind the wall, there is a chance. But Cellium gives it all that he's got, and it's just one bullet. One bullet is all you need for Joe to see sweat off the brow in what could have been a series-changing clutch there for MC. Now, it will speed up the bleeding again. Guerrillas now on map and series point, Jay.
All they have to do is hold strong. Don't allow this bomb plant to go down for free for Atlanta FaZe. Look how aggressive Jodeci is. They also have a trophy in towards that A bomb, so no attacks are going to be impactful on this push. Stun comes in. He's able to connect onto Jodeci's, I believe, but with that second one, it's going to go to the trophy system. So get a little bit of assistance. Teammates got to help you in these gunfights.
Big spot for the SMGs, the Guerrillas. Back to back they go inside a mattress. Atlanta FaZe, they don't find an angle that they're comfortable with. They tossed out the utility and nothing really was found. They'll decide to go ahead and invest the Simtexes, invest the nades. Meanwhile, it's Arcees toward the top, who cuts down Cellium. Meanwhile, Joe deceives the trades. Go back and forth, and now it could be all on to aLLeY. Popping dead silence. aBeZy does the same. Bomb still yet to get planted, but Arcees could make the play on the flank. Could it be versus Slasher? Runs right past him. Dead silence runs out, Jay.
He's right below him. He's right below him. Both of these players are getting a couple sound cues of how they're going to be set up. aBeZy's able to sniff out Assault. So now in the 2v1, all of them to RCDs. Can he do it versus his old team? Makes it a 1v1.
Oh, aBeZy is able to take it. In my word, it just felt like the story was there. It felt like it was perfect. aBeZy versus RCDs. There's been some words exchanged between these two since the team change. And how many players, Jay, go for the plant in that situation? aBeZy
a lot.
Absolutely not. He says, absolutely not. I'm going for the gunfight. And it works out.
Works out perfectly because you don't want to give RCDs the time to eventually maneuver his way around the map, come from a different angle. As aBeZy keeps his team alive a little bit longer in this search and destroy. He does find himself on a 4 spree. If you're aBeZy, you just want to slow this one down, but you also don't want to give up this free A bomb plant like the way that you have been in the last couple of rounds. But look at the adjustments so far from the Guerrillas. They're pushing up towards Ammo Alley. They're able to take control of White. Now the pressure's going to be over towards B, and Exceed already finds his way in towards B side.
Cellium, let's hear those footsteps. So Atlanta are hot in the heels of the Guerrillas play over at that B site. It's Slasher who answers early. Simp runs through for 2. Says goodnight to the rookies, and now Arcedy's staring down the barrel of a 1v4, and Atlanta will not go away. And my goodness, down big, they continue to answer back. It's Slasher to start, and it's Simp to come away with a big double kill. 5-4 now.
Momentum has completely shifted. Atlanta FaZe are trying to force that round number 11. If you are the Guerrillas, let's just not give up anything easy here. No one get easily picked. Just make sure you're playing in towards the site. Potentially have a trophy system once again to slow down those tacks. But your main focus is just getting that first blood. Do not allow Atlanta FaZe to win the trade battle.
And finally, feels like on aBeZy, search destroy, things begin to slow down. So many aggressive rounds, so many fast-paced starts. aBeZy eats a stun, jumps inside a mattress, trying to clear things for his bomb carrier. By the way, Joe Thieves looked like for a moment had an opportunity to make a play. It's player 5 in Cellium, who's able to sniff out Exceed. He's hungry to find the second. Big gunfights going down across the map as Joe Thieves is able to find one onto Simp. A current 3 versus 3. Steady pop for a few players as Slasher tries to make the play. Now finds himself behind enemy lines.
Yeah, he works his way all the way towards top party. Not a single play from aBeZy are able to hop on towards the bomb. They're able to spot at least one player in towards the site, but Slasher with that repositioning is able to find 3 kills in that round number 10. Beautiful plays out of him. aBeZy were not ready for that angle to be covered. Lines up the first, lines up the second. I'm pretty sure that was the 3rd kill. But Slasher, Mr. Thanos, Liddy Goat, forces the round 11.
How fitting is that? How fitting is it? Whew. That Slasher is the one to bring Atlanta FaZe back. They were down 4-0 in this search destroy. They were down 5-2 in this search and destroy, and they fought back to a round 11, a revenge game that's going to OT. No better way to settle the score than in just one round to close it out. Atlanta on the attack as they begin their pursuit at that A site, Jay.
Oh, and Slasher finds the first blood onto Exceed, trying to get aggressive through that keg alley. So now in the 3v4, aBeZy finds a second with the nade. Joe Thieves does have that silence pop, but he's gonna get spotted by Simp. He has to find a couple kills.
Oh, Joe Thieves is able to find one, but he eventually gets found out again from Slasher. A cruise missile that's about to come in potentially as Assault is the last man standing. A 1v3. Is this about to be a breakdown? Is it about to be a reverse sweep? It looks like there's a lot of potential for it to be. Assault able to cut away Cellium. Still 2 more to go. 10 seconds on this bomb. And this one is over. Atlanta FaZe, bring it back. They were in the depths. They were in the trenches. But they dig their way out. A reverse sweep in a 5-2 comeback. Here in map 5 gives them the dub. As they say, nighty night, lights out to the Guerrillas.
Atlanta FaZe, what an unbelievable series from them. Obviously, you start off slow into this one. You lose that opening hard point by 17. You lose the search and destroy in the game number 2, 6-2. But ever since you hit that control, it was aBeZy who takes over the game. The entire Atlanta FaZe roster in that game number 4 took over the game. The 200-point swing. And then, like you said, Lando, they had to dig deep, super deep, so deep that they didn't even know what the bottom was gonna look like.
Bedrock, baby.
You find yourself down 4-0 in the game 5. Then you find yourself down 5-2. But round after round, you start to bring it back. That is what world champions look like. Backs against the wall, you had to perform at your best, and they made the adjustments to do so. Great plays from Slasher, great clutches from Cellium. aBeZy and Simp, the tiny terrors, always causing problems in towards the bottom of that A site. Just an unreal series from start to finish from both of these teams. But if you are LAG, this one stings, man. This one stings. Up 2-0, up 5-2 in the final game to potentially guarantee yourself that 3-1 going into your final game throughout the stage. That one sucks. That one sucks indeed, my friend.
Yeah, that one has to sting. The revenge tour is going to be canceled as the Atlanta FaZe come away with a Game 5 Round 11 victory. This is one of my favorite series that we've seen so far this season. A great way to close out the days. That'll do it for myself and Jay as we hand it over to the desk. Guys, What a crazy end that was.
That's an applause for all 8 competitors. Definitely the best game we have seen in a qualifier, and excellent calls there, especially by Lando at the very end. Lights out for the Guerrillas. aBeZy gets his revenge, but it took them until game 3 to get it going. Let's take a moment, though, aLLeY, and revisit our game 5, the turnaround. It was 4-0, then 5-2, and the casters nailed it. Something changed for FaZe.
Yeah, something changed for sure, and you have to say that has to be Slasher and aBeZy. They just suddenly started feeling like such presences on the map, and you know that was a huge gunfight for aBeZy to win against aLLeY, and from there on, it was all the Atlanta FaZe's momentum.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was multiple times we saw Atlanta FaZe like set up around that A side in their offense, and every single time it felt like Joe Deceives or Exceed were getting up and behind them. Either it was through courtyard or it was through field, right? And it was Cellium's job to really watch those pinches, sometimes Slasher involved as well, and they made the adjustments. We saw Cellium play in bottom of the White House, picks up the kill. It was just massive adjustments we saw on the side of Atlanta FaZe. Like, aLLeY was not able to adapt, man.
Well, guys, we gotta, of course, give a shout out to everyone from FaZe, but I think aBeZy is the name you're seeing most in chat tonight. He is definitely in the running to be in our Scuff Team of the Major. Remember, we'll pick out 8. You, the fans, will choose the final 4 that will represent all of the competitors in Boston. Excellent stuff, though, from both sides of this. And let's take it all the way back to the beginning, because we were talking in the green room, it felt like FaZe was asleep. Cellium's dropping 31 kills in that first game plus, but no one else was with him. At the end of the hard point, we saw the Guerrillas looking strong, feeling confident, and they carried it into that first search and destroy as well.
Yeah, we saw some beautiful plays in that search and destroy, right? It felt like RCDs was like, I know how these guys play. This is what we're going to do. They were wrapping bombs back and forth. LAG looked like a formidable opponent. Like, they knew what they needed to do. I think round 4 was the most beautiful round that they had there. They go over towards B, wrap all the way back to spawn, then execute their pushes mid, picking up those first bloods. That's what you want to see if you're an LAG fan. Still going to be a contender coming into this event. Just the switch was flipped, man, in that game 3. There's nothing you could do when aBeZy slam like that.
aLLeY, they always call them the tiny terrors. You see Simp and aBeZy running together. They're those subs who are kind of trading kills or just always entering together. Today, though, it felt like whoever was in aBeZy sights during that game 3 control was going down. The man was absolutely on fire, winning 28 of the 35 engagements.
I mean, come on, like 27 and 8 in game 3. I mean, I think everybody at home can agree to this. It was just the aBeZy show throughout all of map number 3. And I think that's what makes the tiny terrors so terrifying, is the second you kind of forget and be like, oh, well, maybe Atlanta FaZe, you know, they're down 0-2 to LAG right now. Maybe they're a middle of the pack team. And then they complete the reverse sweep. They very quickly shut you up. And I think that's what keeps them so terrifying, is that they can make those in-game changes, those mid-series changes.
And I want to show love to, of course, Boston. We're heading to Boston for the Major next Sunday. And, of course, love to New York, OpTic, and Toronto. But if I could ask for a grand finals, give me that rematch. Atlanta FaZe versus LA Guerrillas. Here's where they stand right now. And there's a chance we could see them matching up in the bracket, depending on how the rest of these games go. But currently, OpTic, the only unbeaten team going into Boston at the moment. Toronto, they were handed their first loss. You saw the Subliners drop that game 5 to FaZe on Sunday. And FaZe, they were in a hole. They started off with a loss. They had to pull off that clutch against the Subliners, and now another game 5 against the Guerrillas to lock in a top 4.
Yeah, I think it's like, when do FaZe find that consistency of how dominant they were in the second half of that series, right? Like, the first 2 maps, like, they were having their way with them if you look at LAG. Like, even the first map was like a little bit close in terms of points, but all the rotations were on the side of LAG. When they needed to break, it was coming in. So it's like FaZe need to find a way to become consistent in the respawns.
And as we take a look at the overall season, remember, it's the top 8 at Champs, aLLeY. What do you think of the Guerrillas right now? They're currently in 9th. They've moved up 3 spots since the start of this stage.
Well, you have to be kind to LA Guerrillas in the sense of they're still playing catch up from that first set of qualifiers, and they've done a great job so far here in qualifiers number 2 and stage number 2, so they still have a lot of room to grow, but thankfully for them, a team like London Royal Ravens isn't winning too many matches.
And we'll see what is still to come. Remember, we have 2 more days of action this weekend before we all kick off the show in Boston next Thursday. But right now, we got to talk to the man who flipped this series on its head. aBeZy joins us live. And aBeZy, I just want to open the floor and tell you, or ask you rather, do you have any words for your competitors?
I don't know, man. The second half of that series, it was crazy. Like, especially the control. I feel like I was just spinning on people. It was actually wild.
It was insane to watch, and we were telling the observers, go back to his screen. He's good for another one. He's good for another one. You kept frying. What was it? Was it comms? Was it confidence? Were you just not missing bullets? What was the difference? Because you kind of had a slow start in that game 1 and 2.
Yeah, it was probably just a confidence boost. I feel like I started playing a lot more loose in that map, and it showed. So yeah.
aBeZy, in that game 5, I mean, your search and destroy this year has looked pretty good as the side of Atlanta FaZe things go, but that game 5, you're down 5-2. Very rarely do we see comebacks like that. What was the game changing for you guys? Did somebody just start taking over the play calls?
I think we more so just started adapting to how they played. We kind of like figured them out a little bit, and honestly, it was just kind of like smooth sailing like every single round, because I feel like we just kind of knew exactly like what they were doing.
aBeZy, unreal performance, man. I don't know if you're aware, but it was 102-59 in that game for Hardpoint. You guys won 250-102. Just absolutely insane.
Yeah.
And that leads me to my next question, because we see these dominant performances at times in Hardpoints. That comeback, I think about the Fortress that you guys had against Seattle, unreal.
Yeah.
What are you guys working on to get that to become more consistent? Like, what is the primary issue? What do you need to fix?
I think it's mainly just becoming a lot more loose on the map. I feel like sometimes we're a little stiff, and it kind of like shows in the matches, and I feel like if we can get to a consistency where we're always just being loose and like challenging together and doing things together on the map, then our hardpoint's going to be clicking like perfectly.
Your last 2 matches have been huge ones. You take down the Subliners, and now you have a reverse sweep against the LA Guerrillas. Which match was harder?
Ooh, I'd say this one, just because like, actually no, I'd say the New York match. New York is a really good team, and it was tough to pull out a dub against them. I think our S&D is just really fucking good right now.
I agree. Well, it was fantastic to watch you. Congratulations on the 5-2 comeback to steal that round 11. FaZe back into our top 4.
All right, thank you.
That's aBeZy, that's Atlanta FaZe, and they are definitely a team to look out for moving forward. They're not done yet here in the qualifiers, and a lot more games are still to come on Saturday and Sunday. But as we sign off tonight and we talk about what is coming up, more watch parties, right, Ant? We got the Flank doing it. We got Scump doing it. Who else is going to join this watch party?
I mean, there's a ton of people doing watch parties. Just go over to Modern Warfare 2 on Twitch. You'll find everybody, and you can see them all on this graphic right here. A bunch of wonderful people in our community. And man, I just want to say, I wish aBeZy said something to RCs there. All the chirping back and forth. I'm sure our watch party guests would have loved it.
And of course, that is all going down next weekend, starting on Thursday. If you missed any of the games today, you just saw a 5-game series, but we started the day with a 5-game series as well. Let's go all the way back, reverse the footage, because that last one we watched might have been the tightest, but the closest hardpoint we saw opened up the day, as it was the Mutineers on 248 points. And they were stuck there as the Royal Ravens and aBeZy mount the comeback.
Yeah, mostly aBeZy, but you know what? The London Royal Ravens, shout out to the rotations and kind of looking to the future, even though your enemy only needed 2 points to close out that opening hard point. It was a grueler of a series for sure, and I will say, honestly, even though London lost that map too, I was pleasantly surprised by the way they were playing their search and destroy, and it's getting better. There is improvement, but they have to make it a lot quicker to catch up to their opponents.
Yeah. Dave was in the mix here as well. Quickly to talk about the man for the Mutineers. What did you see here, and is he going to be the difference maker they needed?
No. But he was really good at search and destroy today. But that's not a game mode that they were particularly struggling in, right? Like, Brack had a 1.3 in that game mode. So by all means, he was playing great there, winning a lot of his opening duels. And Dave Patty came in. He had an ace today, which was wonderful in the game too. He had a couple big rounds, 1v1 wins that they had in that game 5. And they have a relatively easy 2 search and destroys. But I did not see anything that would indicate he's going to be a difference maker in hardpoint. And we're going to need players like Major Maniac to step it up as well when it gets to the hardpoints. Like, they are worse in the league by a mile in that game mode.
Havoc said they're playing faster, and speaking of fast, we saw it in our second series of the day. The Subliners came in against the Vegas Legion. We knew the Legion was struggling. We saw the Subliners lose, though, in their last match against FaZe on Sunday. What happened in this one? Well, you blinked your eyes and the series was over. A hot 3-0, as New York proves they are still in the running for the Boston Championship.
Now, was this like anywhere close to being an upset? No, not at all. I mean, I guess most people with their pick'ems and their bets were going to put their money and time on the New York Subliners, but the most surprising map for me in this series had to be that map 2 search and destroy. We're talking about the best S&D team in the league in Vegas Legion, who hadn't really shown any weaknesses and kept those maps very, very close. A 6-2 4-2 dominant win by the New York Subliners. This is terrifying if you are any other team's fan other than the New York Subliners, because now not only are they dominant at respawn, but it looks like they figured out their S&D as well.
And we love to see it. Nameless, we got our scuff team of the major for Boston coming up. Who from the Subliners gets your vote so far?
HyDra, he's the best player in the game right now. I mean, honestly, I would give it to Priestahh as well. He's been lights out. He's gotten even better in the respawns, but HyDra just stands out, man. He's such a playmaker. Kid's unreal.
New York back on top after today's win. They are right behind OpTic in our standings. And speaking of OpTic, well, we got 2 days left of qualifier action. And let's take a look at what's happening on Saturday, because 4 games every Saturday continues with the Guerrillas up first, taking on Scrappy and the Toronto Ultra. Vegas gets a chance to take down OpTic Texas in a 3-0 record. Boston Breach faces off against the Mutineers, which they hope doesn't go to a game 5. And Seattle Surge will have to take on the Subliners, the bottom versus the top of our leaderboard. You guys have a chance to weigh in, as always, with your channel points, but also your big old pick'ems on pick'em.callofdutyleague.com. Nameless, you were 3 for 3 today.
Got the map counts right too, baby.
You got the map counts. Can you give us a little preview? Any secret sauce before tomorrow?
I don't know. There's
kicks
4
off?
games tomorrow, all right? You got to join my Twitter community. You'll get all those picks.
He's got a new community. That's Nameless. You can find him on Twitter. Follow aLLeY as well. And, of course, follow the CDL. Call of Duty League continues with 2 more days of qualifiers before we head to Boston. We'll see you there.
You feel me? I'm feeling charged up. I'm a battery on 4%. I got the green light. Keeping my guard up. I will not stumble no straight when it's in my life. Can I stop up? A force to be reckoned with. I don't recommend you try. I'm feeling charged up. Energized. I know my passion and purpose gon' take me higher. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. Keeping my guard up. You cannot stop us. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up. I'm feeling charged up.